Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Welcome, everyone, to the road to the Silver Dragon Cup. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric, and we are here to kick off the second part of the first round of our playoffs. And I couldn't be more excited. We have a banger tonight. It's IG versus Weibo, and we're going to have a lot of fun, aren't we, Lyric?
Ton of fun. We're in the best League of Legends format in the world. We had great series
You ain't wrong,
yesterday.
buddy.
I can see you copied my haircut. Like, we're just in for a good time.
It's a little bit longer. It's a little bit longer.
Yeah,
It's just a little bit longer. Anyways, I want to go ahead and bring up the playoff bracket here and see the road that we have seen already. Unfortunately, we didn't get to start off with a 5-gamer, but we did get a 4-gamer. WE take a victory over OMG, and it was dominant towards the end there.
Yeah, exactly right. It started off close. I think OMG giving fans some hope that this is a team can take us to 5 games, can potentially win the series. But like you said, WE, I think just looking too clean, looking more drilled. I had WE the heavy favorites coming into this series, so I actually think OMG, playing pretty admirably to how their season has looked so far. And now WE gonna have to go up against NIP. Rookie and the boys are waiting.
They are waiting. That's a band you don't want to come across, I feel like. But I do want to hyper focus in on our series ourselves in this first round. Weibo and IG, we are in the part of the bracket where there's no saving grace. There is no guardian angel. You lose, you are out. But getting here, I feel like, is an award in and of itself. And I think especially if we're going to focus on a little bit of the past for both these two teams, it's been 1,094 days since IG have been back in playoffs, and this is a team who has a world championship.
Yeah, you're going all the way back to 2021 spring. It has been a long battle for IG to be able to get back here. And again, it's kind of been an interesting run these past 2 years, because even last year, giving us a bit of hope that they could make playoffs once YSCAM came in, then falling short. Doing a similar thing this year, but actually barely making it across the finish line to get that 10th place spot.
So we're going to take a look at some of their gameplay. We're going to walk through some of their clips and highlight some of the big focuses. But the biggest focus is their starting roster for tonight. Not only is YSCAM starting, but Tianjin is back in the roster. Everybody knows him for his Rengar, and he hasn't seen play on the starting roster in a while.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this more in a little bit, but I feel like considering that these teams played in their last series of the LPL, like they played a week ago, it forced IG to have to make some big changes coming in. Again, the Tianjin change, I think, is quite surprising to people, because Luoyan, his Nidalee, his brand, those were one of the 2 ways that IG were finding wins. The only real things IG had going for them was, Luoyan, if he could hard gap the enemy jungler and IG would play around him well, or if you go way earlier back in the split, their bot lane was pretty notorious, going for the aggressive 2v2s, coin flipping the lanes sometimes, and if it came up heads, their 2v2 was so dynamic at being able to push that lead forward.
And that's what I loved about that clip, is it was just watching all of those resources go down towards bot side. But then you have knockout, drag out series where it looks like it's going well, but some of that dysfunction starts to set in. And if you see that tonight for IG, that is not going to stand up to the test of time against a Weibo team.
Yeah, and I feel like the big problem for IG is they really just don't have any direction as a team, which honestly is even more impressive that they were able to make it into playoffs off of the kind of few tricks they have going for them. But even when they find early leads, they are among the lowest in terms of first turret, first dragon, first scrubs, getting the herald, like any of these objectives. IG sadly have not really been able to translate anything into something tangible.
Now we focus on the other side with a little bit of a fairy tale setup here, because it feels like when we've been watching this Weibo team, it's a bit of the story of the tortoise and the hare, and they're definitely the tortoise. And I think in this series of clips, which we're going to look at, it is apparent that, they still do have a lot of those mechanical ceilings, but it's about the team play.
Yeah, and I feel like Weibo have one thing that they do incredibly, among the best in the LPL, which is playing around sides. We have clips like this, ZDZ on the Twisted Fate, playing through sides, the Quinn against IG, so many moments. And it feels like that is something that Xiaohu brings with him to any team he's on. I think especially that top lane stint on RNG, everyone's going to think of how well they played around sides. So I think if Weibo can lean into that, things will work well. But you're hitting on it, Mazel. Their early games are so slow.
Yeah, and it's fine. It's fine if you could just hand stiff after 15 minutes. And we see them prey on a lot of the lower bracket teams, or at least lower rung teams in the regular season. But we also saw them slip up occasionally. I think some moments like this where you see the combinations really come together, Xiaohu with a lot of direction in these fights is really big. And if that is the Weibo we get tonight, then I think IG are going to have a tough one.
Exactly, and I feel like Xiaohu really is still the key point for this Weibo squad. One of the reasons why I feel like they've struggled so heavily is that Xiaohu has had a dip in form lately. He picked it up towards the end when he started moving back to things like the Talia heavily, but we're just jumping right to this. Like I said, Mazel, these guys played each other a week ago. It's
Not
crazy.
Not too long ago. I actually got the pleasure of casting this one. IG with Lian, I had a lot of strikes going on, especially with Wen was finding a lot of plays, but overextensions, some mistakes from younger players actually came back to bite them a little bit there. And it felt like Weibo ended up getting a pretty strong grasp of the series.
Yeah, right. We had another thing that we expected of IG coming in, having a stronger, more proactive early game than Weibo. Off to a great start of punishing this Quinn. But it seemed like halfway through the game, Weibo called an audit. They're like, hey, we don't fight, we let them take objectives, and we just let our Quinn pressure and wait for the right moments. And that's how they were able to start finding fights like this and be able to come back into the series so beautifully. But God, it only went downhill from here. If this game might have given IG some hope going into playoffs, game 2 was the complete opposite.
Yeah, hey, okay, you can give it a little bit of hope, but I think we got to see a lot of the strengths that we were left question marking a lot for Weibo, because it has not been an easy journey for this team, but they have some of the biggest names on the LPL rosters as a whole. And I think Crisp has truly come alive as a player for this roster.
Yeah, Chris was having a much better 2024 spring than he was having a 2023 at all. So it's been great to see him come back into form, and Weibo at least have a few things that they can lean on, which is, again, why I feel like Weibo are actually heavy favorites in this matchup today.
Now, you mentioned something earlier, maybe dropping some seeds, some hints, but somehow Royal never gives up playoffs, Lyric, because we have Xiaohu versus Cryan in the mid lane, 2 established RNG members, but also a duo who had won in a top and mid combo for the squad.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? You go back to 2021 when Xiaohu swapped the top. These guys won an LPL title together. These guys won an MSI title together. And I think, right, you never know how much players impact each other in terms of if you have like a sub mid laner and a mid laner, how much do they interact? But when these two are starting on the same roster, you have to assume Xiaohu is giving kind of a lot of tips on how to play out through that mid lane. So this one definitely feels like a bit of a student versus master dynamic coming in today.
I'm very excited to see what Cryan has. I was looking back through some of the clips of him when I was looking up some B-roll of the trophy lifts, which we'll be bringing up here shortly, because it was so insane how actually pivotal Cryan was to this roster and a lot of the engages that were set up through him.
I mean, even think about it. Even this split, we had things like the Annie coming back in to counter the Ahri. That is all Cryan. Cryan really is the guy people are going to have to think of when they think of Annie, and RNG bringing it out all those years ago. So, again, mid lane matchup going to be incredibly important. And something on that note, right, is this, for playoffs, Azir not disabled anymore. And that was a huge pick for Cryan and for IG earlier in the split. And me and you were talking before, we were thinking, hey, maybe that's another reason they could be bringing T-Engine back in. You know, things like the Nidalee, the brand that Lian plays, don't really pair too well around Azir. Maybe IG going to lean back on what was giving them early success in the split.
Let the Shurima floodgates open, and we'll see what happens. I'm actually kind of excited for it. I kind of miss the shuffle plays themselves, but I think also it begs the conversation of going into the series itself. The higher seed gets choice on 3 out of the 5 games if there are 5 games on side selection. So you could come in and immediately take control of a side. I think Weibo will take advantage of that, especially with the way we've seen them choosing their side lane picks, things like that. Yeah,
and right. It never makes sense for a team to not just pick the first 3 games. That is always how it ends up in these first round matchups. It can give you so much momentum heading on. If you can get that first side, you know what you want to pick and draft, and then just be able to win from there. So I'd expect Weibo to pick blue side. It's what they were doing, having more success on in the split. Weibo were one of these teams who found ways to be able to get strong and unexpected counter picks even when they're on that side. And hey, it actually doesn't matter if Weibo's winning lanes or not, because again, this team has the longest average game time in the league, the second lowest champion kills per minute. Like, Weibo will be fine if the pace of the game is lowered by IG.
Yeah, we'll see if IG fall victim to the hare story and the tortoise and the hare. But that's where I want to talk about the cross section of these two teams and how they play against each other, because we've talked so much about, you know, that potential mid to late game spur that that Weibo can have, but we have known IG, and especially through On and Wink, to be a dominant looking 2v2 and always trying to get advantages through there, deliver resources there. And that's where the question, are they going to facilitate towards this strength we've seen from them yet again?
I hope so, because right, one thing you see IG do a lot is IG are a team who will ban 380 carries, and it's because they have things like the Draven that they can lean back on. They're fine playing any of these more aggressive lanes, the Callistos, the Lucians. So I hope they go back to looking for those. Tianjin is someone who is more proactive and more interactive with his lanes than Luyen was, which is not saying much, right? That's we all know how Luyen likes to play the game, but I think that's where IG should be looking, especially when Weibo's bot lane has probably been the most consistent part of their map this split.
That's the craziest thing is I feel like we have seen that level up you talked about from Chris, but Light has still continuously been a huge pickup, I feel like, and all the way from all those big spotlight moments on LNG. It feels good to see him kind of earning his own keep on Weibo, but it's going to be a tough test if you can withstand the pressure of this bot lane for IG.
And again, I think a lot's going to just come down to what they're able to get in draft and how they approach this, because things like the Nautilus, I expect to be taken away. That was taken away by Weibo in their very last series. But now I wonder how much do things like the Azir come into play in draft? Are Weibo going to look to take that one away? We know Xiaohu, of course, can play it. They can maybe look to take it away. Or is, 14.6 just shaken up so much? Do we not even care about that? Is Talia, Nico, these more proactive mid laners just more important?
Yeah, I think that conversation will be answered real quick, and then we'll see how that evolves in the best of 5 itself. I think when I look to this team, though, and especially a memory that I think will hold on for me for a long time now, is the opening cinematic that we had for the beginning of Spring Split, and the focus that they put on Xiaohao as a whole for Weibo, and a lot of that combination between him and Xiaohu and the mentorship and that kind of guidance. Xiaohao was also subbed out for Yudang and at the end of the split. So this guy's getting a start. He's an important piece of the puzzle. He's what this team was kind of built around coming into the season. And I feel like if he's able to have an outperformance of Tianjin, he will earn that spot and be able to kind of use some of that confidence to build up in the LPL playoffs.
I feel like the problem with Weibo is they somewhat have anti-synergy. It's like not as bad as if, I remember it so vividly now, 2020 spring when we saw Karsa and Knight first playing together. It was like, if they wanted to gank mid, one or both of them would die and never the enemy. So it's not to that level, but I think Xiaohao and Xiaohu haven't really been able to find the synergy that they would have liked to. There's so many moments where Weibo can aggressively invade, can make early plays, but they just choose not to. Hell, we saw it in their last series where they had three prio lanes against an Italy, never went for an invade, never tried to make her life a bit harder. So that'll be interesting to see if Weibo can sort that out in the course of the last 6 days.
And it's curious how his playstyle plays into the likes of Tianjin, who is known for the Rengar, but when he was playing at the beginning of the split, he was on rel duty. He was on facilitation, and he is going to be important. Yeah. I mean, hey, but he didn't pick those aggressive picks. He was very much hovering the rel, and so I'm curious if that's the Tianjin we'll get tonight against Xiaohao.
Oh, it's definitely going to be the one, because thinking about it, I didn't bring that up, right? I would assume Weibo would probably just ban out the Rengar. I mean, you're facing Tianjin, they're going to pick it if it's up.
Don't give him the chance. You saw what APA did with ASOL and Ziggs today at LCS. Just saying, don't give comforts.
I do love seeing all the clips of the LCS players over the past months to be these champions aren't that good. We just aren't used to playing against them or this, that, and the other. It's like, no, guys, you got to stop. You got to stop. You gave him a title today. On that note, congrats to the team with. It'll be fun seeing them at MSI. I don't know if it'll be potentially against one of these teams. I did predict Weibo to win LPL.
I was going to say, you had the run. I don't know what you're saying. You got to come in confident with that. Come on. They'll be facing Weibo.
Look. If Weibo commit to playing side lane, split push, the whole playoff run, maybe I have a bit more faith then. It's will they be able to survive early game against some of these teams? Who knows? But I think really going to have to lean into that cleverness at having the ability to not fight, which is not something every LPL team has.
And on that note, I want to bring that up a little bit here, because imagine if we get Prime, LeBlanc for Xiaohu. We're getting the spice of the Quinn for ZDZ. The ability for them to play in the side lanes has been a strength, and it's something very difficult that we actually don't see a lot of answers to when they approach teams in the LPL with that strategy.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go, baby.
I do gotta say, I am excited to see IG in their bot lane and what they're able to do, especially because of this man right here. I'll check Wink's solo queue every now and then, because it's always weird. The last week, like the things he's playing, Pipe, Braum, Sejuani, a lot of Camille games. Like, you never know what can come out from the IG bot duo.
And imagine being able to flex that with YSKM, who's a known Camille abuser. It really loves to take that one into the top side. I don't know if it's any good anymore, but it's going to be interesting, again, how IG can kind of come in prepped against Weibo, a team we just stated had known each other very well with the last part of the season.
I actually want to hit back on YSKM because it's something we haven't really talked about, right? Which is when coming in the last few series, it did not work out. Honestly, just was not having a good performance, was doing worse than YSKM. But why did YSKM get subbed out? It's because he has been having a terrible split so far. He was pretty much a Cassante one-trick early on, and again, leaning on some of the other strengths of IG. We'll see what he could do today. I checked, him and solo queue, been playing a ton of Rek'Sai, still playing, the standards, the Gwens, the Camille's, the Fioras. So I'm wondering how much YSKM and IG are going to be able to branch out.
And I'm curious to know your take, but both these guys very, very heavily opting into the Cassantes, right? Like, they are absolute Cassante goers. They both have, YSKM 16 games, ZDZ 14 games. But Impact was actually talking today. He felt confident taking that into a lot of counter matchups today, and he came out the better of it. So I'm curious tonight, with these two guys having such focus on that pick, if that's actually going to rear its head.
I would expect Weibo to lean away from it unless they feel like they need to take it away from YSKM. But I feel like we've been seeing, the meta's been leaning more into, more pressure tops. Things like the Aatrox have obviously been way more predominant over the past few weeks. The Rek'Sai coming in is another big one on that, with how strong he is early and then being able to sustain up through the lane. So, yeah, this first game I think is going to answer a lot of what these teams care about, especially IG. Again, coming in with 2 roster changes from their last series to now is massive.
That's such a big change for a series that is literally do or die. You have to remember, we are not in Guardian Angel just yet. The first rounds are a doozy, and IG think that this could be the ticket to a victory. So let's hover back into a little bit of that focus from draft. A lot of the first 3 picks I feel like going to be centered around jungle priority and solo lanes. But to be honest, the way that Weibo can approach this is multifaceted, it feels like.
Yeah, and well, I don't know if Weibo should approach it multifaceted. Like, I would love for them to, again, just dial in the one style and only play that. But the reason why Weibo haven't been able to find more wins, right, is that Weibo are a team who are just going to, draft, whatever's generically strong. They'll get a Karma in mid like they did in their last series. Pick a Zinja alongside it, get a Varus and play for more of this, 5v5 style. I definitely think Weibo have many different modes that they're able to play from. And again, especially against a team like IG that hasn't been finding success. But who knows, Mazel? Maybe we get the craziest Hail Mary ever, and it's we go into game 1 draft. We have top Heimerdinger, and we have jungle Ezreal from all those years ago. It's just crazy.
So things that don't work but are just picked because you want them to be.
They worked years ago.
They did work years ago, but this is years later.
Level 2 Ezreal invading with red buff. What could you do about it?
So we saw On playing pretty confidently when he came out to the stage, and he's going to be a very important factor for this IG roster. It has been, right? It feels like he is one of the guards that are left here with the IG's complete retool over the last couple of years. And he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but also a lot of possibility to upset Light, because we know Light can always get to those late game carry moments. His positioning in team fights are incredible, but as we had mentioned so many times, Weibo's early game lacks, and if you can get up under them, it becomes that much more difficult.
Yeah, and again, On Has been very hit or miss over the season, but has had very explosive dynamic moments alongside Wink. We're backing up, which means we get draft coming in. Again, I'd expect things like the Nautilus to be taken off by Weibo. There it is, Nico alongside it. We still have the Rengar. We still have things like the Azir. Now it's about what Weibo want to ban third. IG keeping kind of generic bans so far. I'm a bit surprised by the Ashe, but the Renekton, again, signaling they want to take away things that are strong in that top lane 1v1.
I love that early focus. Also, got to give some love to On. Don't want to give the Kalista over. Maybe a little smirk being given over there as well. But I do wonder if we get any of that continued ADC ban, right? The Senna still available. A couple big picks still available in the 2v2 down there.
Yeah, I mean, hell, even solving things like the Varus, sure, I guess you took away the Ashe by itself, but still a lot of options. That actually going to be taken off the table. So Karma has been hit, so don't know if we'll be seeing a lot of that one. The Talia, I think, rising in priority. And then again, it's just going to be all about how IG feel about getting some of their comfort picks, because they're all left open.
Oh, wow. Okay, so just starting it off with the Maokai here. Some space advantage given over, also some utility there.
So this actually is the takeaway. This is Weibo saying, we don't care about the Rengar. We don't care about the Rel. The other thing that Tianjin leaned heavily on, well, not heavily, but his second most played in 2 games was the Maokai. So I think they're going to want to try and make Tianjin uncomfortable, not give him an easy time where he could just supplement his team with these saplings.
The smile from Xiaohu.
He just goes straight for it. Weibo were willing to play into this, and now it's going to see how IG build around, you know, this assassin, this dive jungler that needs to go, and an Ahri would be something that pairs with it well.
God, why am I getting like anime protagonist vibes right now from Weibo? He's just they're just standing there. They're gonna take all the punches and see what IG can give with this new roster retooled for playoffs. The Ahri, a crucial combination with the Rengar.
Yeah, now Weibo. It's actually surprising. We're having no picks leaning into bot lane so far. We still have things like the Zyrakan left open. The Zeri has been something that's really been coming into prominence lately. You would have a lot of mobility to try to play around and get away from this Rengar and Ahri. And I guess the nice thing about giving over something like the Rengar early is when you're going for the Zeri, right, you usually have to be so afraid of the Vi getting locked in on the opposite side. But Weibo know exactly what they're going into.
And Light Zeri does get kind of nutty. Again, goes back to the conversation of being kind of that late game hyper scaling carry. Will be just fine in that role this time around to kick off the series as a whole. And with a double marksman composition that they're going to lock in here, it gives them a lot of pressure if they can get ahead.
And this, in my mind, is Weibo leaning into their strengths, right? Double AD carry Tristan in mid means your game is going to be a lot more about taking turrets at the speed you can take neutral objectives. So I do like that they're continuing to lean in to what they love to do. Now for IG, you're probably going to want to get, you know, a semblance of your bot lane going so far. I mean, I was going to say if they wanted to match the scaling, you'd have things like the Jinx, but IG are all inning on the early game.
Gotta love this. And On classic as well. He made the maneuver at the beginning that setting the tone for this series, and he's gonna have to have a big performance here on the Draven.
Now for IG, we have supports, we have ADs left. I mean, supports and tops. I feel like there's enough in the bot lane pool that just taking away things you don't want YS game going into is a good call. They're gonna take away the Rumble, which is something that ZDZ can play.
I always love the Rumble in LPL. Gives you so much flexibility, but also just so much turnaround potential. Laying out the red carpet. It is going to be the Blitzcrank band against Wink. We've seen him pull this one out before, but also just gives you that extra potential kill pressure with the Draven.
Yeah, it's going to be... I'm kind of curious to see where IG go with their last 2 picks, right? But the fact that they already have a Rengar and a Draven, they already have a lot of volatility in their draft, and you're going to want to enable this Draven. So do they just walk back to putting YSKM on that Cassante like we were hitting on? Or are they going to go even more? No, they banned it themselves.
Let's go.
I was going to say, are they going to go even more volatile, right? Like, do they lean into a Camille or another one of their unique picks and just say, screw it, we are all jumping onto Xiaohu and Light?
And it was funny in our conversation set up this series. There wasn't a lengthy conversation about ZDZ's rise and what he can do to YS Cam to kind of shut him down here today. So I'm very curious now what kind of depth the champion pool will get between these two guys. It is the Renata band away against IG.
Yeah, so probably going to want to try and find some hard engage in this spot lane. But things like the Nautilus and Blitzcrank gone, it's hard. Funnily enough, we've been seeing things. We saw the Thresh come back yesterday, which is something that definitely comes to mind. But even things like the Alistar, the Rakan still left open. But IG, I'm kind of surprised they aren't going to look to go for the counter pick in top lane.
I'm also just surprised that Azir is not being picked up by either side to kick it off to try to flex some power potential. But a Jax for YS Cam is a known quantity. Also something he's very strong at. Finds those very crucial, I feel like, counter-strikes within team fights that just change the game sometimes.
It's going to be hard in this one, though, right? You have both Zeri and Tristana, which have mobility. You have something like the Maokai shutting them down. And now Weibo even going to go the direction of the Gragas. I would like if they lock this in. It's something that, you know, has a fine time in that top lane 1v1 against the Jax. You can always sustain up with your passive. You can always just bonk him away with your E if you need to. So far I'm really liking what Weibo have. But even for IG, both of these teams have heavily leaned into their identities from what we've seen so far this split.
It's so crazy, right? Like, sometimes you expect teams to come up with some different strategies, and then they rely on those tried and true ones as the series goes on. No, both teams are like, no, let's just play to what we know works and see what your response is going to be. I really like Crisp on the Rakan, not only for the engage potential that he provides. His engage play, I feel like, has really turned up, but the roam potential that is a crux of Weibo.
But speaking of roam potential, yep, there it goes. He locks it in. This has been his most played support over the past week in solo queue. So I love that IG have leaned into, like, let's get on comfort. Let's try to smash them early where Weibo are more passive and really just try to run over the game. I think we have two very clear game plans, right? IG snowballing early, getting those gold leads, trying to end the game. 25, 30 minutes for Weibo holding out early and playing more for that long game with how quickly they could take things like Dragon and Baron.
They need to be able to weather the storm, it feels like, for Weibo, which coming into this one, we would have expected them to have their anti-raincoats on, everything ready to go, but you've got to be able to withstand a lot of the comfort. We've seen it reign supreme around the world. And I think for IG, they come in with Tianjin, they come in with this style now leaning towards him, where Weibo literally stood in front of them waving their fingers, say, come at me, bro, because they let this crucial pick through. So much has relied on IG's success around jungle, around this bot lane early 2v2, and it will continue to be so important here.
Yeah, again, a lot these teams are playing for. IG, it's been since 2021 since they made playoffs for Weibo. They're coming off going all the way to World Finals. So I think both these teams having a lot to prove because of the circumstances that they're in.
We're getting into game one now, and it's sure to be a best of 5 to remember. Lives on the line here for spring. It's Weibo Gaming versus Invictus Gaming. We have all that early game pressure from IG, and we have the storm needing to be held through for Weibo. Let's hear those Gyos roar.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
They say confidence is key, Lyric, and man, how confident do you think IG's coach and IG as a whole were going into this game, man? They got like all the picks that they could have ever asked for. It feels like a composition tool to their strengths.
I feel like it has to be one of those things that, like, slowly as draft progresses pick by pick. Like, IG have to be going from, yo, guys, look, we're getting all of our picks, haha, hoo-hoo, to, like, guys, they're giving us all of our one tricks.
Wait,
what?
Is this a trap?
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting because also other dynamics are at play here, right? When Weibo do give you everything that your team loves to play, when they give over Tianjin, his best pick in the Rengar, when you give the Draven, if this doesn't turn into a win, I mean, that could be a big confidence hit in a best of 5 where it's like, hey, that was the best that we had. I guess the silver lining is, again, obviously IG do have sub top, sub juggler, sub everythings if they do need to make changes, but we'll see how it goes. We expect a lot from them 2v2 down bot. Their other two lanes, though, are going to be a bit neutralized. Gragas, again, can neutralize Jax perfectly. Tristana should be able to keep push up against Ahri. So it's just going to be a lot about the isolated 2v2 for now.
Yeah. And seeing what IG can get. A nice little hook there as Light could be brought down with that Ignite coming through. That's all you want early. You just want to get that pressure and maintain dominance.
Yeah, doing a nice job of already off to a good start. And again, this was how IG was finding wins very early on in the split. I think it's going to stay in people's minds of the Luyen hard carries that we've been seeing recently, whether the Nidalees, the Brands, whatever it's been. But before he was subbed in, IG was still doing decently well in the standings, and all of it was off of the aggression we're seeing now. And look at the CS lead that's already going to come from it.
It's going to be huge. I do want to check in with the junglers. A little bit of vision spotting out Tianjin, pathing down towards his bot side, but the path going to be matched by Xiaohao as well.
And we don't expect too much from Tianjin early on the Rengar, right? He's going to have to focus on being able to get his camps done. Of course, taking the fleet to have a bit of an easier time because doing that first clear as Rengar can be a little bit tough. And I love that we don't need to keep our eyes on the jungler. I'm actually more curious about Wink in the movement he's making right now, hovering around mid.
Let's see if he can find anything early. Get it active before Crisp can. I think that's the importance of this Pyke pick. And something Wink will be able to rely on pretty heavily. And I think the reset's also going to be super important. We're going to take a look at the topside matchup a little bit here because I think ZDZ has been waiting for this matchup in a way, especially knowing how YSKM has had a lot of success on his Jax. The Gragas for ZDZ is something that I've actually really enjoyed, but it's also the first time he's played at this entire split.
I mean, right, it hasn't been a champion that's been meta, and that's really just the dynamic of a lot of the champions we've had in top lane, right? You're not picking Gragas into an Udyr, into an Aatrox, really, into the Cassante, so it is nice to see him be able to come out as Tianjin. Yep,
there's a kitty right there.
You just can't gank mid like you used to.
I remember these rocks used to go for miles.
Yeah, there's better days when we need more brawling around the mid lane, but I guess not better days for Weibo. So Weibo are going to be fine with this wing.
Ooh, nice re-engage there from Chris. I love it. We're just getting the back and forth switcheroos here between the teams.
Yeah, you're right. Great call by Chris, right? He sees Wink going in. He knows, hey, if I can distract and gauge on at the same time, there's no kill threat able to come through.
And it's curious, Wink is actually using the early tick up of that hook as well to try to get the close range version of it, and I like it here because it gives you a lot less time to react to it.
Yeah, definitely a guy who knows how to play the Pyke, and Wink in my mind has actually been the best player on IG this split. It's really great to see how he's grown, but Crying now might be under threat.
Really good connection there. He misses the charm as well. Is he gonna go down? Explosive charge with one auto. Xiaohu on the board. First blood for Weibo.
Weibo showing Tianjin and Crying how it's done. And the way it's done is by being decisive. Xiaohu did not waste any time with that flash to help Xiaohu secure that kill.
And if you want anybody to be ahead, it's definitely Xiaohu for this Weibo roster. Again, we kind of highlighted earlier, but the Master versus the Apprentice in this mid lane between Xiaohu and Crying. And Xiaohu getting the better of him already with a little bit of love from that duo with Xiaohao.
Oh, how
That's
beautiful.
so good, man.
Dodges out on the ward. Great job.
And he flashed too. Oh.
Just great planning from Weibo. Great job of keeping track of the wards and knowing exactly how to make the play happen. And again, all eyes are going to be on Xiaohu, I think, especially in terms of form. If he could step up even more, people might forget, but Weibo in 2023 summer didn't have a great finish. They finished 6th in the regular season and even went out in that same round in playoffs. But they made the run through the gauntlet at Worlds because that's when Xiaohu really stepped up and was putting on those huge carry performances in the regional finals. So who knows, maybe here with all the pressure on, this is where he could really start to turn it on and show us that Weibo are going to be a team we have to take seriously.
And I love that they're starting off by kind of giving Xiaohu the reins here, where typically, when he has a lot of the proficiency, it's on roaming to the side lanes here. Now he's going to have some proficiency dodging out of Crying's charm. Oh, man, he's in his head.
I mean, how can he not be, right? He's like sitting there, you young timer, I taught you everything you know.
I taught
like,
you everything.
And what can he do?
Oh, goodness gracious. They got to find something to do because that combination between the Ahri and the Rengar is so important for this roster and honestly for this composition to get off the ground running. Xiaohao will show his face bot side. They do know that the dragon has started. Nice little flash there coming out from On, getting away from the engage. They find the Bramble Smash, but it's going to be IG now in some trouble. Grind is on his way in. They're going to re-engage here. They want to get some damage for onto Xiaohao. He goes down. On gets the cash in here too. That's huge. They Tianjin wants to keep going. They can't get the hook. They do finally get the Bone Skewer, and Light's going to go down too. Tianjin gets another one for his team, and that'll be a 2-for-1 lead for IG.
And it just felt like a fight that Weibo really didn't need to look for. Great job by IG capitalizing on the overforce coming out from Weibo. Now a kill on Draven, a kill on Rengar. Exactly the champions you want to pick up the gold.
That's insane. The gold just drops right into the pockets of the needy there for this roster. And now they can actually utilize some of that strength. Try to go mid lane potentially with Wink on a roam, but will be spotted out by the ward.
Xiaohu's just playing with so much confidence. He does not fear Cryan's like potential to charm him whatsoever. And things are actually going so great for Weibo to start off. They get the Draven Flasher looking to keep going, but that just seems like an overzealous W, and especially to keep following and up the amount of CC that IG have. Charm on the Ahri, the net on the Rengar, the hook on the Pike. They did such a great job of locking Xiaohao down for so long that he had nowhere to go.
I'm just saying, watching Tianjin navigate this fight is actually insane. Why did they let this man get this pick? Like, he's literally jumping all over them. And the thing you don't realize about a Rengar is how sustainable he is in these little fights, in these little skirmishes. And Tianjin knows that, and they utilize that strength. Now you've got Essence Reaver at like 820 for on the Draven.
And that's why I think it was such a big misstep from Weibo, because we said, hey, IG are looking to make this a 25-minute, 30-minute game. And Weibo had a gold lead early up until that misstep, and maybe going to be able to find more, but nope. With Rocket Jump Flash and even his ult still up, Xiao is probably absolutely vibing until he's forced into a team fight.
And the biggest conversation was Weibo needed to weather the storm. Well, the storm is out there, and it is aplenty, but the lead is not that far ahead of them. So a monumental lead was kind of needed for IG. They will find the first neutral objective here in their dragon. It is pretty late.
Yeah, so they aren't really getting those stocked up just yet. They still have the potential to play for more grubs and maybe get things going that way, right? Because, I mean, hell, once neutral objectives are on the map, you start fighting over them. That's where IG's comp really went to snowball. So this is where the opportunity is just starting. So it's really going to be about the next 10-minute window for IG. Yeah. Weibo might not even opt into fighting a lot of these neutrals, though. Like you said, yeah. First dragon's so late. Who cares?
Well, but I think the dragon itself is going to be a really big boon to IG, especially if they get those, or I guess not early stackings, but continue to do so. Ooh, why is Kim gonna pop his Grandmaster? Is there ZDZ ready to go, but had used the cask? Still very, very advantageous trade from Weibo's top side.
Yeah, doing a great job. ZDZ not really a player we get to talk about all too much. Usually, you know, I think a very middle of the pack top laner is how most people would view him. Definitely stepping up, I think, in some of his other carry performances, though. Again, the Quinn was able to find the comeback, had some decent TF games earlier on, and having a great time on the Gragas. Like you said, it seems like ZDZ was waiting for this.
He's just having a good time. You know, there's no TP available for YSKM, so he's just having fun, drinking his cask, pushing in his wave. Nobody's ever going to come visit him on this island up here, so it's fine, because everybody wants to be down bot side for that party.
And we also need to look at mid lane CS, right? Because it actually doesn't matter about the kills that Tianjin and On have been able to find. Even the slight gold lead that the Draven has over the Zeri is completely outdone by the CS leads in mid and top. Xiao, we've already seen multiple times, taking so many plates. So it seems like things still in a decent spot, especially now with Xiao having the Kraken Slayer. Knight's Vow just finished up by Xiao as well, showing he's just going to be that full-on supportive force, healing for his carries.
I'm very curious at how they can approach these next couple of minutes. Xiaohu can buffer pretty easily. Wink going to be in a position where soon he can kind of chase that down, and utilizing that's going to be really important. Now, you did get those 2 grubs already for IG as well. I wonder if they do want to try to at least change over to that side of the map a little bit, because they haven't been able to really get vision strongly that way, because they've been putting so much presence around bot side.
Yeah, and it seems like they're kind of just banking too much on being able to find these plays and protect their Draven. I mean, hell, even a lot of times around mid, but Xiaohu has kind of been egoing them with this movement and never giving an opportunity over.
They really want to find something here. They're trying to get everything, but Crisp is just playing so stalwart. Xiaohu the same, and this is the approach that Weibo wanted. They are literally standing there in the face of IG saying, hit me and see what happens. Now, Xiaohu might not want to take that one to the face as the Charm's going to connect as well. Nature's Grasp going to utilize. Xiaohu trying to get his way out of there. Now Crying going to take a decent amount of damage now. Oh no, Xiaohu! He's going to flash. Tianjin wants it. He's a hungry predator, and that's a 470-pound lion that wants a little bit of meat.
Yeah, they were able to connect the Charm this time around, which allowed for more damage to be able to come out. Xiaohu, I think, also seeming like he wanted to follow up on Xiaohao going in. Probably could have ran away immediately after. I mean, we'll see in the replay what was possible, but nice by IG, still finding small wins on the map.
You just have to get as much as possible. That Sundered Sky start pretty big for Tianjin, but now he's going to have to be a little careful as Xiaohao wants to get something back for his bot side. A little bit of stability gained for Light, and I think he comes out the better out of this because of a little bit of the lack of dying, I guess, from Weibo so far towards bot side.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? We keep highlighting the stacking around bot side, being around bot lane, but not actually having all that much aggression around this half of the map. And so far, this is just very reminiscent to Weibo and IG playing a week ago. Again, the aggression coming out from IG in the early game, finding a very small lead, not really in terms of gold, but you can feel they have control with where their champions are at with their power spikes. Now just being able to translate it into a bit more.
We're going to get a little look at the replay on that mid lane fight. And, really good combinations there from IG, but Xiaohu just a little quick.
Yeah, and it seems like actually really no way of being able to get out with Tianjin holding on to that ult. It was just a really nice combo, like you said, net into the Charm, allowing for so much damage to then be able to come through with both teams' combos. Herald up on the map now. This is where we really want to see IG scrapping, and look at the minimap. It looks like Weibo are willing to take part.
Oh yeah, they're feeling a little bit more confident now that they have first item spikes for both Xiaohu and Light. Light has regained a little bit of that momentum in mid lane. Rift Herald has spawned, so IG will just be rebuffed to the 2 grubbies. And actually just going to start that one up as Weibo right now with the pressure they have from mid.
Maybe judging of, hey, fighting in the 5v5 is too hard because Weibo's comp actually should counteract IG's pretty well. I mean, having the disengage from things like the Gragas and the Maokai, all of that lockdown onto things like Rengar and Ahri that are jumping in, so they're going to be fine going for the trade, but still, it means Weibo really aren't falling behind at all this game.
And we're seeing the bread and butter. Xiaohu in the side lane trying to take down the turret here. He's starting to get a little bit confident in his position on the map. They will end up taking this as well. So first turret to Weibo.
A lot of gold going up there. Is now ZDZ going to try and hold by himself? Has the cask. Is going the AP Gragas, which we've been seeing way more of in solo queue since the slight nerfs have come to Gragas.
Ooh.
It's fine.
Ooh.
And it's giving time for Chris to be able to come react on the map and isn't going to give a chance for IG to look to make this play again.
Really good denial with the use of the ulti from ZDZ, and was feeling very confident with this pick of the Gragas into YSKM's Jax, and now you're starting to see the utility come alive for him, even with the AP version. Now Xiaohu making a play towards top side. YSKM, you're in some trouble. What are you going to do here? Counter-Strike is available. Will the real weapon come out, or is it just a stick? He's going to try to get the combo onto Xiaohao. Now he's in some trouble in the alcove gameplay, and Xiaohu just wants a little bit of gold. There he is. Now on him, mid lane got caught. He's trying to get over to Wink. He should be fine.
It's great, the tempering there coming from Weibo. Don't overchase. You've already found a win on top side. IG, it seemed like we're trying to answer back around bot with how aggressively they were playing in that bot side jungle, but not able to get anything off of it. And look at Weibo, that Herald is going to be used immediately.
Oh my goodness. We're going to take a look at how that happened actually on just not expecting the combo over the wall.
Yeah, and just punishing one of the moments where Pyke is trying to roam and play alongside the Rengar and the Ahri.
Okay. They want a tempo play here. They have Xiaohu way overextended. He's going to try to run away. On needs to get this kill here. Or Crying getting it's not too bad, but they'll give it to On, and that's a lot of money. 750 gold.
So IG gonna love that. This Raven now, hopefully gonna be able to accelerate a bit more. I like the idea of Xiaohu just running away and trying to buy a bit more time, but IG gonna be totally fine, just getting closer and closer to stronger power points.
But let's talk some brass tacks here then, because we're 17 minutes in. We're getting close to that 25 to 30-minute win condition we set up for IG. They have not rolled over this game. They have not found a big advantage, even though they keep striking at the armor of Weibo.
It's been nice, right? Because we've been seeing them find some picks, get some kills, you know, try and set up to find the lead. But it feels like Weibo have just done such a nice job of playing the map. And, right, they did have winning lanes in mid and top, which kind of set up for where we've been. Still, though, IG sitting at 2 Drakes, only 2 minutes until the next one. You have an item advantage on AD carry. They're still in a position where IG can be able to take this one as we get closer to Seoul, but Chemtech Seoul, probably not what they were hoping for.
I do like the IE second item for On completed because they can just strut their stuff a little bit more on the map itself, and they get one big pick-off. That's a huge ticket for IG. Again, they have about that 1 minute 50-second mark till that dragon spawns, but Weibo are actually the ones wanting to make a play here on IG. They're gonna flash forward. Xiao goes in for the neck deep play and he finds it. IG have been left trounced and Chris gives them the thumbs down.
And all 3 of the kills going between the 2 AD carries. Like getting even bigger. Xiaohu getting some more gold under his belt. This bot lane turret is almost dead, so it's gonna be even more gold going over to Weibo. Huge swing.
They pulled the trigger so well on that too, and they grabbed the Maokai first and foremost from blue side, realizing that spacing, that availability of playmaking is monumental.
I love calls like this where you recognize, hey, sure, the Ahri might be on this side of the map, but we can engage faster and find a pick while we still have numbers advantage, and that's exactly what they do, blowing them up. Great engage by Xiaohao and followed by Chris to make this all possible.
And again, we came into this one like, okay, Xiaohao, you got to show what's up. You got to earn that position on Weibo. I think with that play alone, he has definitely made a statement of his own. Again, he was a big prospect from Anyone's Legend, spending over 2 years with that organization after also being on Rogue Warriors before that. But it's been a coming-of-age story, it feels like, for Xiaohao on Weibo.
Yeah, and right, a lot of it hasn't been down to him playing bad individually. It's just been this Weibo as a unit hasn't really worked all that well together. They've really relied on some of the strength of their individuals, or again, some band-aids, things like Talia, things like the Twisted Fate, to be able to get them ahead. But definitely having a really solid game on Maokai this time around. Hell, he also had a great game on Poppy in their last series against IG.
Yeah, he did. It's, maybe it helps fuel a little bit of that fire there. As IG will strike on their 3rd dragon of the game. That stacking starting to come to fruition, but Weibo, they want the fastball play, and they want to try to take the Baron.
They're going to go for it. Even the fastball build coming up from ZDZ with the Cosmic Drive. Chris, waiting, just gather some information. They're doing this quite fast.
Tianten's got the predatory instincts popped. He's going to get that engaged. Here comes the Whirling Death. It's not going to be enough. Weibo grabbed the Baron. Now they can take the fight after, but Wink is looking for an angle here. He's got it. The Bone Skewer connects. He's got the big target, though. I don't know if that's who you wanted. CDZ able to tank up a storm, but On executes him and gets the gold. Now Weibo under turret. They do have a lot of strength to defend here, and Tianten getting low. Charm connects. Bone Skewer, and another kill goes to On. That's huge. They are circling like sharks as IG are now moving in. Wink wants it on. It's Tianten. They're hovering over the tower. They just need to find the way clear, and they cannot.
No, able to survive, but still, as IG, you're gonna be thankful that you're able to take away 2 Barons. But I think Weibo are still walking away feeling completely fine. IG are on Soul Point, but it feels like we're at a point where Weibo feel comfortable going for team fights. That they're able to match in items, and again, it feels like compositionally, it should be hard for IG to get in, as we see here. All they need is one lone Crisp to press R to make sure that no steal is possible by the Rengar, even if On himself did get close. But then just able to run them down, right? Having a lot of great tools to where they can keep this going. It feels like a big reason Weibo didn't want to take the fight was because of the tools they used to stop the engage, but great charms, great hooks, and that's what this comp relies on, right? It relies on those skill shots connecting for you to be able to find anything as well. Beautiful net into the charm. Crisp sacrificing his life for light.
And honestly, a little bit of a redemption play from Cryin, who was missing a lot of those early charms there. It's a couple key ones, as we see. And Weibo back on the map with IG playing towards pressure. Again, they will lose a little bit of that momentum in mid lane because the Baron is still up and available. At least the buff is for Weibo.
Like I said, before Weibo went on that run to World Finals, they finished 6th. That's going to be the hopium that I'm selling right here in this series. Weibo, this could be the start of a run, Mazel.
Could be, but IG for their first time in multiple years making it here. I think they are looking for a run of their own, as they have not known glory in a long, long time. But maybe with this new retooled roster, they can do so. Nice little bush play from Weibo. Will be spotted out in the end. They couldn't hold it, but they still have the buff for 40 seconds here, Lyric, and they pull the Nature's Grasp, which means that Tier 2 goes down.
Very stock and standard, right? Using that Baron, grouping up together. They already have great wave clear and great ability to take turrets with the double marksman. And then just the icing on top is that Maokai ult to make sure that no scrapping happens. So sitting at almost a 3K gold lead 23 minutes in as the side that scales.
It can't, like, it's not going to plan. We got to find a different plan. There's got to be a gambit somewhere, something, because we said IG grabbed this composition to roll over Weibo, but Weibo have stood the test of their storm. They have a double marksman composition who is on the cusp of 3 items apiece, and that is some damage.
IG do have 3 items on their Draven, so there's at least something there. And, you know, kind of speaking of IG, I mean, hell, the only playoff team that they beat to get into playoffs is BLG, which is kind of ridiculous. How many teams is BLG worth? Is BLG worth like 2 or 3 other playoff teams?
Let's be real, though. There was some magic going on in that series because Lien just has Shun's number. Like, it just has been the case. And, you know, he just came in and mind controlled him.
It's the same thing of why Cryin is going to have no chance in this 1v1 against Xiaohu. Sure, no. IG can win. But, like, right, Cryin coming after Xiaohu into that mid lane role. For Shun and Lien, it was the same thing. Shun coming after Lien.
Yep.
Originally on IG. The mental block is real.
It is real. Let's see if it actually comes to fruition here. But Cryin starting to step up in this mid game. I think when we came into this series, we had a lot of props to give to Xiaohu, a lot of the direction he's shown from the mid lane there. But Cryin was also a very important answer into Xiaohu tonight if IG were going to have a chance.
Yeah, and I feel like Cryin is one of the more consistent pieces on the roster. Might not have some of the highs as some of his teammates, but definitely doesn't have the lows. You know, that we've seen from people like YSKM, Tianjin, hell, even Lien when he was in and was, you know, being so hit or miss. But Wink, very disconnected from the rest of his team right now. It seems like Weibo either not knowing what's up or not caring whatsoever.
The deepest flank you ever seen. He's secret agent man Wink right now. I don't think he actually got spotted out there either.
I feel like they must have had an idea. I mean, see, they have an idea, right? ZDZ used his W, walked into jungle before, like, as he did that. So.
Did we cast or curse him? Is he able to get out of this one? Gonna take a couple shots to the back. Does end up using the Spirit Rush there, but now the Dragon was started up by IG, forcing Weibo's hand down towards this pit.
We're going to go for it. Ult coming out from Xiaohu. Tianjin might just get locked in.
He's going to have to cleanse his way out of that one. He's going to jump to the bush, but he can't get away. Oh, big engage from YSKM, though. They might actually find it. Wink can't get the resets, and now this is where Weibo thrives. They are in a front to back, and they are decimating the competition. YSKM is trying to hold on for dear life, but the storm has come, and it's Weibo. They're out of control.
And Weibo, I mean, they have 30-second death timers. They're going to go for this push, actually covering all their bases. Even going to still take the Drake. I don't know if they have enough time to end. They probably don't, but at the very least, having enough time to get this inhibitor. Great progression of the fight by Weibo. I love seeing these AD carries that probably should be scared of all the damage on the opposite side, actually jumping forward, going in even farther to the fight. It's crazy.
the confidence that Weibo is exuding right now is palpable. Like, they are literally giving IG everything they could ask for coming into this game, and they are destroying them.
I mean, having complete control over the river. I love the use of Valkyrie, but then it's here where we see the Tristana jump out and then just retool both him and Light, then just jump back in. They are not afraid of the other members being able to get on them. They immediately take down the Draven, and what a great angle for Weibo.
Xiaohu's flash there to get out Cryan's charm was so clutch as well. Little things going the way of Weibo leads out to a 5,000 gold lead now. And I think coming into the season, we knew the potential that this Weibo roster had, even with some of the changes they were having, because Xiaohu and Light are a consistent carry duo, and they have shown out in this first game.
Exactly, right? I mean, just any team that's going to have, especially these two guys as two of your carries, there's always going to be some chance in some games there, and it's why Weibo, even when they're having a kind of down split like they've had, have been able to make...
Oh, no. You just got invited to a bounce house that you want no part of. Tianzhen is gone. He's been made into a pelt, and that lion ain't going to have any roar behind him today.
And now they're going to be able to look for the spare, and they don't have the same tools to look for return with both ZDZ and Xiao's ults being down, but Crisp still has his. So IG going to try and come to contest. The engage is still possible.
Baron getting about half health here. On very scared to even step up. Wink is there. Not going to be able to get anything over the wall there. And the Baron goes over to Weibo once again. That'll be their second of the game so far.
I like that Weibo even kept formation just in case that IG walked in, because Chris was nowhere near the pit. He was actually sitting in that brush on the opposite side, closer to where blue buff is. So Weibo covering all their bases. They secure the Baron. And I mean, right now... I mean, it doesn't even really matter if IG gets soul at this point. It feels like Weibo have the pushing power, have the damage to not only win fights, but also to just demolish IG's base.
And we were just talking, oh yeah, you know, the double marksman composition, it's almost on 3 items for both of them. Xiao just slams his items on the table, says, I got 4 of them bad boys now. And it's going to be very difficult for IG to pick apart. But this is, again, the story we wanted to tell for this first game. They got all the confidence. They got all the comfort picks. They got Tianjin's Rengar. They got On's Draven and Wink's Pike. But you needed to have a massive snowballing advantage with this kind of composition, and you just didn't get it.
Yeah, and, you know, I love that you point out Xiaohu's items in regards to that, too, because Xiaohu knowing, like, hey, I don't actually need to build more damage. It's just all about having more defensive stats now with how IG's comp plays out, the single target CC, the single target damage. He's going to be able to out DPS them regardless. So Bloodthirster and GA definitely huge buys for Weibo, and it's going to be even harder for IG.
See if IG have anything left in the tank here. They're going to focus on ZDZ, but he's a tanky boy. Now Tianjin gets the ire right back from Weibo. YSKM was going for a long flank, but he's already losing his team. 2 kills for Xiaohu. Make it a 3rd, make it a 4th. Let's get him a pentakill here, Weibo. That's one hell of a way to start it off. But Xiaohu, the man, the graceful legend of our league, does not care for glitz and glamour. He cares about winning the damn game, and Weibo wiped the floor with IG in game 1.
Man, Xiaohu is so cold. Like, how gangster is that to, like, not actually be the only person on your team to not care about your penta? You're like, no, we are winning this playoff game. Man is unaffected. I was even watching the player cams when he was dancing around all of, like, Tianjin and Cryan's attempts to gank him, and he was, like, the most, like, apathetic guy there could be. He did not care whatsoever. What a great performance from Weibo.
Can't smile till the job is done. Weibo definitely handed in some hefty paperwork in that first one. And I think the biggest conversation before we go to break is that, you know, IG got what they wanted, but they came up short. So how does that progress into the series draft itself? Oh, gosh, Anthony, we're going to have to see so many answers to the questions. We will be back after a short little break.
certain fate. We'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands. tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much.
Welcome back to round one of the LPL Spring Playoffs. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric. And what a kickoff to the road to the Silver Dragon Cup. Weibo, they knew what was coming. They literally watched the car go by them, and they got their objective they needed. They handled game one impeccably. And we'll take a look at how exactly they did that, Lyric.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because, again, I really can't stress enough how interesting it is. I think that these teams played a week ago. Like, it is crazy that you then have to repeat that matchup. IG trying to throw in curveballs by changing out two of their members, bringing in YScam and Tianjin, getting all of their comfort picks across the board. But Weibo drafted around it. They had the plan set up, a ton of disengage, a ton of room to set up for their carries, but also the ability to jump in, to follow through and re-engage once you get the setup that you want. And they were huge in those fights. Xiaohu and Light getting set up beautifully by the three supporting members. And I mean, this is exactly how you want as Weibo to start out playoffs.
I got to give some special love to Xiaohao, a guy who I definitely feel like still had question marks towards the end of the split. I mean, he got subbed out for Yudong at least, and I think he had an incredible start to the game that led to the facilitation for these two carries to really get off the ground running. A lot of the Nature's Grasp angles were so huge, and Xiaohu playing with utmost confidence in the mid lane definitely had Crying's number to start this one.
I mean, this man did not care. Me and you were just talking during the break. There was one moment where Xiaohu just kept like walking forward and hitting the Eski just right in front of Tianjin and Crying. Did not care. Felt completely confident in being able to get away from those charms in the CC. And this is the fight that you talked about, right? Goes in, gets locked down, but make sure he doesn't get CC'd long enough, flashes away to make sure that he can re-engage and just start wiping all of IG down. And this is the Tiger King of Spring that you want to see. Hell, that's the whole reason why I had so much confidence coming into Spring for Weibo, is just because this is always the split where Xiao usually steps up, and he definitely did it in this first game.
The Tiger King of Spring has ice in his veins. He gets a quadra kill to finish it off, not even going for the pentakill when ZDZ was trying to serve it up to him on a silver platter. It is brass tacks for Weibo, a team who had just seen one of the highest highs possible in all of competitive League of Legends by being in the World Finals, falling to T1. But a team that looks a lot different, that wants to make a run of their own here to start the year off.
And again, they draft like they not only drafted and like planned for the enemy, like you could tell they knew exactly what IG were going to go for with their picks, but they also stayed true to their own identity. Again, playing more around neutrals, setting up the double marksman being perfect for that, and not just taking these more mindless like, hey, let's fight, let's brawl type of compositions. And we got to go back to the advantage of being 7th seed over 10th, right? Weibo are going to get to pick the side once again. So it shouldn't get any easier for IG. Yeah.
little bit of love given over to On there. He came out very confident in his intro, but a little bit of confidence rebuffed by Weibo. I think this is a IG roster who definitely can turn it back around, but you got a question on how they approach this now. They got everything they asked for. They are on red side, and it didn't work out for them. Now they have to find a way to combat maybe some of that mid-game, late-game pressure that Weibo have.
Again, maybe they lean into that, right? One thing we were talking up a lot in first game draft was Crying in the Azir. He's, I believe, 6-1. Yep, 6-1 on the pick so far this split. IG weren't able to play it for the past few weeks, of course, because it was globally banned. But that could maybe be where they look going into game 2. I think it's pretty interesting that they didn't make any roster substitutions, and I like that, right? It's one loss. You're still going to have confidence in your team, not a knee-jerk reaction. And yeah, they're just going to have to try it again. They were able to find the early game lead, but it wasn't enough.
Just the picture of Weibo standing in front of the face of IG and saying, hit me as hard as you can. I will not back down. And coming out the better of it. We'll see what they want to go into game number 2. Again, we had said in the past, right, their side lane pressure was huge. The move from Xiaohu to the side lane to get that first couple turrets because of the Rift Herald drop as well really helped snowball the double marksman composition here. But you do wonder if they go back to some of the tried and true, if we get some of those let through picks, maybe the Cassante being let through once again, and give some more comfort over.
Yeah, it really does just feel like Weibo have so many more options than IG, but again, you kind of got it out of your system, going towards all those comfort picks, going towards more of a snowball-y play style. Lock it in, maybe get something a bit more stable on the Rift, and then it'll at least be a closer affair heading into game 2. Weibo, of course, are just going to keep the same bans, and even IG saying, hey, our bans aren't a problem. These are non-negotiables. Now we see if Weibo just instantly goes back to that Maokai.
No shot they're gonna hover the Rengar. Oh man, they are trying to trash talk a little bit, but there's that Azir locked in, as well as the Lucian for IG. Huge.
So still wanting to keep up with the aggressive 2v2s, knowing they're going to have the damage from Azir later on to be able to lean into. But Weibo still feel fine going towards the Zeri. Lighted a great time on that and going to instantly go towards the Lulu to counteract either side of the pairing that IG end up going towards, either the Amelia or the Nami.
Glad to see the Nami come through for this bot lane. Again, I feel like the most consistent or the strongest piece for IG. It would be a shame not to see them go out in a blaze of glory, and I'd love to see them get a little bit more of those resources given their way. The Tristana ban in the second phase is a signal towards Xiaohu. We'll see what those solo lanes are going to have to offer here.
Yeah, Talia, I think being another big one that comes to mind when you think of Xiaohu. Of course, the Tristana ban makes the most sense considering that they are going to have an AP jungler in the Maokai. But I'm also curious to see how top rounds out, because there's a lot more justification, I think, for those more generic frontline top laners to make a stand when you have hyper carries on both sides of the rip so far, right? Zeri for Weibo and the Azir for IG. But no, it seems like they're just all inning on taking away some of these mid lane picks. Jace has been something that Xiaohu's been playing in solo queue quite a bit.
I also just really like it with the Maokai. It gives so much damage potential when you're approaching objectives. And with this composition, it feels like IG are going to want to be at those objectives. We do see that Cassante slinking in there as the final ban from Weibo. So that will not be available. It's the instant lock rel for Tianjin, and it's something, again, we highlighted at the beginning of the series was a staple for him when he was in the league earlier in the year.
Again, we theorized this is why they brought him back in, of like, hey, you're going to put Crying on Azir, you're going to want Tianjin on one of these more supportive champions to just play for fights. So IG really leaning back to what they were doing in those first few weeks. And now for Weibo, I didn't think there was a possibility that we would see this champion end up coming through, but it actually does come out for Xiaohu. Weibo haven't played this in a while, but again, I really feel like it leans into the strengths of how Weibo like to play quite well.
And Xiaohu is one of the most lethal LeBlancs I've ever seen. When LeBlanc was super huge, when the AD meta was coming around for her, he was trashing side lanes, literally like single-handedly winning games because of his side lane pressure on this pick. They do lock in the Rumble here to go with the combination, so I like a little bit of the idea of the team fight for Weibo, but that LeBlanc a bit different.
Yeah, especially, well, I'm going to have to assume that they're probably actually going to still run the AD LeBlanc, even though it's something that, fell out of favor. And even when we do sporadically see LeBlancs, usually it is AP. But if so, they would have a lot of AP on the map. Still not a really tanky composition coming out from IG with the Irelia being answered for YSKM. YSKM, this is another one of his staples. And it feels like a lot's going to be up to the top lane matchup and the bot lane matchup, right? The aggression that IG are going to be looking for in both of those lanes. You expect Xiaohao to cover for ZDZ. In the top lane 2v2s, what decide the game?
It's been such an interesting recency of YSKM, right? It came into such a big splash, I feel like, last year, a mainstay of the reason why IG was winning, but he's seen some fluctuations, he's seen some benching time. Here he is for the playoffs, and here he is with his Aurelia. A lot of pressure going his way, and a lot of pressure for IG in his series again, that if they lose this best of 5, they are done for Spring Split.
Yeah, IG need to pick it up, need to be able to find a win, being able to lean on another style, on some other comfort picks that they were strong with. They're going to have more damage if they can hold out early, but we'll see if that's even the name of the game when you have something like Irelia in top set that you want to enable to be aggressive.
And it's the path, I think, especially of Tianjin, that I'm going to be very curious about. He has a lot of options, I feel like, and we were talking about the supported pick for the Azir itself, but it feels like that Azir might be the lowest on the totem pole here when you're looking at early pathing around. We get into it. Game number 2 is nigh. IG need to bounce back. Weibo looking to go 2-0 up.
And I like that IG are looking for this play bot.
Go for the level 1. All right, not going to fall for it.
Yeah, especially because going back to Tianjin and what options he has, it actually feels like he might not have that many. Just for the fact of you're playing against Seri Lulu on the opposite side of bot lane, so maybe you're just fine with leaving your 2v2 to just try and win out on their own. And right, we expected Rumble to take Ignite. ZDZ did bring it into the Rift. You know he's going to want to be aggressive. So Tianjin might have to play a lot for Irelia, especially with Irelia's trade patterns to win lane, right? You think of her Q, it's all in focus. You're putting yourself in harm's way to be able to start stacking up that passive and really get those extended trades that you want.
And do you feel like Weibo has to approach this game any differently than they did last game with the double marksman comp and a little bit of that difference with the LeBlanc in mid lane instead of, say, the Tristana?
Yeah, because I think Tristana still brings like a lot to a 5v5 setting to where AD LeBlanc, like, sure, you can weave in and out, get all those charges off, but it feels like they're going to be a lot more dedicated to sides in this game with Xiaohu.
If that comes to fruition here, we do have those same side starts from both junglers. A lot of vision being played towards the top side of the map as well if Tianjin does go up there. We're looking at the level 2 mark down in the bot side here. Looks like it might just go out of the way. And I think the curiosity becomes Weibo with a run here would be bouncing off the back of an incredible performance last year with new pieces to the roster, right? I think Xiaohao, obviously the big name of it, and I think you've got to look at the growth that this guy's had, even in some of the slip-ups. Yeah,
I mean, again, I think I feel like it's weird to say growth because, again, I don't feel like Xiaohao himself was ever a bad player this split. It's about integrating him into the team and integrating him and ZDZ into the bot side, with the bot side specifically, right? And it feels like that has definitely improved in the recent weeks. So, with more time, hopefully this Weibo squad can gel more and more to make it work. And who knows, again, this playoff run might be where they hit their stride. Winning against IG would be big. They come in heavy favorites. But the nice thing is, this side of the bracket, the next opponent is LNG, who also obviously were very inconsistent, had some very rough games. So I think for either of these teams, if you went out here, you can look at that next one as, not a BLG, not a top esports, not an insurmountable odds that you would have to go on like an anime-esque run to be able to win.
Yeah. And I think for IG, we talked a lot about, it's the first time in over 1,000 days that they've made it to the playoffs. But I think that in and of itself is a boon and shows a lot of the kind of right piece direction for IG as a whole. Because the slump was still there for IG coming into the playoffs, right? They lost the last 5 of their series before coming into this one, and one of those to Weibo. So we'll see if they can get some of that gumption back in their tank as the 2v2 going a little bit nutty down here. As Crisp getting engaged on, they lost vision. On's going to have to flash. Winkin's now in a lot of trouble here. He's going to get slowed down potentially. No, the last Airy is just going to do a proc damage, and Weibo have advantage in bot side.
They're winning in bot. They're winning in top because, of course, CDZ is going to have threat, especially when Xiaohao's been leaning up against there. So winning on both extremities of the map so far is big, but maybe Tianjin finds his angle.
They got to stay. There's a big wave here. This is really rough. On's going to try to get a dash play. Tianjin has an angle. Chris doesn't have a lot of mana. They're going to get the double flash out. He can't hit the Shattering Strike. He's missing everything. And now Tianjin feeling a little bit less confident. Wink can't step up with them, and Chris gives them the thumbs down.
Sad for IG. Sad for Tianjin that they're not able to get one there with how far forward Crisp and Light were in the lane. But look at the minimap. Xiaohao is making his way over.
If you want to bully my bot lane, I'll come down and we'll make it an even fight here. IG wasting a lot of time down there, but they will end up getting their back off.
And it's also allowed for On and Wink to stay and be able to stay even in CS, right? Because had that not happened, they would have had to back. They would have really fallen far behind. And they prevent that from happening. But look, we move back up to the top side where ZDZ for now is doing a great job of maintaining this pressure. And YSKM not able to connect the stun.
Some of the things early. Hey, we're in game number 2. Got to warm up a little. Something along those lines. No, but I think it's curious. The theme, I feel like going into this year, has been taking multi-parts from different teams. We saw the likes of OMG kind of being split up in ways, Aki, as well as Shanji. But here in the potential of AL's top combo and Xiaohao and ZDZ coming over to a team who has had some of the biggest names in the league, and not only ZDZ coming in to replace one of the biggest names in the league.
Oh, guess we don't care about ZDZ right now because Xiaohao flashes the bubble.
Oh, man. Those flashes on his Maokai are just insane. First blood goes to Weibo.
Weibo find the first kill. IG will answer with Grubs. They have the Rel, who, of course, thrives at that objective. So a bit of a trade coming out, but one of the lanes that IG was hoping to bank on for success so far not going the way they wanted.
I know On and Wink are going to be kicking themselves. You saw coming into the game, too, a little bit of extra love being given to On. He's definitely got to be feeling it after that first game, but they needed to find success with this Lucian Nami. They will have to find a way to carve themselves back into this one, where Zeri is not a slouch when she gets a lead in the lane.
No, right? You can absolutely take over from a very early point once we see him get his static shiv, and that's something Weibo, I mean, IG have to deal with, right? The double charges coming through when you're facing an AD LeBlanc in mid lane, and Zeri's going to be getting the static shiv online quite early too. We're going to see how much of a hindrance they can be, especially when Xiaohu starts being able to unlock himself from lane.
Little bubble connection there. As Tianjin was getting the Scuttle Crab in the bot side of the map, he is looking for a bit of an invade play, while Xiaohao is looking for a play on a Cryan. Oh no! No, Lyric. He's just going to get the ulti out of him. He does survive in a flashing out of there, but Xiaohu has Cryan's number all series long so far.
I'm convinced he lives in his head rent-free. Like, what could you do? This guy literally won you an MSI and an LPL title.
Not like this.
There's no way. Hey, I love Cryan as a player. Cryan, you even go all the way back to like 2020 E-Star when you know, he was the new exciting up-and-coming player, him and Wei in that mid-jungle, but you just can't overcome the mental gap against Xiaohu.
Gonna have to overcome it here as the season will be over. And somehow RNG never gives up on playoffs. Two of their standing members here now finding greener pastures, feels like, with Weibo and Xiaohu and Cryan on IG. Now Tianjin is bot side, looking to try to make up for some of that lost gold.
Has the ulti, of course, has Hex Flash as well, so that's the engage he's hoping to find onto Light. Crisp also doesn't have Flash up just yet.
Xiaohao's here. They're not going to pull the trigger, and they will back away. Xiaohao being around the vicinity stops the aggressive advance of IG.
IG just not going to be able to find anything. And Xiaohao still wanting to play aggressively because Xiaohu's actually slightly leaning down towards River and mid lane.
Nature's
Ult
Grasp
comes out.
trigger here. And now Xiaohao going to get the engage over, and they go straight for Wink. He's going to be bursted down by the lightning, and that fish ain't no longer.
Good job on focusing the player who didn't have any sums up. So another kill goes over. They're maintaining pressure in mid. They're maintaining pressure in top. They've gotten a plate each in both of those lanes. So far, all 3 lanes going superb for Weibo.
I think that feels really, really rough for Wink, who honestly I feel like has been, out of the 2, the better of them, but also probably one of the best performing members on IG. And he's just getting completely focused down here on the Nami, and it's going to lead to so many advantages for Weibo.
And I mean, hell, he's even pulling a ban, right? He's Nautilus bans every game so far, but is going to be on the squishier pick. It is going to be a really nice engage from Xiaohao after waiting out Tianjin, looking for his own play and then backing off. And this is where it was supposed to be maybe the angle for IG in this series, right? It was supposed to be in the first 10, 15 minutes of the game where maybe they can find success. But we're really seeing Weibo step up. And again, it really does come to the back off that IG really came in as underdogs. Again, they only found 1 win against another playoff team, and it was an upset against BLG. Not even, had it been another 1 or 2 wins against some lower playoff teams, maybe thered be a bit more hope there. But IG just trying to do anything they can to find any semblance of hope. Already 2K goal deficit.
Yeah, little add-on to that, and probably the last thing we'll say, they didn't win a single game their last 4 series in the regular season, so things have not been in the brightest contention. That's why I say, making it here, I think, is in and of itself a good award for IG, where they haven't had the most consistent season. This organization was able to make it back to prominence.
Exactly, right? It definitely feels like enough is we're going to have a potential 1v1 with Tianjin now coming up to try and kill ZDZ.
ZDZ wants this here. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's using the equalizer best he can. The heat up. He's got a lot of damage now. YSKM going to back under turret, though, and ZDZ gets out. He's going to activate, though. Tianjin gets a nice little flash play. Now YSKM wants to step up, but ZDZ, he flashes. He gets the harpoon, and he's going to burn him to a crisp. Now Tianjin's getting low. ZDZ's going for a double kill here. He's burning them alive.
It's crazy. What a play, and Weibo aren't stopping.
Light flashes over the tidal wave, and Weibo, they have completely gapped Invictus Gaming.
Weibo are styling on IG right now. What beautiful plays across the map. But ZDZ, a player who is so criticized, what an absolute hero in top lane.
What a play. My God, what do you do? Like, the whole team's just got to be sitting there like, what kind of chat do we have up here? ZDZ in the 2v1 takes it clean.
It is insane. Able to play around this, not get stunned up by the E once again. I love that he drops the equalizer here and just kind of weaves in and out, plays around it, and just knows he can win this 1v1 in the cell. But I don't know. I don't know how he pulled the rest of this off. The guy's crazy.
God, he just pulls the play on YSKM. YSKM didn't hit a single duet there.
Man, ZDZ coming into this playoffs looking hot. And again, I know for IG, their top side of the map has been the weak side, but still, like, what a phenomenal performance from ZDZ in that 1v2.
And then we get to look at the bot side again. More Chad play.
No,
we're
we
actually
don't.
taking a look at the picture-in-picture here. I think we're just going to watch both. As now it looks like IG were actually able to get something a little bit back there, but while this play was going on, the flash play from Light was clutch.
They got kills bot Marcel. I saw more kills happen after this. Crisp died. Crisp died in the bottom left-hand corner of my screen. And you know what? That's a good thing for IG. We love that for them.
It's a little bit of something. When you're down 4,000 gold at 12.5 minutes, you need all you can get here. Xiaohao has just been able to be such a menace on this Maokai. Here comes Light. Lightning crashes, and it's going to strike twice in bot side. Double kill goes over yet again.
And it looked like Weibo weren't even intentionally looking for that to start off with, right? Like, Xiaohao just trying to get some vision. Light was even hesitant on walking forward from pushing that wave, but IG give the opportunity over. Now 13 minutes in. 5-0 on Zeri in 13
what do you
minutes.
do? What is Cryan thinking here? He's literally just been in mid lane watching his team crumble around him. IG's bot lane, the standard for them, the thing that was so successful is getting picked apart like a rancid piece of meat.
Hey, but you know what? That rancid piece of meat was nice and fresh for a little bit, like right here. Sadly, it didn't stay very fresh. Just like we see, I don't even think Weibo were intentionally gonna start this play off by looking for any kills. They see that the window is there, and I mean, great ult from Light here, right onto both of them, and just everyone here to be able to follow it forward. It feels like this sort of lead this early should be insurmountable for IG. It's going to take some glaring mistakes from Weibo to be able to give this one back over.
Yeah, they've got 40 CS in top lane. They got 40 CS in mid lane. They got 40 CS in bot side. It is all Weibo all day long, and IG just want a scrap of something. Nature's Grass comes across. Tianzhen actually gets the dragon. Now they got to be a little bit careful. Tidal Wave coming across there. Health bars are not going to last on long here. Trying to get engaged, but Tianzhen can't get onto Light, and now he's got free pickings. Cryan does use his shifting stance to get away, but maybe he's going to be a little bit of trouble with Xiaohao chasing him down. The chain does not connect from Xiaohu.
Yeah, if the chain connected, maybe, like they could have tried to force a flash there at least from Cryan. Even then, it might have been a little bit risky with how low Xiaohu is, but still, Weibo Gaming win another one. And, I mean, IG, a team who haven't really shown to be able to know how to play from behind. I mean, how many options do they even really have in this game? Sure, I guess at a point you can try and lean on something like in a 1v1 against the Rumble and sides, but even then they can match Xiaohu against them. You'd never really get the chance to fight with how mobile LeBlanc is. Like, it really feels like looking for paths forward for IG, just with how compositions have ended up once again. It's just hard, and it's going to be here where Tianjin trying to find an angle to fight, but I don't really see an angle here.
Dude, the wild growth from Crisper to deny the crash down was actually so good. There's so many little mechanical moments happening for Weibo here. Speaking of, Xiaohu able to dodge his way out of an engage from IG.
Now we're at a point where things like the Leandries are now finished for ZDZ. That wasn't built up before. An Oblivion Orb too, so to be able to deny some of that sustain coming out from the Irelia, or even for the Nami, once we get to the team fight part of the game. Now it's the slow burn, Mazel, of what do Weibo want to do next? When do Weibo want more blood for the Blood God?
What do Weibo want to do is the biggest question, because they can choose anything they want. It's like a day at the shopping mall here, where they just have a blank credit card ready to go.
I mean,
apparently they want to visit the pet store and get a Rift Arrow.
Ooh, wait. I was going to say, we have a little picture on the bottom right hand of our screen. Did they get the... I don't know, just... Oh!
Wow.
All right,
wow.
Xiaohu.
Oh!
Crisp!
He's almost dead. You get the engage there. Light now able to gun them down with the Nature's Grasp, but Xiaohao sets up his team yet again. Light is a lightning rod for Weibo. They take the turret, they take their lives, and they're going to drive straight down towards this bot side of the map.
I love it. Just scared.
He wanted to get him.
Off. Yeah, scared crying off with that Rift Herald. Now going to go for the back. Look at the mini-map, though. ZDZ is pushing in topside, even stealing away Krug. So it's small movements like this, right? Denying even more neutral gold from your enemy to make sure that they can't find ways back into the game. They aren't going to be able to punish him with this recall coming through.
And I'll just say it right now again, throw some immense love Xiaohao's way. This guy has been on fire. I think after these first two games, there is no question mark that he is going to remain the starting jungler for this roster.
I mean, yeah, he got subbed out one game, but we're going to see here in the replay, Xiaohu going in. Really nice setup, like you said, from Xiaohao, and then Light just able to follow up and make sure that the kill comes through. And it looks like we might be setting up for another one.
On just has no hope. Half of his health bar gone down. Light looking to chase forward. Wink just can't do anything but try to land bubbles. And Weibo out on the map in full force. They have 2 items apiece for their mid and bot side.
And now, I mean, right, no outer turrets. They can freely get vision in the enemy jungle, which we can see they've already done in the bottom quadrant. Even Xiaohao trying to upkeep that now. And they're going to be potentially playing for picks. Xiaohu knows to be able to get a lot done in that top lane, now being on 2 items. So, might even pinch mid.
Actually, Xiaohu looking for a little bit of those shenanigans we were talking about. And he is at his prime when he can continuously Get all this poke down. Now Weibo looking at the side lane. Pressure here is immense. They will be able to take this one down with a few minions as well, but Light is on a tear. 6-0-4 on the Zeri. A lot of confident gameplay coming out of him. And again, we highlighted earlier, right? He way back in the day was the carry for Snake Esports, but most recently made his name known on LNG, and here he is on Weibo with another year under his belt, making something happen.
I also got to point out how Weibo just shifted around the map, right? Because we started with Xiaohu in top, everyone else in mid, and Rumble alone in bot. Then everyone shifted down one to take bot turret, and then they reshift back to mid. It's really nice kind of lane allocation from Weibo in these past few minutes, shifting back and forth to take everything.
And that has been the strength, right? Not only has their side lane pressure been a lot of the strength, a lot of play around that, they know how to dictate the map pressure, and a lot of that comes from a veteran of Xiaohu who we've known has a lot of direction around the map when it comes to mid-game.
Yeah, and that's why Weibo actually have the second highest win rate in LPL when they're behind at 15 minutes. And a lot of that, again, it's due to the cleverness and how they can play some map states in mid-game, like re-evaluate their win conditions and actually start playing around them correctly. So really getting a lot of that so far. And I mean, 9K gold down. How can IG even hope to take this fight?
They're going to bring everything they got. They have everyone down here. YSKM even walking his way. They're going to throw up the Sun Disc to get some pressure in mid lane. They're going to try to utilize that to move down and potentially take this outer turret. A little bit of standing gold left available for IG. They could get collapsed on easily by ZDZ and co. Nature's Grasp comes across. They have 4 members right on top of each other there, and the equalizer's going to come down onto 3 of them. Tianzhen's going to have to find a way out. He does have flash. The crash down coming out too. Ultra Shock Laser going to go wide, but Light wants it. He wants it. The tidal wave. The bubble does connect, or at least not connect there. But the tidal wave did and stopped him in his tracks. Now ZDZ, he goes for the flash. The harpoon connects, and he's got a big old fish on that line, and it's Wink. Ooh, Xiaohu, he's feeling spicy. That ice in the veins ain't going nowhere as Weibo strike 2 down, and it's the bot lane of IG.
Xiaohu just getting in there again with that one energized auto. That's where all the damage comes from, and guarantees the kill through. Weibo not going to overstay their welcome, not going to look for this Baron. Instead, just going to get the reset, spend the gold that they've used, and get back out to set up the map to start taking these, to take this dragon, to take this Baron.
This is rough. There's been 1 kill for IG. Their bot lane is combined 1-10-1. Weibo have completely put the works on the power point of IG, and there has not been an answer.
Again, I think the prep has looked great coming in with their priorities and drafts, what they've left over, how what they've taken away. Great job by ZDZ on the Rumble in this one. And even just the individuals are actually performing. We're seeing a very proactive Xiaohu. We're seeing ZDZ, I think, win a lane and be dominant in a matchup where he should. Just a lot of things coming online for Weibo at the same time. And again, it's great to see how well that they clearly even just understand their own strengths.
Here we are with a 8,000 gold lead for Weibo. They did just claim their first dragon after denying IG's stacking there. And the objectives have not been the name of the game, and that's kind of what we set up for Weibo as a whole coming into this one. It was the story of the tortoise and the hare, and they were definitely the tortoise. But when that tortoise comes alive at the end of the race, he wins it all the same.
And I got to say, Mazal, we already talked about it. The winner of this series goes on to face LNG. You go just back to last split in summer. Summer playoffs, it was the bottom side of the bracket. Weibo got eliminated by LNG in a 5-game series. So Weibo going to get their chance to get revenge from last LPL playoffs if they can just follow this through. So far, it's looking like a sealed deal, but that's a rematch. I got to say, I'm curious to see.
See if Weibo can handle business with 2 more wins.
Or is it 2 turtles together? You know what I mean? They
turtles.
are the 2 slowest teams by game time and champion kills in the league. Is that what we get? Which
honestly,
turtle wins?
It sounds like the turtle races. Have you ever had a turtle race or been to a turtle race at a bar?
Wait, those are actually a thing?
That's a thing, yeah. There used to be this place nearby that would do turtle races every Friday. You just pick a turtle and you have a lot of fun. Maybe that's what we'll get for that one. But this is no turtle race right now. The tortoise has come online. And IG are pressed under their tier 2 tower on the top side while Xiaohu takes an inhib in mid lane.
and the rest of them starting to rotate over, try and cut off IG's path because they know they're going to have to go answer Xiaohu. Again, it's a lot of these like small movements that it feels like Weibo are doing just so well. Playing with this AD LeBlanc, but for now, it's going to be hard for them to find any more. Seems like they're just going to send Xiaohu down to bot knowing he has TP in case any shenanigans break out around the Baron.
We'll give Cryan one thing. He's definitely caught back up in CS, and in items, he's not that far behind. At least third item getting very close for Xiaohu. Cryan going to be a little close to that. Again, our first Azir of the series as a whole. And he will still have a lot of strength in the setup, but it's been a game so far that everything's been happening around him, and it's led to a position where he's not going to have a lot of strength to try to pick back up his team.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, too. We actually have TPs coming out from Xiaohu. Wisecam has flash.
Oh, no. He's trying to dodge out there, but Xiaohu just got the chain connection there as they do get it. The tidal wave going to come across. Tianjin got a nice little double engage. Now Wisecam going in, but his health bar can't hang, and CDZ is here to cook him up. Call him the chef. As they already take down one, Wisecam will fall just as well. Add a little bit of lightning to that as it's going to be a hot pot here. Crisp and Light on the edge and on the verge of death. Crisp going to have to flash away.
Yeah, ends up being a 1-for-2. So IG finds something, but that was with Light not really being there for the majority of that fight. And again, he's the huge one on the Zeri. Still, though, Weibo coming out ahead. And I mean, 16-2 says it all.
He does indeed. On does get his second kill of the game, but this was all piloted by the masterclass of Xiaohu kicking it off.
I gotta say, I would actually think, is it a bigger win for IG? They have full-on doubled their kills, right? That's huge.
That's
huge
just
value.
math right there. Results-based analysis, baby.
It's like, Weibo are already 14 kills. What is another 2 more for them? But a lot of damage coming out here, as we can see from the Lucian and Azir when they get a chance to pile down. But look, Light just finally joined the fight. So, again, if we're coming on even footing, it's going to be rough for IG. But finding small moments like that where Weibo are looking for picks, that's where you can start finding some picks of your own.
Wink's bubble was extremely clutch there as well to stop Light in his tracks. Now Weibo, though, they're looking at a Baron. They consistently were able to pressure IG around this objective last game. They're looking to do so yet again. Tianjin could go for the 50-50, but they don't have any vision around this pit whatsoever. Cryan going to catch out Xiaohu. The Baron already about half health here. Nature's Grass coming in. Look at Light deleting on, and here comes Xiaohu over the top rope. Oh my goodness, he's on the back line, and he is untouched. He's going to be able to burn down everyone with ZDZ's help here too. That was a triple there coming through. Wisecam all alone, though, left to his own devices, and Tianjin has to watch as his teammates fall.
The Zeri just flashed past the front line. What? Like, the game that Light was playing in that fight was ridiculous. This is going to lead to Weibo being able to get a Baron, and that should be able to turn them taking the base down, but Tianjin going to hope to get in position to find a steal. Crisp going to be the one dissuading.
He is in position to stop him, actually, and does turn Tianjin away. So Baron goes over to Weibo. Fight goes over to Weibo. They give yet another kill over to IG, so they'll be on their third, but a contested one at that. Xiaohu Hao kicking it off.
Look at this guy. Literally runs, flashes the tidal wave. He is past the IG front line right now. IG top jungle is behind this man. As does end up going down in the end, but he took down both carries. He took down both carries from IG, so at this point, you know, ZDZ big enough to be able to finish the rest of this off. We're going to see in the bottom hand of our screen, IG getting another dragon, so going to be some nice gold from that one, but still 10k down. I guess to be fair, Weibo been sitting at about a 10k gold lead for a while now, but with this Baron is where you really expect it to start opening up.
3.5 items now for Light and Xiaohu, and again, can't stop praising Light, who this is the Light that I want to see, right? The very aggressive, flashing in your face. I feel like we lost a little bit of that aggression from him because he really wanted to hammer down some of the good team fight positioning that we've seen him really excel at in recent history. But it is the Light that flashes on you, the Light that goes into a 1v5 and comes out the better of it that I love to see.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Zeri, a champion who builds crit, a lot of crit items getting small buffs this patch, so Light definitely being someone who's benefiting from that. With you mentioning him always someone who's looked very proficient on the Zeri, and now Weibo going to be able to use this Baron playing out through 2 lanes to just pull IG apart and try and make their life hell with this LeBlanc.
not even a poke comp yet. They're able to use it as such. Cryin had to be forced to back on. Gonna pull the trigger on the culling there. Tianjin wanted to find an engage. That was such a good timing on the glitter lance from Chris. Now tidal wave across the back here. Redemption going to be used to heal back up. They didn't even need any healing from Weibo, and they're just utilizing this Baron buff as the cannon minion finally does fall to Cryin.
And I get what Weibo are doing right now. They're having Xiaohu even wait around with them top because of how low they're getting, trying to find a pick, but you need to be using this Baron mid as well. I think there's really no excuse for Weibo to not be setting up and then playing through 2 lanes when they have this LeBlanc and they have Baron. It's Tianjin.
Second time's the charm. Double bubble. It's a little bit of trouble. Nice little combo from Cryin, but he gets melted as he immediately gets taken down. YSKM now all alone, and they tried to pull the trigger. They do get one back for On, but Weibo, they are pressing their advantage here. Now Xiaohu, he's on everyone here. The double kill is there for ZDZ. Give one to Light as well, and that might signal the end of game number 2. ZDZ even throws up the IG fanfare.
And Weibo actually finishing this game in a similar amount of time. It was 29-something in game 1, and they are holding themselves to that standard result. My God, 25-4. What an absolutely dominant showing from Weibo, and they're all business. Like, you are not seeing them overreact, get too excited, like anything from any of these moments in games so far.
Yeah.
So Weibo really just trying to make it through and get to that next round.
They realize what starting in the first round means and the journey they have ahead of them. But this is a hell of a strong start for that. And unfortunately for IG, you know, again, it's struggling to even find your footing at all in this series. You haven't been able to find any of those early advantages. You've tried for a composition like that twice in a row, and that is what worked for IG in the regular season, but that's what makes a best of 5 and playoffs a different beast. We'll see if IG can bounce back or if Weibo go on to a 3-0 after a short break. Welcome back, everyone. And now, usually in the story of the tortoise and the hare, there's a bit of a build-up for the tortoise. There's a moment of loss, a little bit of tribulation. Weibo are the fastest tortoise I've ever seen. They are out to a 2-0 lead over IG in a crucial best of 5. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric. We're going to be getting into game 3 now, but that game 2 was a statement.
Yeah, even if the result is coming in kind of expected, I do got to say Weibo are performing way better than my expectations. Like they're coming in solid. Again, great prep. They're actually willing to be aggressive. They're willing to tussle. They're doing such a great job of like finding all the opportunities, even for re-engages. A lot of that coming from people like Xiaohao and ZDZ, especially having, maybe some of the best games so far this split. And it's the right time as well. You want to have your best games of the split in playoffs.
Been really cool to see this once AL top side of the map really come to fruition for Weibo and ZDZ and Xiaohao. But I got to give some massive props to Light and Crisp in the bot side as ZDZ will be getting MVP. They knew exactly where to focus on IG, and it was bot side, and they did not relent. They consistently picked it apart. They made IG's game plan impossible.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're losing bot, you're losing top. Xiaohao is having a great game, but ZDZ, again, absolutely monstrous. Outplaying 1v2, consistent pressure on the Rumble. Like, again, what a showing for, again, a player who he is stepping up. He is one of the younger, newer players in the league, even if he has been around for a couple of years now. And it's just great to see him have a game like this.
It feels like he's having a renaissance, right? Because I feel like for a long time he's been a back burner top side of the map, but especially on AL with a lot of the combinations that he had with Xiaohao last year and a little bit of that build up over a couple years for him, he really was able to solidify his place as a strong in-lane top side, and that has led to a lot of big team fight moments from him as well.
Again, I'm always just going to remember this guy for Ox gushing over him and Forge, LeBlanc and Camille coming in on like perfect flanks in a team fight. Ox was showing that clip to everybody about how much he loved that team fight, and ZDZ now being able to follow through. Going into game 3, it is going to be rough, and it's, like IG already have shown 2 completely different like styles, right? We come in game 1, it's like everyone's getting on their flavor of the month, their one-trick champion. Game 2, we see them maybe lean back on like more traditional picks, the Azir, the Rel, and it's like, I don't know what gear looks like for IG, because those have really been the two things they've shown so far this split.
Hey, I started watching One Piece. I know what that means, third gear potentially. But I'm really excited to see what they can kind of bring to the table. At this point, they're backed into a corner, but a wild animal is most scary when backed into a corner with nothing left to lose. And I think when you're on the verge of losing your spring split, just let it loose and see what happens. We know what has worked for them in the past. Early kills bot side in the 2v2, wink it on, have been incredible in that fact. They were unable to do that last game or even in the first game, but the addition of Tianzhen as a facilitator for the team needs to be there. Cry needs to be proactive and not be sitting at 0-0-0 in mid lane while everything crumbles around him.
Yeah, and it feels rough, right? Because I actually don't feel like Crying doing that in and of itself is a problem. I mean, he's on the Azir too. It's like fine, but it's like, yeah, when the rest of your map isn't able to get enough done by itself, yeah, you got to change it up, right? You got to come in with a new dimension to be able to find something. Game 1, they tried to play heavily around mid to unlock him. That didn't work. Maybe getting him on something where he can be a bit more self-sufficient and find angles, find ways to be able to link up with his bot side without committing all of Tianzhen's time to it like they did in game 1 might be a kind of variance that can work better for them in game 3.
Weibo are going to be very happy with their preparation coming into this one. They seem to have all the answers. Love to see some smiles on the faces of IG. One last gasp effort to push us the distance and give us a series on our hands. But it's a Weibo who has seemingly turned a new leaf coming into the playoffs. They have been consistent as hell in these first 2 games. And it was something where now we've seen multiple iterations of them leaning towards their strengths, side lane pressure, as well as that LeBlanc from last game from Xiaohu.
Okay, just being able to play the map, right? It feels like that's really Weibo's strength. But now, IG, me and you were talking about this before, right? During the break of if they would make changes, because I think there could be like 2 different mindsets to it of like, hey, maybe wanting to invest more in Tianjin, you know overcoming Weibo is going to be a hard obstacle and just getting more valuable experience? Or do you bring in Lian and you actually try to lean on a different dimension, which is just Lian being able to hard carry you on one of his champs, whether that be the Italy, the Brand, the Graves, whatever it is. And it seems like that is going to be the strategy this time.
I'll just say, sitting back and letting Xiaohao dictate the map and play around his jungle, clear whatever he wants, and have any decision making, that hasn't worked 2 games in a row. You grab Lian, you want him to be in the face of the opposing jungler, and he's found a lot of success in that. So I very much look for a retooled version of IG and potentially really hyper-focusing on Lian's potential to carry.
And, you know, that's also going to take a lot from their laners, so right? Because they're going to need to be able to have prio to enable the Italy to maybe be as aggressive as you'd want to be, to be able to find the kills that you'd want to kill. IG are also strange when they have Lian in because they don't really care about like the traditional pairings with Nidalee. I think it was in their last series where they drafted like the Ahri Nidalee combo. That's not really something you think of, right? Double magic damage. You're playing all off the charm, which wasn't able to work out for them in their last series against Weibo. But like you said, you need a change. You need to try something different. This guy was the player getting you wins. Your win against BLG. He is someone who has been in the upper echelon of jungle in past splits, have had great performances. Now we just need to see it here, and we need to see his laners enable it.
It was crazy to me to see him teamless coming into the year itself. Former IG prospect, and again, a little bit of work coming too soon. But I think in it of itself, you have to look at what they grabbed for him early. Again, you could go for the Nidalee, things like that, but it's about what you play around that. So now that we're getting into this one, IG is on the blue side this time around, Weibo on the red. So the first time we're getting this swap up, but it's still the Renekton, as well as that Maokai respect ban towards Xiaohao and the Rumble towards ZDZ.
Which is kind of crazy, right? We're seeing IG have to dish out 2 top lane bans for YSCam, I think really showing that it's not the meta for him, and again, his form isn't what you'd want it to be. I like the Maokai ban, though. Again, Xiao has 2 phenomenal games on the pick, and it really shuts down a lot of IG's aggression. But IG are going back to something that their bot lane knows quite well, bringing out the Ashe, someone that can be aggressive in the 2v2, give them some of that pride to play around with the volleys, and that could be what they need to set Lian up for success.
The hawk shots, all that utility, the long distance engage, it is already leaning well for an adaptation of style for IG. But there are some things that are going to slip through the cracks, and there are some big monsters out there. Callista locked in for light.
Something that you usually wouldn't want to pick up against the Ashe because of the slows that she does provide, but Weibo clearly saying they do not care, and they want to be able to look to match the aggression in the 2v2 this time. Highlighted the Talia. That's a pick I would really like and love to see Xiaohuan. It was really when Weibo started leaning on the Talia that you started to see in-game on Rift, whether their results were still hit or miss, but their performance was definitely enabled once Talia came strong into the meta.
And it is bread and butter, exactly the thing that fits Xiaohu's playstyle, right? He looks to map play. He did it last game on the LeBlanc. He did it on Tristana. Now with this complete synergistic champion, he will have a lot to say in how the map is run. On going back to comfort, going back to the Draven, say, I can make this work.
And now for IG, again, with Lian on the Rift, I feel like it's always a little bit distorted. Where do they go? And actually, gonna look for an early pick top lane. Rek'Sai, with his bugs being fixed, we've seen really coming strong into the LPL in yesterday's series. Again, very strong early. A lot of sustain with that passive. So I like it.
YSCam was playing it too, right?
Yeah, he has been putting on some games in solo queue, so we'll see if he can adapt well. The Renata, of course, something we knew would come out for Weibo once the Callisto is picked up. But Weibo's probably going to have to be scared, Bizel, because, like you said, long-range engage, level 6, Wink sets it up, unable to run them down with the Draven. That could be how IG's bot lane comes alive.
The thing is, though, I will just give a caveat. Crisp is probably one of the most lethal Renatas I've ever seen.
He's the guy.
And whenever Renata first came in and the flash ulti combo was a thing, Crisp was the one innovating that, I feel like, for our league, and it was incredible to watch. So now they're going to have a power duo of their own.
Yeah, Chris was the first guy to really bring out the Renata and show its strengths. I love that throwback. So they're going to be on something that they can find a lot of value on. I like the ban out of the Xin Zhao, taking away some of these junglers. You know, the ult can just be such a hassle for the Draven and Ashe to deal with. And it's going to be a new look for Weibo, right? Because they're actually leaning into wanting to punch IG in the face, just as IG, just as much as IG want to punch them.
See if IG can bring them down to their level or punch them right back. The Karma's a really big ban out here. I feel like facilitating a lot of the supportive nature that IG are going to be looking for in the second half here. But the Xin Zhao, very primary target towards Xiaohao, taking away some of the skirmishing potential that he's going to want to have with this composition.
Wonder if Weibo just look to answer top here. I was going to say Udyr being the big one that stands out. He is able to get that push up against the Rek'Sai and fulfill a similar role, maybe just a little bit better with being able to maintain that early prio. So now Weibo going to be left with some options. Things like the Aatrox and Cassante still available might set YSGame up for success if they go for either of these.
You wonder a little bit of a lack of presence on Aatrox today. It is going to be here for the third game, and it's ZDZ piloting that one.
Yeah, so going to have his opportunities. I think Rek'Sai should be stronger early and be able to take a lot of those winning trades. So now we're just going to need jungle and mid for IG. And this is where I think Cryan can really be struggling to find something to link up with. There we go.
Right?
Well,
like, you have to.
Yeah, I mean, you're bringing him in for a reason, right? If you're bringing Lien on the Rift, you know he's going to be bringing out the Nidalee. They're going to have the Tristana there, so you're really relying on Enchanted Crystallero knockups to set up for Lien. But like I said, Lien has never really cared about setup for the Nidalee. He will just have to try and hit his own spears. And now the Poppy hover, I think, would go really well at trying to prevent things like the Tristana or Rek'Sai getting value. I guess not a lot you can do up against that bot lane, but even just yeeting one of the members of IG out of the fight, like, that could do a lot at, just taking down their damage profile.
Especially Lien as well. I think a big thing I always focus on is we do have a lot of Nidalees around, but I feel like Lien is the Nidalee. He's had over 50 games played. He has an over 60% win rate on the champion itself. You bring this guy in to press into the face of the opposing jungler. That's not something that Xiaohao has had to deal with at all this series yet, and we'll see what his answer is.
I mean, hell, he actually played this exact jungle matchup a week ago, though, so at least, again, having the recent experience to be able to lean into. If they haven't done it today, they are used to it. Standoffs could be annoying, though, having to deal with those Nidalee spears and not having a very easy way of being able to force fights outside of, I guess, just Chris running forward, using the LD Kalista, bringing him out. So this one looking a little bit more possible for IG in my mind. Again, leaning on things like the Draven. Mazel, we got to see On and Wink take over.
The story of the tortoise and the hare. We find ourselves on the precipice of the end. The tortoise being Weibo, the hare being Invictus. Invictus Gaming, a team that has consistently found early leads. They play through their 2v2. They find advantages early. Weibo, a team that's slow to start, but fast to finish. And they find a lot of strength in mid to late game. This is a do or die game for IG. The first time they've been in playoffs for over 1,000 days. That in and of itself is an award, but they would love to keep this series going. They'd love to make Weibo sweat. So let's hear those Gios for game number 3.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他！
Love to hear the crowd alive and love to see IG going for a level 1. They will be spotted out here by Xiaohu, though. Spear going wide, the volley hits. They might want to chase this down. Crisp, a decent poke back, and IG able to make a little bit stick early.
Oh, Xiaohao gonna sneak behind
I
enemy
like it.
lines. So Jungle Camp's potentially just gonna end up being traded with IG getting this control. And I do gotta say that to look at this this game holistically, in terms of drafts, I think this is IG's best setup. And a lot of that coming from the Weibo side of the longer this goes, right, you're gonna get outranged by things like the Tristana, the Nidalee spears, the Ashe volley is gonna prevent you from being able to run forward. The thing is, can they get through the early game? Can Weibo just be the better team and the draft this time around won't matter? Also throws into question just Weibo's red side prep as well, right? Maybe it's not Loyen coming in or Weibo getting overconfident. Maybe a lot of their good drafts just being set up for the blue side.
They did still have pick available For them. Don't know exactly how that worked out for this third game, but IG found themselves on the blue side for the first time. A little bit of that level 2 advantage being gained as Ashe does help provide a lot of that staying pressure onto the Callista early.
And let's remember that IG still don't know what's up with Xiaohao. Still, having pressure in bot lane, finally, having a jungler around is going to set up On and Wink well. I'm curious
This is
to
going
see
to be
if
so
junglers...
awkward.
I'm curious if junglers end up interacting at all. Like, if we actually get Xiaohao committing to a ganker on bot, or if they have to be too fearful of this Nidalee.
The funniest part is going to be who finds out first, because then the other person's going to be even more surprised.
Oh, this could be timing. This could be timing.
All right, he's going to come around the corner. Sees Xiaohao there. Fight has ensued. Electrocute going to kick off. Lian is powerful here. He's going to look for it as well, but the flash gets him out. Steadfast presence, that speed, giving him an easy way out. Now, Lian gets a speed up when he goes through the bushes here as the Nidalee. The blast cone's going to get Xiaohao to safety, and he gets out like a bandit. He literally, they just traded sides of the jungle, and now they're going to go back top.
It's tragic for Lian that none of his spears connecting so far. Not the ones level 1 on Xiaohu, not any of these on Xiaohao. But I always just forget how insane phase rush is with that movement speed that Xiaohao got. Even going to be able to get away with this camp at the end, but it is going to leave Lian open to the red buff. And also, top lane is going as we'd expect. Yscam able to maintain that pressure.
Xiaohao's playing mind games with Cryin here. He does have the rocket jump to get out, but he can't do it in the worst ground, and now he's in trouble. He's going to flash. Xiaohao wants it. He can't get over. Xiaohu's going to get him. Does Xiaohu have the difference? There's one more rock left in the trigger. Is he going to pull it? Cryin makes it out alive.
And he has to TP in the end with Wink showing Xiaohao. He might end up going down, okay? So does have that to be able to dash away, but a lot committed by Weibo. Mid lane, Xiaohu losing both summoners.
But again, IG finding a different way to make something happen. Honestly, the most proactive early game we've seen from them so far in this best of 5.
I mean, the most... actually, I'd probably say it's the most proactive early game from Weibo. IG might be forcing them into this, right, with Lian cutting into the jungle. But the proactivity not really working out. Sad wasn't able to connect with Cryin flashing away, but... not having the ability to finish him off is probably killing Xiaohu on the inside, who, once he spots the Ashe, has to TP away, feeling threatened that he might go down if Wink decides to just path back down towards him.
Xiaohao will have vision on Lian. Actually doesn't get the wallbang there. Does have Xiaohu on his way down with Cryin joining. A 2v2 could ensue, but we have objectives coming up on the map. We got to look at lane states right now. Light and Crisp going to crash a big one towards bot side. Xiaohao going to stay around doing his Gromp as well. But you got to wonder how quickly these teams want to transition towards these neutrals.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think Weibo should feel fine. Not feeling pressured to go for anything as of just yet. Give time for things like the Weaver's Wall, especially, to be able to become a factor in this game. I think seeing what Lian can pull off is going to be more interesting, right? Especially when, like we said, your CC is somewhat conditional. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, YSKM knocking someone up to set up for an easy spear. That's about it.
I do also want to take a look at lane states a little bit there as well. We have seen some very big differences being gained in the first 2 series games, but this one, a lot more even states across the board, and even a little bit of a lead for Lian. We'll see if they can turn that into anything here, as those objectives are on the map. Both junglers up towards top side, up towards these Telegrubbies.
Yeah, there shouldn't be much of an opportunity for Weibo to look for that. So we can already see Xiaohu actually setting up some vision around bot side. So Weibo looks like they're going to consciously give this one up. Ooh, Cryin
was coming around the corner here. Yeah, Cryin was going for the engage on Xiaohu. They also have presence on bot side with the push into the turret there by Crisp and Light. Xiaohao's looking for something down there while the Telegrubbies are being watched like Saturday morning cartoons for Lian. Here they come. They're going to try to go to On, and they do find him. Crisp tanking up here. The bailout's going to be available, but they don't even need it. First blood to Weibo.
And look, Xiaohu's even leaning down on the map. He is Weaver's Wall now, so if On ever showed, that could have been another kill going over. They're going to back out for now, so we get a trade of 2 grubs for 1 kill.
Weibo striking where they know was a weak point last game. They consistently hovered bot side. They consistently found advantages there, and they strike first in bot side yet again. On and Wink, they gotta find advantages. This Draven, with the double marksman composition, needs to be won with early gold.
It feels like a lot's going to have to come online once they've enchanted Crystal Arrow to be able to enable on to try and find an opportunity. But they don't have much of a wave, but they got enough heavy trades to make this happen. They have to turn onto Wink.
Man.
Yeah, nice juggle coming out from Chris.
A little hop, skip, and a jump out of there by Light as well. Good combinations early. It also led to 2 grubbies being taken by Lien, not all 3 actually. So maybe a little bit of focus up there later on, but right now they are positioning for Weibo around the Dragon Pit and around their bot lane.
Now having serrated Dirk on the Kalista. Ooh, again.
Oh no, you might be a predator, but there's 2 hunters waiting in the bush. On and Wink coming around the corner though. Crisp in some trouble. He's gonna flash. They now have damage from Light stacking up with the Ren stacks. Lien is scared to go in. You can see the hesitancy, but if he can hit the hook, he goes in, or at least with the spear. They do end up finding a decent amount of damage onto Crisp, but Lien can't do it. Flash forward from Wink. He's going to get hamstrung into the wall. Xiaohao goes down and gives a shot over to On. Now the bailout gets Crisp, but that's 2 kills to On. And now Lien trying to get Light. He'll slice his way to another one. And IG have a lead for the first time in this entire series.
Cryin cutting off Xiaohu as well, preventing the Weaver's Wall from being able to come out and find a solo kill. So this time around, IG able to find success in 2 of their lanes. A massive swing of gold now with 3K in favor of IG.
Very, very different style coming out. A lot more aggressive, a lot more in your face. And Lien, even though he takes it on the face here at first, they actually turn this completely around.
And right, I feel like that's the difference this game is we're actually seeing Weibo play a lot more aggressive with how they drafted, and it's turning around to bite them, leaving Light here isolated, just take all of these free autos out from Wink. The spear connects, and then it just gives IG even more leeway. Weibo were banking on the Talia coming, but right here on the minimap, you can see Tristana halting him from coming, and just great by IG to be able to finish this one off. Now we have to see them be able to bring this gold lead forward, start taking neutrals, start getting plates, and really cement themselves to bring us to a game 4.
Ooh, we're getting a combo in mid lane. Xiaohao goes into it, but Xiaohu doesn't have much damage just yet. He's going to pop that Keeper's Verdict, but gets the increased, or at least decreased cooldown for it. No other objectives are going to fall during it, but we're getting a lot of scuffles. And in the draft, I had talked about kind of IG maybe wanting to bring Weibo down to their fighting level, and Weibo bought into that. They went with the early game scuffling comp, and it hasn't paid up for them just yet. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming down bot side might pay up for IG's bottom lane, as Fate's Call does end up getting used.
Crispin to be able to get away safely. It does end up being an ult for ult, and with Xiaohao being around this side of the map, nothing more going to be able to come from this. But it seems hard for Weibo to be able to find anywhere they can attack. Cryin's doing a great job of just keeping momentum and pressure in mid to not allow Xiaohu to be able to roam with the Weaver's Wall. Anytime he does see him hover down, he's following. It's leading them to have success in the spot lane 3v3. They're winning the top lane 1v1. Like, game plan just going so well for IG right now. As we see Cryin, again, doing exactly what I just said, matching Xiaohu, making sure that he can't find any of those opportunities to find numbers and create picks.
That pick is so big in a solo, but now Cryin actually caught his own. He's going to flash towards his team. Xiaohao doesn't, and does end up taking him out. I thought he didn't have the angle for it. Lien, unable to save his teammate, has to flash out actually, as Xiaohu wanted to take him out.
But even then, like, look how hard that had to be for Weibo to find that kill. You don't really have any great ways of locking someone down as Weibo. You need to be able to hit that seismic shove, or them just be next to a wall for Xiaohao to set up. So I don't think these opportunities are going to happen all too often, but it's good that Weibo found one to capitalize on.
Actually, take a look back at the replay here and see the transgressions that Cryin had done.
doesn't even connect the seismic shift to start off with.
No.
Just ends up getting baited. So he walks into Xiaohao, getting that CC up, and even then, it was almost not enough. But Xiaohao going to be the one to get that.
Look at this pressure IG are using on bot side. They've already taken multiple plates there as well. They still have some time to take more. We get a third for On and Wink in the bot side. And this is more like it for Draven lane and for IG's bot side.
Yeah, being able to lean on the pressure they found with the Ashe and just, again, having a strong 3v3, punishing a lot of Weibo's aggression. And IG so far seem to say, hey, we don't even care about topside. We don't care about those grubs up there. We're just going to keep hammering down on this bot lane 2v2 and not let Light and Chris play the game.
Lilian trying to take that ward out. Weibo are starting to collapse down here as Lilian was staying a little long. They will end up getting their back off for On and Wink. On's going to be very happy about that. I'm sure he's going to be able to buy himself tons of goodies. He goes back. As he does, Essence Reaver is acquired.
Yeah, so IG still going to be playing through their strengths of this 2v2. We have seen, it seems like, Weibo make an adaptation, though, of we're starting to see Xiaohao be like, hey, I'm not going to hover around bot and try to 3v3 you. When you're doing that, I'm going to hover around mid. I'm going to try to make it so Xiao, who has room to move and Crine can't follow. And that's how they're trying to dissuade those bot lane plays. So we'll see if that can find them any success against this item lead and this gold lead that IG are already starting to find.
Are you saying that there's an opportunity?
I'm saying, yeah, there is one. You know, right in Light's inventory.
Oh, no way! Oh my goodness. Thank you, Lyric. But I think
I set you up. I gave it to you.
Yeah. You had to. As you do see those first item spikes coming across, these two ADCs are going to start ramping in pressure because they are very early game based. It feels like obviously Kalista does have a lot of strength to say when those Ren stacks start stacking up later in the game. But the presence is going to be needed to be used at least through here as a frosty wave brushes across Xiaohu's front door in mid lane.
Yeah, now IG finally going to be able to take the rest of those grubs. And it's hard. I think you can tell that Weibo don't really have a great idea of where they can attack on the map right now. It's just giving even more space to IG. Hell, we haven't really talked about top lane because it's been a non-factor, but even look at YSKM starting to get those tank items under his belt. He's going to be really annoying to deal with, especially when you have this lethality Kalista.
Love that Loyan's just taking advantage of being up here already to start up the Rift Herald. They end up getting those 3 grubs as well. Would be nicely used, but I think that's the difference I want to highlight. It doesn't feel like there was many like incredulously wrong things that Tianzhen was doing, but Loyan's tempo in this game has definitely given a breath of life to IG.
Yeah. He's been able to play around the map well again. I think a lot of it is kind of down to how Weibo drafted as well. We can give credit to that for Lilian too. Why not?
True. Why not?
He came in and I mean, hell, Weibo felt the need to draft his way around him. And he's done a great job of stepping up, enabling the bot lane, and leaving YSKM to be the sweet side top laner who doesn't need a lot of investment. Now it's about how they use this Herald with Dragon coming up. You'd expect it to be soon.
Going to be a player gold graph that you screenshot and send to your friends if you're IG. It's going to be very nice. Handshake does come through as Weaver's Wall comes across from Xiaohu. Not going to catch anybody there. Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be utilized backwards now as the TP's coming in. Xiaohu needs to get out of there. On does a lot of damage. Fate's Call going to be used here. Oh, that was a really good hostile takeover, but the Rift Herald used in mid lane by IG. They will strut their stuff here, try to take down an outer turret.
And now, Weibo have used everything. They're going to lose this tower. They're going to lose this dragon. And if anyone oversteps, IG are going to feel completely confident looking for an engage.
See where they're driving off to now. Maybe off into the sunset here, or maybe off into a game number 4. And drive their way all the way to bot lane. YSKM, you can drive the wheel of the Rift Herald anytime, as he's able to take down another turret for IG. That'll be 2 in a row.
Huge swing of gold now. Almost 5k gold lead for IG. 2 dragons up. Weibo don't have any fantastic scaling to lean on. Lethality Kalista. I mean, Talia late game, right? Like, she has some solid damage, she has some presence, but nowhere near enough to deal with IG. And like I said, you don't even really have the lockdown or the CC to ever be able to isolate someone from IG. So still going to hope to be able to find picks while these turrets are still up, and maybe certain members of IG will be overextended, but even that isn't happening.
Weibo struggling to find the engine here for themselves, but it's an IG who maybe had taken the mantle of Weibo, but in the series holistically, taking a couple games to really warm up the fact, and honestly, Lien coming in to light the fire. They have found a lot of advantages off the back of Weibo's mistakes and as well as the way they drafted for this game number 3. So we'll see if Weibo find that ticket here. They are getting those first item spikes for themselves. They have that Seraph's upgrade there for Xiaohu as well.
Ooh, Chris needs to be careful having to flash.
Flashy.
Shattered Crystal Arrow.
Wink with the Ash has been so clutch with getting a lot of the summoner spells out of Weibo so far. IG going to move their pressure up towards top side. Be able to take down an outer turret here. So maybe not. Nice little wave clear from Weibo.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to keep this up, though. I love the way they're playing with the Nidalee here, just kind of using this as the threat to dissuade Weibo from ending up saving this turret. And Mazal got a bit of a theory. What if IG just played those first 2 games, and they're like, April Fools, and then the big reverse sweep happens. Let's go so far the other way. You know, we were saying it's a sealed deal for Weibo before, but I want to believe it's a sealed deal for IG.
They were giving Lien 2 games to, like,
no.
dial in Xiaohao. Oh my god! He can't do anything! He is surviving, though, against Xiaohu. Ends up getting taken out by Chris. Now On finds Xiaohu himself, and a big amount of gold going to his pockets. On survives as well.
It felt like we almost cursed them, but IG just too strong, having too much damage. And again, Weibo not really having a way to solidify a kill, relying so much on the seismic shrub or Xiaohao being able to find an angle around them. So I love the punish coming out from IG. They pick up a turret top. And why scam on the Rex side? Yeah, you're never going to be able to lock him down, ZDZ. Accept it.
This is a bounce house from hell, man. Like, he's trying to flash, he's trying to rocket jump, he's in the steadfast presence, he's in everything.
But in the end, it still didn't matter. I mean, Xiaohu missed, what, only a couple of Qs there towards the end, and he still almost ended up getting away. And then, sadly, not having the damage there is on, picks up another one. A ton of gold injection now.
2.5 items.
Collector. Yeah, he's huge.
Collector is very big at pressing the advantage you already have. Now, they also have 2 dragons to boot. They have another one spawning in less than 2 minutes. And Wink can consistently look for engages. This is much more the style that the IG bot lane has represented, and honestly a pillar of IG over the last years.
Yeah, I mean, this is how On and Wink were really being lent on early on in the split, and it really felt like they were the players to watch on IG, which felt weird after committing to this bot lane for so long. You know, of course, having Xiao UAG in there as well as the other AD carry kind of swapping back and forth. I think a lot of people question of, like, why are IG investing into their bot lane? And both last year and this year, the early starts of the split, you can start to see why before they really begin to taper off. Now delivering here in playoffs once again.
Staving us from a 3-0 into the first round. Weibo now looking to move their vision out into their red side, which is no longer theirs. IG have consistently been able to find those advantages. But we have about 50 seconds for a dragon. It would be a third for IG, so you still have some breathing room for Weibo if you want to give this one up. But that would mean that your timer is set for the next one. Xiaohu getting collapsed on by Lien here. He's going to use the Weaver's Wall. Chance Crystal Arrow goes a little bit wide, but he gets the damage off. So he'll stop Xiaohu in his tracks.
Yeah, that was close. I mean, that would have ended up being a kill. Still, it's going to allow IG to be able to keep up their push. Shoshana is just going to have so much pressure inside. So I love that IG are constantly looking for picks with this Ashe, and they just got to keep rinsing and repeating until they can, you know, pull Weibo out of their base, whether it be for a Dragon Soul, or if we ever see them get confident enough to look for a Baron. I mean, they are actually running triple marksman, so you know, it's something they can do quite fast.
At one point, one day, we're going to have quintuple marksman.
I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel like it's happened. I feel like there must be
Probably.
a game where it's happened, where it's been like, I don't know, maybe Kindred or Graves, and then this.
Quinn, top.
I mean, you don't
And
need
then
5.
this.
5's too much.
No, 5. I want 5.
I mean, it would just be bad, so it would just be
Okay,
really
well,
bad.
yeah.
It's one of those things you
Probably.
think you want, but then when you get it, you just be like, oh, why did I want this?
find that happening a lot. Anyways,
It's like
2
me with
items
Little Caesars. Sometimes I think I want Little Caesars, and I'm like, why do I want this?
Come on, nobody's gonna understand what Little Caesars is anyways, but YSKM goes into the engaged position on the Weibo as he kind of face checked. Oh, nice little move from Xiaohu, gets him away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. A really big keeper's verdict actually separated IG here. Weibo able to fight back just a tad.
Like, look at YSKM as, okay, we're gonna pause, we're gonna chill out, we're gonna find out what's up. But I just want to point out that last fight, like, YSKM is up front all by himself, getting hit by everything the enemy's throwing at him, and Weibo just don't have the damage to do anything to this tank Rek'Sai.
Yeah, it's a Thornmail Sunfire start, so
yeah.
No AD today. And be able to take down any of that health bar, it feels like. And this is a little bit of a different style, but I know you were highlighting it for YSKM, practicing it coming into this one, but very nice to see a little bit of stability gained when that was not the case against ZDZ in the first 2 games.
No, and right, I feel like a lot of it this time around is having that lane matchup, being on the winning side of the 1v1, and really no kill threat being there from either the Aatrox or the Rek'Sai, I think is working out well for him. So I gotta say, Mazel, IG bringing us into uncharted territory of the potential game 4. Maybe that's why the pause happened. Maybe Weibo is like, what's going on? We were not supposed to lose. Who's got the script?
I think it was maybe the keeper's verdict just yeeted them off of Summoner's Rift, and now they got to find a way to get back on.
Could be.
That's what I would go with. Because it was like right after the keeper's verdict.
It was like a solid 5 or 6 seconds. Are you saying IG
like
needs 5 or 6 seconds to figure out where they are?
I just like the cinematic shot of, somebody getting yeeted off of Summoner's Rift and not being able to get back on. That almost happened to IG.
I'm still just so built in with how Weibo haven't really smiled at all this series. Right now it actually makes sense. It's a little bit suspicious, Mazel.
Do you expect them to smile? I don't feel like this is the most smile-heavy team. I think ZDZ and Light probably the most likely to smile.
No way. Xiaohu for sure. On this team, I'd say Xiaohu 100%. I think the least likely
series.
The least likely is definitely Crisp. But I was going to say, kind of other than Crisp, I don't really think of this team as like a stone face sort of team.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently they are all business today, but hopefully we'll have an update on what's exactly going on. I'm sure there's just some tech issues here. Hopefully we'll be getting back into it now. You don't want a stop to the action. And here we go. Look at that. You got to speak about it. I was hitting my button the whole time. Finally, it just goes down. Speaking of going down, turret in the side lane goes over to ZDZ.
Huge pickup of the big Raptor by Weibo Gaming is, another huge pickup by Lian onto the Krugs. We're going to try and build some artificial tension, as maybe we actually don't need to build artificial tension because Weibo are trying to reclaim this vision.
Ooh, spear connects. I'm just trying to figure out what kind of meal plan Summoner's Rift has for cougars where they're feeding rocks to them. I've worked at a zoo, man. That's not the kind of things that we feed to these animals. But you know what we feed? Meat.
Chris?
And Lian's looking for it here. He's going to go over the wall. The hostile takeover from Chris, trying to buy some time. ZDZ is here, but TP's aplenty from IG. He's trying to take down On. Now maybe just try to find an exit. Chris will find an exit, but it is only to the gray screen, and Lian claims that one.
I mean, this should open up for IG to feel confident.
Ooh, they're TPing on to Light in mid lane, but Cryan will be there. Get a bit of a pincer maneuver.
I'm surprised that IG weren't more confident trying to look to bait the Baron. I mean, they don't have an Enchanted Crystal Air to fall back on, but YSKM has Flash. They do have ways of starting up fights, and here we go.
Gonna start it up now. Xiaohao is still around. There is the potential for a 50-50 unless IG want to pull the trigger on a fight. Already going down as the Baron. Xiaohao's not even there. YSKM gonna rebuff them, and the Baron secured by Lian. YSKM is in there. He's gonna get in there with the Void Rush as well. He's trying to heal up. Look, he is untouchable. Look how much he heals. In IG, they get the Baron. They get out with all 5 purple capes.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, it really just does not feel like Weibo are ever going to have the damage to take down this Rek'Sai. Xiaohao?
Oh, they find the handshake. They actually find Lien. That's a big amount of damage, but you got to watch On. On is on the side. He's already gotten 1 kill as well. Nice little explosive charge there with the combo, the buster shot. IG find another. That's 2 for 1. And at least now they have the siege potential on a tier 2, but they'll back off.
Just having so much damage to work with themselves. More kills, more gold picked up. Again, they've been on Soul Point now for a while. That Drake's going to come up in a minute and a half with this bear, and they're really going to be able to start just breaking down the rest of the Weibo side of the Rift, especially when you have Tristana.
Oh, yeah. They are giving Weibo a taste of their own medicine with the side lane pressure, too. We'll take a look back at that replay. Lien gets completely caught out, but the strengths of IG are many.
It's one of those things where they're falling so far behind, they need to find any opportunity they can, and that's a great opportunity, right? Like isolating the Nidalee, but you don't have anything beyond that. And IG, with the advantage with how far ahead they are, is I don't know why they're calling out On like that. He wanted the kill for himself. He deserves a bit of happiness and greed in his life.
Yeah, absolutely, especially the way the first 2 games went. You'll take that all day. Also, about a minute away from his soul for IG. Weibo lacking in answers.
I kind of feel like we're at a point in the game where, again, I don't know really how their comp can come back in unless ZDZ finds some kind of insane flank where no flash on, maybe the cooldowns from Crying are down. You could try to insta-burst their carries, but there'd be too many what-ifs there. I mean, hell, Crying even does have his flash. You're assuming he's holding on to his jump, and even his ult's coming back up soon, so... Yeah,
the trouble is as well, Baron's still available, gonna be available before the fight even kicks off. Xiaohu, he wants to kick it off now. Crying's coming over the other side, though, and he's gonna rocket jump his way to victory. Big hostile takeover onto On. ZDZ can't get him, and On gets the kill anyways. Now it's the rocket jump city for IG, and they've been Goomba stomped into history. That's a full ace for IG, and we have a series on our hands.
IG actually coming out with what's going to be the fastest game of the series so far with this performance against Weibo.
They're going to try to finish it off here, about 10-15 seconds on the closest members, but they are barreling down this. They still have 10 seconds on the Baron buff, and they only have 2 towers standing in their way. They have woken up from the grave. They have staved off the darkness, and Lien's shining light on the Cougar comes clutch. IG push us to 4.
Again, I think IG are going to look at it the same way. They might be kicking themselves of, hey, why didn't we start this guy sooner? But, again, I feel like Weibo really dropping the ball in terms of the draft they came in with this one, even just individual mistakes, but IG doing a great job. Their bot lane doing a lot better this time around. And then, I mean, the signature Nidalee, he's just going to come in, it's going to work, and they get themselves on the board.
I am still happy that they've given both their junglers their comfort champions, right? You come out the gate with the Tianzi and Rengar, but Lien coming in very clutch. The tempo was the biggest difference, and the amount of times that Xiaohao was forced into pressureful situations, that was not the case in game 1 and 2. We're going to see what happens for game number 4 after a short little break. Do not go anywhere. I love Chris with the finger wag, but that was not the case here, as we have gone to 4 games in the last series of our first round of LPL playoffs here in spring. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Lyric, and IG were able to retool themselves and add in a little bit of spice with Loyen to push us to 4 and have an extremely strong showing on a composition they know and love.
Yeah, right. We see Loyen come back in, gets his hands on the Nidalee. The bot lane aggression is able to come through to enable them. Cryan has a push in mid. You have Prio in top side. So Weibo never even got a chance to show, again, really the one consistent aspect of their gameplay of the split, which has been how they're able to play the map. That was never able to come to fruition because of how IG were able to come in so strong early on in the game. And
Loyen able to use a lot of that early tempo, but honestly, a big saving grace for them was On and Wink's presence in the bot lane 2v2. Something we knew that was very strong for them coming into this one, right? They were second highest KP of 15 for bot lanes, but it was important for them to have a confidence building game, and Loyen facilitated that a lot while carrying on his own. I'm
kind of surprised that Wink didn't pick this one up. Felt like he had a really solid game on that Ashe to enable everything. But Loyen, I mean, no slouch, right? He was following up with the damage. Early on, wasn't able to find any spears, but the longer the game went on, he was really just packing in with all that damage. I mean, look at this one. Connects right onto Light. Make sure that they can continue running down the fight. And IG might be kicking themselves after this game, thinking, hey, why didn't we start Loyen sooner? Would be kind of hindsight in my mind. Again, they did lose to Weibo with Loyen a week ago. They got 2-0'd. But this time around, not even really changing things up. Going back to the same IG blueprint, and this time around it just worked. Again, showing the inconsistencies of Invictus Gaming.
And showing that Weibo maybe raising some question marks of their own here. We saw them be so dominant in the first 2 games, but they did not do themselves any favors with the draft that they had for this game number 3.
And right, they were 2 games up. Yeah, I think their draft was kind of suspect into what IG had laid out. They were really trying to force a lot of these early fights, and once Weibo fell behind, it seemed like they were just going to dig themselves deeper in the grave. But I don't think Weibo should be feeling too worried after how dominant those first 2 games are. And really, I'm just going to be looking at how these drafts pan out, especially in terms of the prios, right? Can Weibo actually get themselves some lanes that have some push, have some pressure to be able to sit up for these roams? Again, Cryan able to consistently shut down Xiaohu's attempts to move on the Tristana was a massive deal to shutting down Weibo's game plan.
It was so big. And we'll see what this game has to offer. I'm very curious to see who gets what sides here as well, because I think that has a lot to do with it, right? That was the first time we saw Weibo on the red side. Maybe with a different composition, it means a little bit different, but it was curious to see. And now a game number 4 where IG still find themselves on the cusp of losing and going home for spring split, but they have a little bit more gas in their tank.
Yeah, and we're going to have some momentum, right, to be able to go into this one. But I think a lot of reflection going to be there for Weibo in terms of what they let through. It's still just going to be interesting going into the draft, right? Because IG and Loyen still might not just care. They might still just gravitate back towards the Nidalee. They might just keep falling into these comfort picks. And if it worked in 1 game, it can work in 2. And then suddenly 2 becomes 3. And a reverse sweep happened. And we're all like, what is going on here?
Yes. I love the highlight on Cryan and Xiaohu. Again, a big storyline coming into this one. 2 mainstays of RNG having won an LPL title and an MSI title together. Top and mid, respectively, for Xiaohu.
They should have won that Worlds,
Cryan.
too.
Should have won the Worlds. But
I predicted it. Didn't happen.
Cryan has definitely turned up a little bit heavier in the latter half of this series so far. First 2 games were very rough. Felt like Xiaohu was able to get him at every turn. But here, this turnaround has been very nice for Cryan.
Yeah, just giving him something, again, that kind of... He has a role to play, right? Keep pushing mid, follow Xiaohu, make sure that those roams to the Weaver's Walls can't come through. We're going to go back to Weibo on blue side. Blue side is 100% win rate in this series so far. Is wow, a complete change-up from Weibo from their first 2 games in terms of bans, right? We were having the Nautilus, the Nico, the Callista before. Now Rek'Sai and Loyen, a huge reaction to the last game.
A needed reaction. It feels like those 2 powerhouses unable to be dealt with. Also very likely ban of that Maokai towards Xiaohao. Do not want to give him that B1 Maokai that he has dominated this series with. The Rumble, also a respect ban towards ZDZ.
And now it's going to make the first pick even more interesting. I'm curious which of the bans Weibo holds through from the earlier series. It's going to be the Nautilus. I think it's a good call again when Wink has been a standout this split for IG. It's his most played champion. It's giving you something with a lot of onus to make plays. Taking that one away is ideal. I wonder how much Weibo value the Nico that they've been banning all the previous years. But no, with both Ashe and Varus open, seems like this is the right call.
Varus has been consistently banned as well by IG, but slinking on through here gives a lot of versatility with the pick for light. Chains of Corruption going to be a clutch for long distance engage or peel ability. Now that Ashe, again, probably the likely pick, but it's what you pair with it for IG.
Yeah, again, things like the Nico being left open for the first time this series can really throw a spanner in the works if IG just want to go towards that and have even more playmaking ability in the early game.
It's a tangle barb, not a spanner. Okay, Lyric.
All right. You know, but there's also like, how much did it devalue Le Yen's champions, right?
Ooh, yeah.
The Graves, the Brand, really being the other big things that he knows how to play. But no, they're actually just going to go straight for their bot lane 2v2. There's really no fear of the Draven being taken away, obviously, because the Varus had already been picked up. But just wanting to make sure that they can get their hands on that strong 2v2 once again.
Honestly, on 3 games on Draven, pretty impressive that he's gotten this one so far for IG. We'll see, though. This would be a huge lock-in. A tried and true pick for Xiaohu. He earned, I feel like, his name, the Tiger King of Spring, on picks like this one, but also just a lot of onus being given to him on this game, which could be a potential last one of this series.
The thing they're doing now is, even if they fall in the hole early, it doesn't really mean too much, right? They have a Varus and they have an Azir that they can fall back on. They're going to have a lot of range to be able to play around to make it so even if an Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits, they can still end up backing away to deal with it. And even to get their hands on a very powerful early game jungler like the Volibear. So Xiaohao maybe going to be given another chance to shine like Game 2 where he was a standout.
I'm surprised they didn't go for the Viego, give him a little bit more power for the reset potential there, but a little bit more stability and tankability there for the Volibear. A lot of choices to be had by Cryan. He's trying to take his pick of the litter. Some smiles, maybe leaning towards this Nico that you had mentioned earlier. The setup is king, and Cryan might be just the king of that.
I wonder if they fear any of the, we'll say, more cheeky support picks from coming through. Things like the Heimer, which we saw Weibo flashing, Xiao was flashing it on that 2-pick. Of things like that can contest Prio. Or if they feel a bigger need to just, once again, get YSKM in a comfortable matchup. Because we've seen every game so far, whether it be like this game in first phase of bans or second, there it is. They're putting a lot of emphasis onto banning out ZDZ. ZDZ, his most played champion in solo queue is Twisted Fate. So we know Weibo played it during the split in top side, but also not afraid of bringing it there. Hell, actually even theoretically could be put down towards bot if they were willing to do something weird like moving Varus into the support role, which, maybe hasn't really happened much this year, but was a staple early on in 2023.
And this is also a situation where Weibo didn't really get to play their strengths, where they do have a lot of success playing through side lanes, playing through macro decision making, and like pushing you around the map. We saw that in the first couple games of the series, but maybe trying to take away some of those options is IG's mental going into the second phase. Now the Graves Prio ban towards the end. The other thing you think of here is the Brand, another big one.
Yeah, the only other, his other, big champion he's played has been the Xin Zhao, but even then, I think he's 2-4. Yeah, he's 2-4 on the pick, so it hasn't been something IG really found success on, but those have been his big 4. We know Lian, though, can play things like the Lee Sin. Hell, even this split, he's 2-0 on it, 17 KDA, so there's definitely still some options there, and IG are just going to keep going strong with leaning into aggression in the early game in terms of these first 3 picks. So it seems like rounding it out with something like that would mesh quite well.
Ooh, the Cassante. So we talked about this at the beginning of the series, and we actually saw it banned in the first game, but both these guys, EDZ and YSKM, love the Cassante, and it feels like it's been one of the most stable picks for YSKM throughout this season.
I mean, 16 games, 62% win rate. That is huge for YSKM, giving him some pressure in the 1v1, but also being a frontliner. He feels confident playing, and Weibo actually going to go back towards the Poppy again. Not too many dashes or anything like that that you're dissuading, but this time around, the key difference is you have range to play with, right? You have the Azir and you have the Varus. So even if you aren't denying a bunch of like people dashing into you, you can still play Peel to allow for your carries to take over.
And you can deny a crucial component to IG's composition with a big keeper's verdict there as well. See what Weibo wants to grab in as this final pick here. Crisp has been clutch on the engages. We've seen him have a lot of success in that, but it finally gets locked in. The Heimerdinger.
Hasn't played it this split, but again, going to do really well in the 2v2. He's played like an adjacent style earlier. I think they were playing, they played Varus Zyra earlier in the split, so we're going to see them try and be able to contest this pressure in the 2v2 with those turrets. Now, IG, I'd be a little bit surprised to see the Nocturne. He'd really be diving in alone unless Cryan can find those great angles and flanks to be able to get in there. But yeah, IG, once again, it feels very, you know, hit or miss. They could either explode out of the rip, they can find that early game lead, or they will just get rolled over. Weibo coming in with a lot more scaling under their belt, but this time also trying to draft for some prio with the Heimer Varus and bot lane.
The bar of execution for IG is pretty high. They have a lot of pieces that all need to sync up together, but when you look at it, maybe close your eyes thinking about it, right? Leyen turns off the lights, then you have Cryan with a big flank engage, the Pop Blossom. You had the Enchanted Crystal Arrow maybe leading all of that off, and a lot of vision being gained to utilize that. So that is how the composition should work, but we've seen the execution bar has not been met every time.
Well, also, it's very feast or famine, right? All the things you're pointing out, if it gets ahead, playing against it can be so oppressive. Just because, I mean, Enchanted Crystal Arrow plus the Nocturne able to chase down so far away. But if it falls behind, it becomes a lot harder to contest any fights. So we'll be heavily relying on picking members of Weibo off. So we're going to see if IG can have the same explosive early game as they did in game number 3.
Tempo was key in that game, and Leyen coming in swinging to put Xiaohao under pressure consistently. See if he can do that yet again with a little bit of a retooled composition. The Volley Bear going to be a staple, it feels like, in the tankiness of this roster for Weibo. But it's still a game that IG need to win if they want their hopes to continue here in spring. With Weibo looking on the cusp of facing off against LNG in the next round. Let's see if we go all 5.
IG trying to find something to get themselves off to a good start, and I love it. I love looking for level 1s, especially in series like this. Level 1s are some of the easiest things to invest in to try to find bang for your buck. Not able to do it this time. And both these teams, I mean, coming in, wanting to make it to the next series, very different journeys, right? IG, not making playoffs since 2021, hoping to go on for some semblance of a run here, even if just making it to the next round would be huge. Weibo, again, made it to finals. Last year, World Finals. So not wanting to really drop down from that precedent.
Weibo having picked up some core pieces from anyone's legend that have been developing under their system for so long with Xiaohao and CDZ. We're about to get a tussle to potentially decide game number 4.
It's 5v4.
That's a flash. A little bit of damage from on the back end. Oh no, Leyen, you got to get out of there. First blood goes over to none other than Crisp.
And you definitely would have preferred it on someone else. But this was just all 5 members of Weibo being on this side of the map. ZDZ did not start top lane, so it's a trade, right? Weibo find this kill, they find some pressure, even getting summoners off people like Cryan, but it's at the expense of YSKM being able to get a bit of an advantage in top lane. Now, when your top lane is Cassante versus Poppy, I don't think as Weibo you care all that much.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't think the ZDZ's chilling right now. Does end up losing a little bit of that level 1, but it's fine. Now, Wink and On have gained a bit of advantage. We've seen them do this in the last game that led to a lot of good decision-making from the rest of IG, but that's where I want to check in on these junglers, where they will have the mirrored starts here with opposite side pathing.
Yeah, kind of interested to see if Xiaohao, I mean, if he would even attempt anything bot at this point. Weibo should know that there's that ward bot side, but still going to walk through, it looks like.
He's going to be spotted out there. A couple pings going his way. Wink's not actually going to step up to stop a back there, but a wave will crash in the end. Actually, maybe stopped by that turret, so really nicely well done by Weibo's bot side. Try to stave off a little bit of the pressure, maybe get some of the CS lead under tow.
I'm going to try and find something, but it is going to be rough for now. I mean, that's the difference in On and Wink just starting on that wave first and keeping up that level of aggression. But again, Weibo this time around don't feel as pressured if things do start going wrong or getting a little bit tough earlier on. Their composition definitely holds up way better the longer this game goes with the amount of frontline and DPS that they do have. So it's nice that we can see IG finding pressure in bot, crying, out-pressuring in this matchup mid. It's something that Weibo were banning every game of the series leading into this, and crying hopefully can show us the reason why.
Ooh, Chris going to have to burn his flash. The volley also connects on the back end of it, too. A lot of pressure being given over to Weibo, and that means that IG will actually be able to crash another wave down here, too.
Like we said, this is not something Chris has shown us this split. So we're going to see how proficient he actually feels on this champion. But On and Wink off to another good start in the 2v2, going back to IG's win condition like they showed us at the start of the split.
You wink and you'll miss it was the tagline we gave this bot side. The 2v2 always coming up clutch for them so far, though. That one kill going over to Crisp, even though some of that pressure in the lane has gone On's way. You now look to some proactive jungling here as first paths have come to a head. A back coming out from Lien means that his first strikes will not be there. He'll be looking for that level 6 mark for the Paranoia.
Yep, that's what it's going to be all about. And I mean, hell, it could go either mid or bot, right? Having the options available to you is... I'm actually surprised. I thought Weibo might try and commit up topside and take that Scuttle Crab. They should have the knowledge it hasn't been taken yet with the control ward that they have up there, but it seems like Xiaohao more interested in staying around bot.
The objectives are going to be spawning here soon, at least right now. They also have been moving On and Wink up here. They are spotted out on vision, but this could also mean they're trying to make a play towards these Telegrubbies. Xiaohu, they do know that they're here. So Xiaohu should be able to play with a little bit of bait.
Yeah, this is reminiscent to, I believe it was game 1 when Xiaohu, right? He kept knowing Tianjin was going to gank his On.
Oh, Crisp. He almost had the timing just a little bit behind, but Weibo forcing On to walk the wide way around to get back to his wave.
I'm surprised they aren't applying more pressure to prevent him from walking in. I think Lien should have showed on the vision or on top side. I mean, definitely shows now. He's actually sitting right next to a ward. But so I feel like On's getting off a little bit easy, just being able to simply walk to his turret. But Wink, he's not. He has to fear everything that's in this jungle right now.
He is terrified, although we know that nobody's there. It is terrifying to walk into an entire jungle that has no vision. Lien taking advantage of some of that pressure on the bot side of the map. He ended up taking all 3 of the Telegrubbies, so he's the only one watching those Saturday morning cartoons. Xiaohu, though, missing the combo onto Crying.
You know, the global ban is showing. We're out of practice. It's okay.
There's 2 games in a row we've seen like wide misses.
Exactly. This is just a Xiaohu thing. I'm gonna assume LPL mid laners maybe not having as much practice on the Azir again.
That's why we went 2 games without it.
I'm fine with that. You know, we can keep going games without it.
I do want to highlight though, we've gotten to a pretty good state of normalcy here. At least Lien still has a bit of an advantage in the jungle matchup, but this bot lane lead has been diminished by Light and Crisp. Nice cam going all out here on the ZDZ. He's going to pop that Keeper's Verdict. Kind of unstoppable his way out, but gets yeeted anyways.
ZDZ holding it, trying to guarantee that he gets that one off. Is going to be able to get this lane in now and go for a recall. And like you said, very steady game, which feels like it's good for Weibo, but this is where the explosion for IG could start happening, right? Cry and Lien both having their ults online.
Gets it online at the right time. They find the fear under turret there, and On cashes in. Big money for IG.
Almost able to find a return kill onto Lien, but not able to do so, and Draven being the one to get the kill. exactly what you want from IG. Great job on punishing the flash, which is almost up. So nice timing for IG.
Timing coming in key, and the hawk shot going to spot out Xiaohao. So IG can play a little bit more safe around the bot side of the map too. Level 6 has been achieved by Xiaohao though. Xiaohu trying to find the backing Cryan, does end up stopping his back there too.
Just fine going for that, knowing he still, he has fleet. He still has a biscuit in his inventory. Fine going with those held trades to just try and keep that lane locked in the 1v1. And now Weibo taking advantage of a timing their own to get the Drake. One of the nice things about Heimerite with all his turrets, really solid at being able to take the neutral objectives. And here, I mean, Paranoia comes online and they can easily run him down. Still had no flash. Again, light there, hit a Q, almost found a return kill, but not enough in the end.
The timing's so good, man. It's like instantly hit level 6, let's go bot side. And I think that was the difference in last game that Loyen presented over Tianjin, and that could be the difference maker in this game.
You off to a nice early start. Cryan has ult, so maybe some potential if they wanted to look mid. You are against an Azir, so I think without the Paranoia, it can be very hard. Other than that, IG might just be fine waiting for some of their, waiting for Loyen's ult to cycle. That might even give time for Wing to get his Enchanted Crystal Arrow online. And then guess what, Mazel? You can look for a rinse and repeat play of exactly what happened bot, except this time with even more CC.
Yeah, it gets even worse as you start piling things on even more and more. Wing could be very close to that level 6 mark with Loyen pathing down towards bot side. It's like we can see the harbinger of destruction in the distance for Weibo's bottom lane. See if they can get path down here or do anything along the sorts, as there is some more objectives coming up on the Rift. IG, they already started stacking the first 3 grubbies, but there's a second set of grubbies coming up, and we'll see if Weibo wants to deny them that.
Yeah, looking at their top side 3v3s, maybe there's an angle. If Xiaohu gets opened up to get jumped on by Cryan and Loyen, IG obviously win, but I think if you walk in a correct way, it should be hard to 3v3 them. You have Emperor's Divide to be able to force them off. Rotating your bot lane over looks like it'd be impossible with the pressure that IG have, and hell, IG actually could even move their bot lane up first, or even just commit an Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So definitely seems like there's more options there for IG.
Xiao playing around the blast cone there. Loyen actually trying to get a little bit of a vision play down up that actually bottom side of the map. Ooh, let's see a little standoff here. Okay, Loyen immediately wins that one. Xiaohao doesn't want any of that, but that goes back to the game plan you were talking about earlier. Weibo okay with a slight advantage to IG here.
Yeah, I think like if standoffs like that happen where both junglers are just looking at each other, I think Weibo feel all right. They're like, hey, no Paranoia play is happening on the map. But speaking of, he's going to go for those grubs you just hit on. Xiaohao going to hope to find an angle bot.
That insurance policy, though, man, anytime you see all 6 grubs go one way, it just feels really rough as time goes on, especially for a composition that wants to be strong early. Ooh, Cryan's going to have to burn his flash here. Xiaohao didn't really have the angle, and now Loyen in some trouble. ZDZ has found him and stopped him from taking the 5th and 6th grubs, but they do get a 4th.
Yeah, Weibo.
No
what a
shot.
Weird. Oh, he's going to
No shot, Xiaohao.
Christmas here too.
He wants
Christmas
it.
ult.
They don't. Okay. Well, lackluster, but they wanted it. I could see it. I could see the angle. But Chris moving up here is big because they will deny the 5th and 6th.
They knew that Wink should have been close because they hadn't seen Wink on bot wave for a while. So even just, maybe they go in, get Enchanted Crystal Arrowed, and it turns into an overcommit. I think that was the thought process in Weibo's mind to why they wouldn't look for an aggressive last plan over.
Ooh, there's a combo, but a flash comes. Oh, Loyen taking a couple extra turret shots there. Almost gets traded on the back end of it. Those 2 grubs finally fall to Weibo. Xiaohu stops the advance of a multi-ulted mid lane direction for IG.
Yeah, we've been complimenting a lot of their timing, but the timing on that one, not so good. Loyen definitely going to need a new watch, but at least no one died. Take that.
True. He just used 3 ultis. No big deal. Luckily, they're decently short cooldowns. We are looking at first items coming up for majority of members here. as the Yumus for Light. As we did not mention earlier, but it is the double Arcane Comet bot side, so a little bit more of that poke lethality build from Light.
Which I think makes a lot of sense, right? You already have your Azir, who hopefully will be the one able to take care of K'Sante later on, as we're going to see here. Just great flash. Sadly, not able to have the Pop Blossom come out soon enough to be able to chain that perfectly, but I don't think that's a criticism you could really give on IG. Just, you know, Xiaohu with a really clutch flash there to be able to get away.
It was so close for Xiaohu just to get that little poke back and almost kill him too. Little things can start to make the biggest difference. Now we're 20 seconds away from another dragon. Weibo had gotten the first. We'll see if they were willing to give up the trade of those. YSKM going to get a big trade on the ZDZ. He wants to go all out. Will do so. ZDZ is going to burn the flash. Here's the keeper's verdict. And can he get the kill anyways? The unstoppable. You should know me, baby.
Perfect timing to make sure that he can't get knocked back. YSKM gets his hand on the one champion he's really leaned on this split, and it actually ends up paying off. But IG, they want to keep looking to tussle.
Dude, Dragon going the way of Weibo, though, and maybe the engage afterwards. Xiaohu does have his combo. Oh, nice enchanted crystal arrow there. Double stand aside by On. That decent chunk onto Crisp with one auto attack. You start seeing the strength of the Draven.
Trying to find something there, but still 2 dragons up for Weibo. This game so far is so different from anything we've gotten. This
Crisp! He's just a little Yordle, and he's going to go down easily to the strength of IG.
Yeah, in no man's land. Knew On was running up, really had nowhere he could go unless he was willing to flash over the red buff wall, which honestly in hindsight was probably the only thing he could do, but ends up going down. Another kill for IG.
That's such a big pick out too, and IG gaining some momentum here. We're going to take a look back at that solo bolo.
I mean, so nice. TP's back in, full HP, has the advantage, just honestly running him down. I mean, I think we all know what the big part of this play is going to be. After getting the soul, I mean, just great timing with the W to make sure that he can't get knocked back. There it is, the recast, and finishes it off. I mean, hey, with the fact that he's played 16 games on the, like, this is 17th game on the K'Sante this split, he should be able to pull off those 1v1s.
You're going to be wondering, and were those bans worth it? Towards the Nidalee and the Rek'Sai, if you're going to let these kinds of strengths through for YSKM, who has had a pretty quiet series that has turned it up in the last couple games as well. On that Rek'Sai, now on the K'Sante. Weibo are moving Crisp around pretty proficiently. We have the Rift Herald up and available on this side of the map too.
Let's remember, though, the K'Sante has not been at least first rotation ban so far this series. It has been in the second set of bans, but there has been opportunities there for YSKM, just IG not opting into it so far until this game. But like you were saying, now it's about seeing if either of these teams can start getting towards this Rift Herald. So far, Weibo the ones with control over River. IG probably waiting for the Paranoia to come back up before they look to make any sort of aggressive play, right? We're going to have that same combo, Wink setting things up, Lien following through, and then that can really work around either Cryan or On, right? Cryan would definitely be the cherry on top with even more CC with the ulti, but even just the damage from On could be enough to allow Lien and Wink to find the right play.
Wondering how they can try to find these at least advances in the downtimes, because we have about 2 minutes spurning on till a third dragon will be available for Weibo. They have had really consistent objective focus besides those 4 grubs going to IG. Looks like they're going to start that Rift Herald already, but pull off of it. It's now in the mid lane focus because of Light and Crisp versus On and Wink.
Things like this Rift Herald are incredibly important for IG, right? Because you do have some wave clear with the Azir and just a lot of ways, a lot of short range for IG. It's going to make it hard to siege down any of these turrets without things like Rift Herald or Baron.
YSKM on the receiving end of ZDZ's ire, as he got the solo kill there. Weibo will start up the Rift Herald yet again. A little bit more presence from Light in the mid lane. They do get that push in there. I think the biggest question mark becomes when you split this IG composition apart, because I feel like Cryan is such a big piece of the puzzle if they find the big engages there, and he's going to have to be in the side lane answering.
Yeah, but it feels like even if he's there, right, a lot's going to come down to on being able to find the angle. IG's execution, in my mind, definitely being harder. And now at this point, ooh, Xiaohu. So Weibo already starting to show some of this cleverness, some of this outthinking the enemy, knowing that this invade was going to come through.
Trying to stop the bot side tower from falling. They have Wink over here. Crisp on his way, but IG pull off in a setup that might have ended up bad for them, but they do need to get this vision, which they have consistently gotten around the bot side with the dragon spawning in about 30 seconds, rather.
And now it seems like we're going to get a fight. I'm actually surprised Weibo ended up diverting so much away from mid. It is giving IG complete control to try to find this pick, and that's what they want. They want to catch someone out before the fight ends up having to start. Weibo don't have the Herald, so they could definitely pull pressure towards mid and push IG out of River.
Actually, he might be able to make the play before any of this happens with ZDZ on his way as well. YSKM has TP, but there comes the Rift Herald. Some poke coming out. Tango Barm is going to connect on a Xiaohao, but they can also dive pretty proficiently with this Volley Bear pick. The turret will be the focus of the Rift Herald. Not going to be driven in there. You don't need to get any of the extra mites, but the dragon has spawned, and Weibo realized that's where they need to put the pressure. So YSKM's taking an outer tower and topside.
I actually feel like Weibo are taking this way too slow. I feel like Herald should have been dropped earlier with the wave and just immediately turned towards Dragon. It gave YSKM enough time to get a turret when he's been pushed in the whole lane. IG now.
TP here too. Yeah, he's coming in. This is a fight IG want. On, almost dying though on the side. Chris but a gun him down with the rockets. But doesn't end up getting him. Now Paranoia going to be up. Here's where the combo needs to come alive for IG. They already find Xiaohu. Crying. Nobody could see him because of the Paranoia. ZDZ's all by himself in the middle of no man's land, but did he tank enough? Xiaohu's here. The Bear's hungry, and he gets one back. Now ZDZ is in some trouble himself, and Weibo lose their big three.
Again, it just felt like they were way too hesitant around this sequence. It gave IG so much time to find the positions they wanted. They're going to pick up Drake and deny Soul Point. Is Light.
He's looking for the poke. He does have a lot of damage with those piercing arrows, but the dragon goes over IG, stop the stacking from Weibo. That was a big fight from them. They also got a decent amount of gold for Loyen.
We're going to go into the replay again. I really feel like Weibo were sitting on their hands here. Look at the minimap. You already have the Nico TPing from behind. Sure, On has to flash away, but now the positions are just so awkward for Weibo. Xiaohu dragged away to the opposite team, instantly gets taken down. Cryin able to zone people off with where he's at. ZDZ actually does an admirable job.
He does.
Like almost taking on down, but then Xiaohu gets way too greedy committing to that one. And you know, again, we get the replay of the fight, but it really felt like for Weibo was the things leading up that ended up doing them in and letting IG take over. Now a 3K gold lead.
If it would have been the Weibo from game 1 and 2, they pull off after that initial ZDZ getting out with a heal from Crisp, right? But Xiaohao buying into the pressure a little bit, buying into the moment a little bit, going too ham, and IG will pounce back. They are a gritty team. We know them to take early advantages and carry them home. We'll see if they can continue to do so here with about a 3,000 gold lead.
We need to remember, though, this is the Weibo comfort zone.
It is.
Weibo win about 40% of the games where they're behind, past the 15-minute mark. Again, second best in the league. So this is not a position they're unfamiliar with whatsoever. But now you're worrying about Cryin being able to get in there with the Rocket Belt, the Stride Breaker on Loyen, and he's starting to get tanky, driving your backline in unison. Like, look at YSKM with all these kills. Already 2 items finished up. It's really going to be hard to get past IG's front line, and you also have so much dive you're having to deal with as lighter Xiaohu.
And the other thing is they are level 11 now for a lot of those cooldown ultis, going even further. Wink getting closer to that, but their cooldowns are going to be up anytime they need them to, right? The cooldowns are not very long for the Nocturne, for the Nico, for the Ashe as well, so they'll have their engage tools up a lot.
And we're going to have to start looking at IG playing for flashes, right? Because especially when you're running things like the Varus, IG are going to be wanting to force earlier, get those flashes down, and then it gives them such an easy time of, you know, Nocturne and Nico being able to find that backline access onto the Varus. So it can be a key thing moving forward, making sure that Light, even potentially Xiaohu's flashes are down.
Frozen Heart for Lien, second item. I like it.
Wanting to make sure, getting as tanky as soon as possible, denying some of that attack speed from being able to come in and make a huge difference in these fights.
I think a big difference maker can obviously go centered around Lien. After he came in for that game number 3, it's been a different IG team, and that proactivity has paid dividends for them so far.
It's even weird because it's kind of been a different Lien in a way. Like, Lien
Yeah.
was not playing this heavily around bot side during the regular season. He wasn't playing it in the last Weibo series. Really, no point at all was, playing for himself or sometimes playing around top lane or playing with top lane a little bit. So it's nice to see the shakeup coming back.
They're going to catch him out. There's the combo. Luckily, Xiaohu does shifting sands his way out of that one, but that's the scariness that you have to deal with, and that flash going to be burned.
Right? That's what we were just talking about a moment ago. Getting these flashes early so the next time we look for this play, it can work flawlessly. It is a bit harder on the Azir. Oh, Xiaohao.
Fighting off a little bit more than you could chew there, but maybe just enough. As On burns the cleanse. Xiaohao did have to be a little scared there, I'm sure. But they did try to get a catch out, and that's some proactivity back from Weibo.
And sadly, not able to get the flash from On. That could have been a huge one. Then Xiaohao could have just tried to find easy access to the backline anytime, but Weibo going to finally be able to pick out this mid lane outer turret. And with having Xiaohu, Sundisk to keep pressure up. Dragon's coming up in 40 seconds, but Weibo actually valuing control over the top side. I mean, Azir great at Baron. Again, Heimer, another one of those champions. Kind of like Brand, that's just an AP champion that really supplements the damage you're doing to a Baron.
And maybe some of that onus for the Cloud Soul not going to be there for Weibo's composition. Definitely there for IGs, though. They are going to love that one. And that is a nice little pop pulse of denial there. Actually, a huge piercing arrow back. And now Weibo, they want this fight. Light is doing so much work now on the 2.5 item spike of this Varus.
Yeah, and Weibo now going to be in their comfort zone of being able to start navigating the map, right? Hey, what fights do we want to take? Where do we want to split? Oh, wow. Wow, they do just full on send it. Livescam has TP. Oh, what a great ward to TP on, too.
Send it. Why not? YSKM, he's there. He's in there. Paranoia coming in as well. The flash going to come out from Chris. Nice Keeper's Verdict pulling Lien out of there. So there's no 50-50. Xiaohao just needs to stay alive. He's not there fast enough. The Baron goes over. Nice little engage from IG. Are any purple capes going to make it out for Weibo? ZDZ wants Wink. He can't get him. The flash comes through, and everyone's getting chased out now. IG, they're finding On some more kills, and they take almost everyone off the table here. Crisp, ZDZ gone. Light making it out barely, but there's still Xiaohao and Xiaohu are coming back from the base, ready for the dragon.
I think he makes it. Light makes it. Wow, what an escape from Light to be able to not die there, having to make a trek around the world.
He's had to do that a couple times now, this bot lane. Both themselves fighting, traveling, being a nice little pastime for them.
I gotta say, that Baron call was absolutely crazy. I have no idea what Weibo were thinking they're taking that kind of risk, but it somehow actually ended up paying off.
They still are at a big disadvantage, though. And now they have to try to contest for this dragon. They don't really need to, though. They do have the Baron buff for another 2 minutes. IG forcing this one. Oh my God! The shining light from Weibo Gaming!
What a huge steal. Now Weibo out of nowhere on Soul Point. They even had members already stacked in mid to get the Baron wave push going. Is nice dodge by Xiaohu. Like, Weibo Gaming starting to look like the protagonists with how many miracles are showing up.
They had to give IG a little bit of give, and they did. They were pushed all the way to game 4.
Isn't that the most main character energy? Literally escapes through enemy jungle, runs around the whole map, and then steals Dragon for Soul Point. Insane.
Level up is real. Light has been honestly a consistent force in this series for Weibo, and Again, go back to the conversation of like this guy really made a big splash for LNG when they were making their miracle runs, things like that. But it really feels like he's found his own on Weibo and in the combination with Crisp.
Yeah, it really has been able to work again, especially this split. They've been the most consistent piece of the team. And now doing a great job of being able to barrel around the map. I mean, hell, maybe that's why Weibo... Oh, ZDZ.
On does a lot of damage to ZDZ here. How unfair
As
is it?
LDR.
Oh. That's a big one. They're going to try to fight back here, though. ZDZ just has to watch as his health bar gets taken out from under him. As On actually gets the big amount of gold for that one. They're going to try to chase down Weibo, who have no outer tower down here. Loyen has Paranoia. All of the combo for Cryin is available as well. They have the angle. They could actually catch Crisp out. Look at those little legs. They don't run fast enough. And that's going to be another kill to On.
Yeah, overstaying. IG finding a nice 2 kills. And a big thing about, especially that first one, right, is the fact that On was able to finish his Lord Doms before this push around bot ended up happening. Is Cryin has his ult.
Xiaohao will spot him out, but a tier 2 is in the eyes of IG. They could even push this a little bit further, too, if they want to. Pop Blossom still available. Cryin wants to pull the trigger there. If they hit an inhib turret here, that is bold. They do end up backing off after that.
I am actually surprised they weren't willing to dive. I know ZDZ was up soon. He's obviously up now, but you had a big tank in YSKM. You have things like the Pop Blossom.
Oh!
Does manage to do it. As it feels weird, right? Because even with the Baron, even after this, like, IG are still the ones up 4 or 5k gold, but ZDZ being a little bit too far forward. The knockback comes from YSKM. The Lord Dominic's, like I said, really being the thing to deliver for On here in terms of damaging the ZDZ. And man, he just doesn't even get a chance to run away. They're chaining CC over and over again.
Really some big Enchanted Crystal arrows from Wink. And it's been refreshing, I feel like, for me to see On and Wink really perform these last two games in the series, because game 1 and 2 was far flung from what we've seen from these two guys.
Yeah. Again, it's weird because it's very hit or miss. Like, you either get the best of the IG bot lane or you get the worst of the IG bot lane. There typically isn't too much room for middle ground. So it's nice. We've really been getting that good side of On and Wink, and the drafts to enable it. Loyen coming back in and readjusting how he's playing to make sure it could work.
Just got the Bloodthirster completed for On there as well. 5, 1, and 3 going to be a big component to IG's success here. Don't have anything going on the map, but you do have about 1 minute and 10 seconds for a Weibo Soul. It would be that Cloud Soul for them. But until then, it's looking where IG want to pull the trigger. They have everything available, including the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They want to make a play onto Weibo's side lane.
I wonder how much she'll be able to contend in terms of damage until Xiaohu gets a death cap. Has the Void Stuff, has the Andre, Zipley has ways of dealing with YSKM, but YSKM being on 3.5 items, Light really isn't going to be able to touch him.
They were hoping it was going to be anybody but Xiaohao that stepped up there. It was Xiaohao, so they back away. They aren't able to catch anybody there. We do have a Baron spawning back onto the map at about 20 seconds. Will be Catacorner to the Dragon spawning about 10 seconds after that. Wink looking for an angle over here. He has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow available.
And IG are trying sort to find a pick right now because they know that Weibo are the ones with options, right? Weibo can lean to whichever side they want. Like, they could lean Baron and be like, sure, get Dragon, or vice versa. IG hoping they can find a pick first, so then they could just go take the objective of their choosing and not have to give away the other.
You wonder why maybe there's some reservation being played from both sides. A lot of pressure being mounted into this game number 4. This is a do-or-die series for both these teams. IG, they have been on the cusp of losing for 2 games in a row, and they want to stave that off for one more, push us to 5, and give us silver scrapes. You do see IG taking advantage of their pressure around the map to get this Dragon, deny the soul from Weibo, and the time keeps ticking.
And this is the Weibo we've come to know, right? Oh, wow.
They thought.
That was close. They almost had Crisp. Like, that would have been a kill. That would have been the Baron. Now they're just going to go right on it, having known the recall came through.
They are burning it pretty quickly as well. They have to be careful, though, because a 50-50 could flip this game on its head in a game that matters all so much. IG, they are in the pit. They are trying to stop the keeper's verdict there, but it will be successful. That is a huge frontliner gone, and they are off of the Baron. Here comes Xiaohao to finish it off. 50-50. Xiaohao's just better. Here comes Cryin with 2 over the wall. He does get a nice pop blossom, but on the other side, ZDZ is handling business. ZDZ's trying to run down on. He gets him. That's 1,000 smackaroos to the top lane of Weibo. And now they can chase down on the Wink, Cryin, and Lien. YSKM comes on a flank, but the rest of the team from Weibo are right behind him. And they're going to know him real well because they're going to know him enough to put him in the grave. That'll be a big kill to Weibo, a big Baron for Xiaohao, and a complete readaptation for this team deep into this game 4.
And Weibo, again, it's the decision-making once you get past that 30-minute mark where things really get messy, but things seem to work out. I swear, ZDZ's 1-4 Poppy looks like it does more damage than any Poppy I've ever seen. We always cut to him winning 1v1s against the Draven.
That's what happens when you go straight armor to a bunch of damage dealers there. Feels really good for Weibo. We will get another pause, unfortunately. We'll figure out what's going on with that, but Weibo have cut the lead. They've completely evaporated it, and they've taken their own in its place.
I believe it's exactly what I was saying. I think On's like, guys, what is going on? I have Lord Doms, I have Bloodthirster. How am I not out-damaging, out-sustaining, and just murdering this Poppy? And, you know, he's going to be told, so is life. Start the game.
I mean, but you have to be able to peel around him. And I feel like in that last game, the last fight right there, that was a big difference maker.
That was just so chaotic. I'm excited to get the replay of that one to see how things got so spread out. Because at first it looked like Weibo were actually a bit too hesitant. Like, the second you send the Cassante flying, I feel like it's like, yo, let's get this going. Some people start engaging on their carries. Jungle goes straight to Baron. But it was a little bit slower, and somehow it still ended up working out in Weibo's favor.
I'm just surprised they went for the 50-50. Like, I'm very surprised that they left it up to that.
I think that the logic from IG starting it makes sense. Like, you know crisp recall. You shot the arrow, you knew he was there, you know he was gone. You have that timing. You're trying to pull Weibo into where you can maybe start off that engage a little bit quicker. But, yeah, I think committing to the Baron, not going for the turn, and ended up fighting them in the end is... We're going to see here, right? Cassante getting thrown out. They probably should have started off the engage already at that point, but this is where Weibo really going to thrive, and I want to keep my eyes on ZDZ. Oh, actually, wow. He just walks forward. Onkata just walks forward, and it leaves for him to get locked in. Cleanses so late to where so much of the damage already came through, and then just getting absolutely run down.
The flash play from ZDZ, knowing he needed to make the difference there. Really clutch factor for ZDZ as a whole, especially in those first 2 games. And the Poppy starting to come in clutch. And I was going to say earlier, like, how unfair is it that you just get to tell one person on the enemy team you don't get to play the video game for like 10 seconds? And I feel like ZDZ has used that very well.
I got to say, wait, I'm just so happy that, you know, I actually thought we were getting back into the game, but it's like, whoa, we just have replays appear now when we're in these breaks?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
We have no control, but we're here for the ride.
Now, it feels...
We're getting in it.
It definitely still feels doable for IG, but I mean, now we're at a point where, like, the Azir's coming online with the Poppy. Again, if 1 in 4 Poppy is doing this, let's imagine when he's 2 in 4 Poppy. Like, yeah. It only goes up from here. But On starting to make his way, getting that one armor AD item that I've never learned the name to, because...
Panic Broker.
No, that's...
Oh, I thought you said ZDZ, sorry.
No.
I was looking at
the armor AD item that builds into things like Death's Dance GA.
Something medallions, I think. I don't remember. Off the top
you
of
know,
my head.
it's such an uncommon component. Does it even need a name? Just call it that one
important.
armor AD item.
You know, maybe. I do wonder, though, especially coming into this one, when we were looking at a lot of the ways that the win conditions work out. We called it kind of the tortoise and the hare, where Weibo were the tortoise. And it's funny how we've seen the stories kind of work out in that fashion in a certain way, right? I think IG took a little bit to get warmed up into the series. The hare was a little bit cold. But Weibo themselves, they are always so strong when it comes to mid, when it comes to late game, and how to move around the map. And IG have not shown us that. They show us all that proactivity in the early game.
And I think a lot of credit has to go to Xiaohu. And typically it's hard to tell, but just the way Xiaohu's teams, who cares about Xiaohu now because by his scam, a huge flank.
I mean, this is desperation. This is the moment. They do end up seeing him at the last second. Paranoia coming in. Pop Blossom nowhere near. On is needing to get into damage range. Pop Blossom now coming in onto multiple members. They actually have it. Now they also have YSKM on the back line too. IG have found a fight. They're starting to wipe the floor with them. ZDZ is going to try to use his Keeper's Verdict. He does end up getting on out of there. YSKM getting a little bit low. Xiao is still alive. Finally going down to Lien and IG. They bare their fangs and they bite right back.
And now ZDZ actually having to TP away 4 players wiped out by IG. And this game so back and forth. IG trying so hard to send us to a game 5.
They want silver scrapes. I want silver scrapes. The world wants silver scrapes here in our first round of the LPL Spring Playoffs. And they are giving Weibo a run for their money. We thought this series was done and dusted after that second game. It looked like Weibo had so much the upper hand over IG. But a change-up of roster, a change-up of feeling has IG on the cusp.
I got to see how Xiaohu ends up going down. Great flank by YSKM. Coming in from behind it. I mean, hell, these flanks are huge, right? With how squishy Weibo's composition is, that people like Xiao and ZDZ playing forward, and you're just able to pinch onto the Varus, but Xiao ends up saving it. End up being Pop Blossomed. It's actually there. YSKM getting back on the back line. Xiao getting taken down so low by that Pop Blossom. 2 key carries and 2 people dealing all the damage being dealt with. YSKM, especially with that ultimate, to be able to get back in after he got yeeted out was so massive.
It's such a big moment, too, for a step-up, a flank that we call a little bit desperation there. IG end up striking true. We get another pause, man, as the lead has flip-flopped 3 times in the last, 8 minutes, as now we find ourselves with a 2,000 gold lead that was Weibo's, now changed hands over to IG.
Now those opportunities are always present, right? In terms of front to back, that's where Weibo feel like they thrive. That's where you have things like we saw at the start of that fight, right? Emperor's Divide able to help peel for light. You have these big frontliners in your top and jungle, in the Poppy and the Volley Bear. But the second those flanks come through, and especially in a position like that where you're pushing down bot lane, and it's not like around Dragon where it's such a limited area. It's very easy to mark your flanks. It was just great by IG to find that window to set up for the big play, because that was probably the hardest setup for Weibo to have to counteract. So it was huge success.
It truly was. And I'm just glad we're getting a very contested game number 4. And giving Weibo a bit of a run for their money when it's a team that on paper should have had all the utmost success, but had a hard time even getting into this position and being their 7th seed for LPL.
Yeah, it was a very weird split for Weibo, right? Because they were another team where it felt like they had the player quality to just be able to take down some teams in the league. And there's always been teams like that, right? There's going to be some teams that do not pass the you must have this good of hands to ride this ride. Weibo were taking down teams like that, and every now and then you'd see the map play, you'd see a bit of the brilliance, but are not always able to get themselves there. We saw a very different Game 1 and Game 2 than I expected from Weibo, very dominant. And now this game, I think, looks like the most expected version of Weibo. It's really coming down to the wire now. Another Dragon coming up on the board.
Take a look and see IG already starting it up. Xiaohu getting the TP in the mid lane. Dragon already gone. That'd be a 3rd in a row, at least in the Cloud Dragons department. For IG, Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes through the uprights. And IG's pull of the trigger is a little bit worsened by that, but they still have a lot of options.
Weibo could start moving mid and try to look for siege. The problem is there really isn't anything on the map that they can go for. So I like this. Back off, get a few wards down, take away some camps, and just wait for the next one. Like I said, I'd really like for Xiao to be able to have a bit more damage under his belt. He prioritized the Zanyas over going for something like the Rabadons earlier, which makes sense, right, with the amount of dive that IG have in their comp. But I think it also means that in some of these situations, if he gets focused down early, you don't have a ton of the damage there to be able to deal with IG, as we can see on now, full build with GA finished.
That's so big. It makes you play with so much more confidence as well. You can step up, get those big trades because your auto is going to be doing so much damage. And I think right now, Weibo, with a very contested game on the cusp of potentially winning, but IG want to push it to 5. We have tied up dragons. We have tied up that entire game where it's got back and forth over and over again. But we're going to have some big decisions need to be made, especially with the Baron coming up on the map.
And you could tell that these teams know that we're like nearing the end, that this next fight could be a difference maker, because look at Kryan's inventory having that elixir of sorcery there. So knowing that, hey, being as strong as I can when the next fight breaks out is just the most important thing. Maybe we could barrel down mid and find the win. But so far, Weibo doing a great job of denying any vision into this river.
Cam has a little bit of a pincer available there. Kryan needs to look for the big Pop Blossom engages, as he's been known for. And Cristolero hits. Pop Blossom hits. The combo, it's hitting. And IG, they are hitting Weibo right in the face. A big keeper's verdict and a push back, though, is nice separation. Weibo, they've only lost Xiao so far, but maybe they could stave off a little bit more. Cam, full health, ghosted up once more, but can't do it. IG, they get one, and honestly, that's enough to turn towards the Baron.
Exactly. That's all they needed, and they got it, in my mind, on the most important member in the Azir. So they're going to end up going for this. We'll see if Weibo end up being wise to it and even try to stop it.
Looks like that's not going to be the case. The Baron over. We're cresting over 40 minutes into the game, and IG, they have a big lead now, but that doesn't matter much at this stage, at this moment in the game, but they'll use that Baron buff easy.
I love it because I knew this engage was going to happen, because right before this, Kryan finally popped the elixir to get it right on, right on to Xiao, who sure has the stasis there, but you don't have anyone who can help heal for you or play around you. I love that they know that he's the main target for their Fury, and he ends up going down in the end. So now with this Baron, I mean, IG can really just start dismantling the base.
And Light is the poke build. Again, you don't have the sustained damage that the Varus would bring if you're the lethal tempo style, and it makes it to where the damage has to hit or you're going to be left wanting. Weibo looking for a play on in mid lane. Not going to pull the trigger just yet. They had a multi-flank going.
I mean, remember that, you know, On still has that GA, so even if you find the opportunity to pounce on him once, that might not be enough.
Cristolero has been used, but again, that cooldown is so low now, and you can feel very confident to just keep utilizing it. They still have the Pop Blossom, they still have Paranoia available. IG pressing with 1:45 left on the Baron buff.
I mean, look, the Cristolero is already halfway up now, so you're going to be able to look for that play again real soon. Great job of just transitioning back and forth between these lanes. And it's nice. Dragon's up in 50 seconds, and it feels like this game might be decided by a soul fight.
I'm excited for it. I love me a 50-50 soul fight. Small fight? It's not going to be a small fight. It's going to be a big fight. As, I'm stepping up there.
I think as Weibo going into this next fight, you have to really not care too much about the Drake. Like you said, IG obviously love getting Cloud Soul, but if you can wipe them in this fight, you just win the game. There aren't too many structures that you have to be able to get through, so I think prioritizing the fight is the most important thing.
Ooh, a full reset from IG here as well. Here comes streaming out of the base to get back down towards this bottom side of the map. As you actually do see it, we still have to think about the way that Weibo can approach this, because they don't have a lot of vision, and IG do.
Yeah, really having to kind of second guess themselves in this one.
Just five-manning.
It just feels so hard because there's so many angles you have to worry about being able to get on your backline.
Oh my God, Xiao is going to have to hold out of that one. ZDZ is in some trouble on the other side now as well. They actually have on about half health on flashes. That was a really clutch flash from On.
ends up being able to get away in the end, and both these teams going back to posture around the dragon. Lots of ults used.
Look how much damage he does to that thing, man. Shouthouse here, though. This could be a 50-50 he's looking for. Sky Splitter comes down. He's in the pit. He's in a little early. He does not get it. On is the one that secures it. Paranoia coming out. Is it going to be stopped? No. Keeper's Verdict does hit, and that is on to Lien. He's still in there. He's tanking up a ton, but that Keeper's Verdict actually saves his life.
Like, I'm just curious about what spike Weibo are waiting for if they aren't willing to fight here. And again, earlier I was talking about like getting a death cap on Xiaohu, but even now just sitting on the Oblivion Orb. So, like you said, without Varus, like, we don't get much stronger from this point for Weibo. IG is going to be able to keep doing what they're doing, and now having the soul on top of it.
He's got the Serpent's Fang now, so to deal with a little bit of shielding that is not super existent on this roster from IG. I guess there's a little bit of shielding, but not very much. I'll be looking to see you to capitalize on that, though. And, yeah, I mean, Weibo, maybe some of that gas they were using to rev up their engine in the first 2 games running out.
I'm saying it right now. We're going to Game 5. This
believe.
feels like going to Game 5 energy.
I believe. But would you expect that we'd be here as we were coming into this series? Like, that's the craziest point.
I fully expected a 3-0 for Weibo, which it makes it so much more impressive for IG. Again, great, especially clawing it back when you're such like a young squad. Being able to come back from being 2-0 down and potentially bring us to a Game 5 is already impressive in and of itself. We'll see what they can do. They still haven't even been able to get the GA from the Draven yet. Again, they were at least able to get the flash in the last exchange thanks to ZDZ, but Weibo need to take advantage of that timing.
IG moves so fast. Wink will take a ton of damage from that arrow. But the speed at which IG can go now, especially off the back of their engages, is so big.
And again, the problem is, like, as Weibo, you're just worried about so many different things in these fights. And always feels like Xiaohu especially has just been a little bit too far forward, potentially maybe looking for like a Shurima Shuffle-esque play, but it's always just left him out in the open for really Cryin or Wink to just find an easy engage angle onto the Azir.
Yeah. I also think we've seen a massive difference when Crisp is not on an engaged champion, right? I think at least a little bit forward-centered, because the Heimerdinger has been a bit quiet and few and far between here so far.
And it makes sense, right? I feel like when you're picking Heimer, you're picking Heimer for the early game, and that's where he was getting picked off and, you know, not finding success. So I don't... It feels like with the position they're in, like there isn't too much he's going to be able to do here. But I agree, just in terms of keep Crisp on something that is more comfort, right? Like I said, we haven't seen him play the Heimer at all this split. Trying to bring it out to contest the 2v2 didn't work.
YSK's looking for a flank. They have multiple wards over there, but he is not going to pull the trigger just yet. Baron is up.
Right now, both teams just having the standoff for what should finally be the final fight, babies.
Oh, there it is.
Arrow.
All right. The nice save from Crisp there. They are looking for more engages. Sky Splitter going to connect on. Oh, Pop Blossom 3, as that's huge. IG, they have streamed forward. Lien overexerting, but he's out of there. And now YSKM finds him as Xiaohu tries to save the day here. IG are taking a front to back here. Weibo, they can't actually get into the fight. Nobody has fallen. Everyone's still alive, and these teams are pushing the limits.
Weibo just don't have the damage to kill YSKM. We saw it right there and then. Not able to bring him down. That was probably the best they could have hoped for with having members of IG isolated for the 1v1. But it looks like now with so many of those ults down, Weibo are going to go for this because IG's comp is way more reliant on ultimates.
TP's coming in. They have the double flank. YSKM has been spotted out, but look at the speed that they can approach. Xiaohu, he gets caught by the Tangle Farm. He's going to go golden. ZDZ is still here. He's going to push YSKM back. Shifting Sands gets Xiaohu out of there, Cryin, trying to finish him off, but he can't do it. Weibo are backed against the wall here. together. They've got to scrap their way out of this one. But IG starting to get chunked. Paranoid on the back line. Lian finds it. Crying has his ulti back, and they get him. The light's gone. IG are trying to pick him apart here. ZDZ's by himself. ZDZ can't stave off the darkness. And On gets a big ol' shutdown. IG wipe Weibo. And YSK will finish him off. That's a full ace.
IG able to run them down. Now with the death timers, they're going to be able to push through the base, and they're doing it. They're bringing us to the game 5.
Almost 48 minutes in. The death timer's too long. And if you doubted IG, well, you need to stop doubting them right now. With their backs against the wall, they start up the reverse sweep, and they find themselves one game from completion and a date with LNG.
Great by IG, bringing it back, being so decisive in these fights. Weibo on the opposite side, feeling hesitant. I swear I've never seen an Azir that felt like it did no damage like that game. Anytime Shao was involved, again, this Cassante isn't getting hurt. They aren't taking down Luyen. So back to the drawing board for them, but huge, especially great momentum for IG, winning 2 games in a row.
Ever since Luyen stepped in, it's been a different IG. What a way to get to a game 5. It's going to be our first silver scrapes of the LPL Spring Playoffs, so let's go ahead and hear those, and we'll see you for game 5. Oh, welcome everyone. We are here and welcome back for a game number 5. I hope you enjoyed that Silver Scrapes because we have our first game 5 of the LPL Spring Playoffs. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Lyric, and what a road it has been. Weibo literally pounded IG into the dirt for 2 games in a row, and a reverse sweep is now on the cusp of things since Lien came into the game.
Yeah, and you know the craziest part? IG, we said, haven't made playoffs since 2021. The last time they won a playoff series was when IG won playoffs back in 2019 spring. Like, it has been that long since IG have won a playoff series. It is ridiculous. The Team Liquid MSI loss haunting them all the way to this day. But this could be the retribution after that game 4.
That's what's crazy. We came into this with so much time saying, oh, just making into the first round for IG is a nice award of its own right. But now they are going toe-to-toe with a Weibo team who felt like they should have had this one in the bag. They get 4 Cloud Dragons, and they propel themselves to multiple engages over and over again, and Cryin getting the better of his former mentor.
Yeah, I feel like YSKM and Cryin really having great games. Like you said, Cryin taking advantage of Xiaohu. Xiaohu, I feel like, really had a stinker. I did like his build. Like I said, it felt like he didn't have any damage by the end of that game. Needed to go for the death cap. Even ignoring items, though. Some of those fights, this man getting hit by absolutely everything. The angles he's looking for aren't there, but great job by IG taking advantage of that. Cryin, again, setting it up in YSKM. I mean, they gave him the Cassante. They should have known. They should have known the Cassante was the deal breaker.
Now the question is does ZDZ get the Cassante on the other side of it? I'm going to guess not. As it was a pretty clutch play from YSKM consistently in the top side against ZDZ. The biggest thing came in the later parts of the game when he was just getting backline access consistently.
He always did a great job with his W's, though, being able to make sure that he wasn't the one getting taken out of the fight. I believe only one Keeper's Verdict ever actually hit him and sent him flying. So great jobs by him. And yeah, always finding access, always finding a way. I remember there was a fight topside where he got pushed away a little bit. I think it was by the Emperor's Divide. And then he saved his ult, used it to ult right insane. Back in. Like, so many good moments from YSKM. And a lot of that off the back of Weibo changing bans, Weibo changing their strategy a little bit coming into this game. And, you know, Mara sent us a message during the break that I love. And it was just, you know, for Weibo, tree, smile emoji, no tree, you know, sad face. And that's how it's felt. Weibo winning both the games with Maokai, losing both without. Is that really what breaks Weibo in this series?
There's no way. There's no way. I do wonder what happens with the priority in that one, but it's a game number 5. It's Silver Scrapes. The smiles are plenty on IG, but the pressure is on. It's a final game to decide, do you move on to an LNG roster lying in wait, or is your season over?
And I feel like winning, if a series goes to 5 games, winning game 4 is so important, right? Like, momentum, all these intangibles, like, whatever. But in a high-pressure 5-game series, it really can just mean so much. Weibo, off of 2 losses when they had such a dominant first 2 games. Both game 1 and game 2, they won in, like, 29 minutes something. they're really going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah.
They're probably going to feel like, hey, if we could have just done better in that game 3, this would have been over already. But IG somehow showing resilience, somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, IG could be kicking themselves too of, hey, why didn't we start low yet? I
True.
think both these teams maybe could look back on this series so far and be like, there's things we should have done differently.
And I want to take a look back at a season as a whole, the reason why we got here, right? Our 4 teams in the first round of playoffs were all 8-8. It was a tightly contested regular season. It was a regular season that saw Weibo, I feel like, really come alive in certain aspects as the season went on. It was a little bit rough to put together at first. Whereas IG, they looked a lot better in moments when Loyen first came into the roster, things like that. But they lost 5 series in a row to finish off the regular season, and 4 of those were 2-0. These are the first games that IG have won in feeling like forever.
Yeah, I mean, they have just been struggling. They were very clearly the worst team coming to playoffs, which, that's not insulting. Like, they are the 10th seed. They are literally coming in as the worst team into playoffs. But the fact that they've been able to pick it up this much, and again, I feel like a lot of it's been off of Loyen enabling their bot lane, a bit of difference from what we're used to seeing with Loyen on the roster has been huge. Weibo going to stay on bot side, and once again, I like that the bans are changing up this time around. Take away that Ashe. You're not playing it yourself. Again, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow cooldown gets so low. Having that vision, denying all of it, I think is a great call by Weibo.
Coming into this one, the tortoise was Weibo. They are slow to start, but they are strong to finish. As their mid to late game decision making always comes clutch. They always take control of the map. That game, they did not. IG, on the other hand, they've always been the strong early game team. 2v2s in the bot lane have been their namesake, and Loyen's aggression and the tempo he provides have been so strong. See what picks they're able to garner this time around. The big ones off the table are the Nautilus, consistently banned away against Wink. Cryan getting the respect of his Nico ban. The Maokai and the Rumble already gone.
And again, maybe a ban that Weibo can look back in hindsight and say, we should have taken this one off the table. We banned it in game 1 and game 2 for a reason. And I love that they're bringing it back. So these picks still taken off the board. I was wondering if the Cassante Prio would shoot up and if Weibo would look to take that one away this early. Looks like still wanting to lean down to the bot lane role. And I think it makes a lot of sense getting light on the Varus once again.
Contemplating a little bit there. Thinking what could be the other options here. This is something that worked very well for Weibo in the past when, especially in game number 1, Xiaohu was able to put so much pressure on Cryan. They are going to lock this one in with a lot of flexibility available.
Exactly. I love it because it not only plays to that whole map control, focusing on turrets and neutrals style that Weibo like to do, but it's also the champion that does that also pretty much guarantees you prio. So I like that they actually shift the focus to this, and IG saying they don't actually care about that Cassante. YSK going to feel just fine on the Rex side, and the strength that it could bring early. Again, could set up Weibo for potentially trying to match with the Nudir and just having another tank themselves and having prio top for their side. But IG here, the Varus that Weibo are thinking about is open.
YSKM's Rek'Sai felt nigh unkillable last time around. There was a reason it got banned immediately the next game. Azir available, is locked in for Cryan.
I do gotta say though, in that game with the Rek'Sai, it felt more of like, that was the comp where Weibo didn't really have great ways of playing into what IG had. So I don't think that Weibo should really look at that game and be like, hey, Rek'Sai's a problem. So I like that they're fine giving it through. Like you said, Cryan, though, going to go on the Azir. This champion was what was leading IG to success early on. They were definitely one of the teams that were hurt by the global ban of it on 14.5. And now we're going to get to see if he can put up a better performance than he did earlier on. Again, he did have the flub of the ult.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. There's always time to show up once again.
Hey.
And Weibo, double marksman Mazel. I love it.
It's a one-game series. It's a best of one here on out.
True.
For your spot in continuation of our playoffs. I think the Poke Varus was an interesting choice last time around for Light. I could see the advantage of it, but the sustained damage or the lack thereof was definitely felt as time went on. I love that Crisp is back on Engage and back on this Rakan.
Yeah, I don't necessarily feel like Crisp needs to be on Engage, but I like to see Crisp on Comfort. Getting on his most played champion of the split feels like a great bounce back from last game. Again, a champion he hadn't played all split long. So having a lot of, like, now they have things that we weren't seeing in the last games. They're having like concrete Engage, concrete CC coming out from the Rakan. They're having Prio and DPS coming out from both mid and AD carry. IG, though, Lil Yan gonna dip back into the Lee Sin. It's something I'm incredibly excited for, especially with how aggressive he's been being. Has played it twice this split, and both were wins. So a lot of potential aggression for Lil Yan to sit up around bot lane once again.
And I go back to the major factor why it felt so dominant from Weibo in those first two games is there wasn't pressure being put on Xiaohao. These last couple games, there's been tons of pressure going his way, and I think that's going to continue here. We'll see what he grabs as a little bit of comfort his way potentially. The Udyr immediately banned against ZDZ because he could be just as annoying as YSKM's Rek'Sai. The Lucian ban to try to take away some of that 2v2 aggression that we know On and Wink are looking for. The big thing I want to see here, though, are they going to ban away the Blitzcrank?
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I don't really see much of a reason to do it. Like, sure, you have an immobile AD carry, but Rakan's going to be completely fine, can play far forward in lane and always just E away, and then having your other carry so far being mobile in the Tristana. I like the Cassante ban because I think for Weibo, the best thing into the Rek'Sai would just be Cassante or Udyr. Like, just matching the tank for tank again. Udyr, in my mind, would be ideal because of the prio he can give you. But now you're going to be forced once again into potentially, I guess, just the Aatrox for Weibo. We saw last time around that wasn't able to have a great deal of threat. Kalista now being highlighted. I mean, really, only that or the Zion with Rakan being taken off the table. Maybe just going towards Kalista plus either Renata, or if they have another tank in mind, would be solid for On and Wink to keep up that 2v2.
I like it. Again, I always like to highlight some of the core pieces that these teams have been building around, and On and Wink are that now for IG. You can say YSKM as well has been leaning into that. Lian back, I feel like, as being a core developable piece of the past of IG's success, but it really feels like On and Wink have become the faces of IG.
Yeah, at least, you know, like the combined On and Wink and then Lilian. It's like the bot lane and Lilian really being what defines his team right now is actually Sejuani. Going to be what comes through. And like I said, with the other bans taken out, Aatrox really being the only thing that stands out to me. They're hovering these other picks, but theoretically you want, right, the melee to be able to chain together with that Sejuani passive. But once again, I like that they have the Sejuani. I like that they're getting more engaged. They're getting more CC. When last game we had so many of these scrappy 5v5s.
That's what I'm hoping for a game 5. 5 and 5-on-5s, right? It all goes together, right? Another game of On's Draven. Look at that smile. He knows comfort is king when it comes to the brass tacks of a game 5.
I mean, yeah. Comfort is king. If IG do win, though, LNG are going to have a really good idea about what they could ban in that next series. Like,
Does
hey,
it start with a D and end with a Ven?
Exactly. So, a lot, like, still some aggression for IG to play around. They should be able to maintain prio top. Bot, they'll be able to look for as well, especially if Lian keeps playing as heavily around bot as he's been so far. And you wouldn't really expect any reason for IG to change it up, especially with their draft, right? You have Rek'Sai who's going to be fine to sitting up top side in that 1v1.
Rek'Sai proved the point of power last time as a strong front line, but this series has delivered every step of the way. Weibo had such strong strengths in the first two games. They dominated the map, but IG turned the tide with Lian coming in and leading from the front. His Nidalee started a wave that has led to a potential reverse sweep. Loser goes home, winner goes on to LNG. It's IG's first time back in playoffs for over 1,000 days. It would be their first series win since they won the LPL almost 5 years ago. It's a game 5 that nobody expected, but it's a game 5 we all welcome. Weibo have been pushed to the brink. Can IG bring it home? Let's hear those Dios ring one more time for our first 5-game series here in the spring playoffs.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，免速。
What a world, Lyric. As we get down to it, no spicy level 1s this time. Maybe a little reservation coming out in a game 5.
I gotta say, like I've been swayed. Earlier in the day, you know, Nymera pointed out the Maokai thing after the first loss, and I thought, no way is this true. But twice in a row, I might be on board with no tree equals sad face.
I guess so. We're going to find, I mean, honestly, results-based analysis, we'll know the exact answer after this. There will be no other questions.
Mazel, in Game 5, you throw out logic. You throw out any analysis or anything about League of Legends, and it all comes down to the vibes and the simple answers. Now, you know, to actually focus us in the game a little bit, right? Light is going to go the on-hit route this time around, or at least bring more aggression in that bot lane with the Hail of Blades. But I'm curious to see...
It's not the lethal tempo, though.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. So wanting to go with more of that bot lane aggression. I think trying to outmatch range, though, even... Oh, lights. I think trying to outmatch range might be a little rough when you've indexed so much of your comp into all-in. Like, sure, the Azir's going to outrange you on the opposite side, but they do have a Renata, too, so...
Yeah.
Weibo, like, how Weibo want to play into IG is going to be a little bit awkward, because IG have ways to peel off, play defensive, that's going to want to set up for the poke to come out from Light, but the whole rest of your comp's all set about jumping in, finding the assassination, and getting on the back line.
Both junglers starting on top side of the map, headed down towards bot, no doubt. This is where all the focus is going to be. And we already see some of the strength of the pathing coming out from Xiaohao. Actually interesting here. A back from Lian.
Gonna go for that and head straight down to his bot lane. We'll see if they can find much. IG doing a great job of keeping the prio now. I mean, right, we don't expect Light to be able to come online until that first serrated Dirk really comes through anyway. And Weibo with their draft once again are kind of angling more to just play through push, play through hitting those turret plates, but IG actually gonna be the ones to start us off with that in this 2v2.
I feel like actually, I mean, Xiaohao's already going to be done with his clear pretty soon, so he'll be able to maybe be the first one to respond down here to the bot side. I do believe that also showed a little tag of YSKM's 100th game in the LPL. Would be really cool if that's it, but congratulations if it is. If it's not, I'm sorry. And I do see now a wrap around from Xiaohao coming towards this Scuttlecrab, so he's going to try to use this level 4 to potentially get something going.
And both junglers might run into one another. No, Xiaohao just going to go straight for the play first.
Okay. Cryan just going to shifting sands his way out. And Lian taking the back end of that one. We'll take the Scuttlecrab on bot side. Will be traded off with the other one on top side.
Yeah, it seems like Xiao knowing exactly what was going to happen around that bot lane and hoping to just make the play in mid and go for the cross. Might even be able to steal away these Raptors. Oh, actually going to look for the play on mid still, probably.
This is actually huge. Okay, Lian going to go in for it. Xiaohao rebuffs him. Will stop the invade that Xiaohao was trying to go for. And this has been some chess game being played in a game 5 that's of utmost importance.
They're not going to be able to find it, but still doesn't set him back at all, right? Both junglers going onto their next camp at the same time. And the name of the game is still just about the pressure being put up in the 2v2.
A little bit of engage on bot side. That's why Crisp on the Rakan can be so lethal. But he also has a lot of roam ability on this pick. We'll see if he can actually get out of lane when On and Wink are just pressing him in so much. A big wave crashing onto YSKM up here, even though Lian is there. He will just complete his back. We have objectives coming up now, though, Lyric.
Yeah, Prio and top for ZDZ. So you can see pinks coming out for Weibo now to already start making their way onto the grubs. It is going to be spotted, so Lian doesn't look like he's going to readjust his path. is going to head down to bot side. And right, if the opportunity to dive or go for the gank is there, you go for it. And if not, you could always peel away and look for Drake. IG are going to want to find heavy trades, though, if they were looking to set up any sort of dive or player on bot, which doesn't look like it's in the cards.
Light doesn't have much mana. The dragon going to be pulled out of its cove, and Lian going to start that one up with the movement up from On and Wink. The Telegrubbies have been watched. What do you think that Xiaohao learned? Is it a lesson in patience, resilience, pathing?
I think Xiaohao probably learned nothing and is focused on, hey, when is it time to fight? How do we win this game?
Well, he's going to have to find the answer for that because he's going to be a main key to the engage for Weibo. So on a pick that has a lot of that quick decision-making into a composition where if On gets caught, Cryin gets caught, a lot of that damage is going to be sucked out of the composition of IG.
I think this time around, though, Weibo are set up a lot nicer to be able to just hit front line. I mean, Weibo will be tanky, right? Having Sejuani Aatrox as compared to Rek'Sai Lee Sin. But again, the disengage, some of the range there can be the hindrance.
Xiaohao's hovering over here. Does not have level 6. Xiaohu healing up. Was on a bit of a roam. Nothing else going to come here, and they're just going to try to crash this wave as best as possible.
And I like this, right? Because you think about the past two games, and a lot of the things coming to bite Weibo has been the aggression in the 2v2 and 3v3s around bots. Is Cryin
pushing them back. The Emperor's Divide.
Oh, actually, Light's recall getting stopped. Yep, Observer's great job of catching it to make sure that he isn't going to be able to go for this. Lian 6.
Man. Yeah, he is. If Light steps out a little bit too far, ooh, Lian not going to be able to connect there. Crisp on his way here, so Light should be a little bit more safe. Cryin will spot out Xiaohao up here on the Chicky Nuggies. He'll heal a decent amount from that, too. They actually could look for the dive in between turrets here, but they're just looking for plates for Xiaohao.
Oh, look at the minimap. They're also zoning off the Weibo bot lane still, so they're only furthering this lead for the IG bot lane. And okay, looks like Xiaohao's finally going to start reacting and moving down now. Isn't going to go for any more counter jungling in that top side.
The big win condition in that game number 1 was Xiaohu on the Tristana. That was the big difference maker. They missed the combo there. They're going to try to flash for it. Explosive charge. Buster shot. No way. He just made it out with 20 health. Cryin staves off his old mentor. And now Lian forces the rocket jump out of him.
That's one of those plays where you just have to say unlucky. I do got to say I was a bit puzzled by Xiaohao's flash trying to follow that one through, but Xiaohu going for it, trying to find that kill. It was so close. Again, though, does ended off getting weeded off in the end. Oh, and okay. For a second there, Light actually bought double serrated Dirk. Ended up selling one. And we're going to see here again. Ult doesn't connect. Xiaohao flashing forward. It seemed like it was going to try to tank that first tower shot.
He was trying to get the flail or something. Yeah, maybe the tower shot.
Maybe both, right? Because he did try to go for the flail. He did tank the first one and hold it for a second, but sadly, Xiaohu not having that damage. We can see now Light readjusting his buy. One serrated Dirk, also having the tier and long sword off of it. So he's really going to be on his own this game, unless, again, Weibo do opt to play front to back, which I think they could with how these comps are set up. But last game, we didn't see them really opt for that. Xiaohu was always trying to jump right in the middle of the fights, and a lot of the times it ended up biting him.
I do wonder about movement around the map right now, though, because Lian is on his bot side, has that entire side to clear, but we do have the next Telegrubbies coming up. On's going for the aggression on the Light, and I love the assertion of dominance right there. Almost getting it.
Yeah, I mean, you traded a flash for a cleanse, right? You love that as the IG duo lane. And now it's a bit of an awkward position, right? Where Light's coming back, you feel like as Weibo, you have to defend and protect your bot lane a little bit, but second spawn of Grubs has come up, and that could be, you know, the potential 5-6 Grubs for Weibo.
Would be really big, too, with their composition with Xiaohu. And not only that, but the way we've set them up to play through side lanes. We haven't actually seen a lot of focus on the Grubs. A lot of times we haven't even made it to 5. for either side. So
yeah, I don't think we have it all this series, right?
And we've had a lot where it's just like 2 or 3 get taken, the second spawn never even goes. So it's been a lack of prio here, but maybe in a final game, Weibo can utilize that as a bit of an insurance policy.
I do think that the decision of defending your bot lane is the right call, especially because IG have shown they don't need to care about that. They'll just go to re-dive or kill Light now that he doesn't have flash. So I think Weibo's staying cautious. For IG, maybe the second you see Sejuani cross up towards that top side or go on Grubs is when the play comes through, because look at the minimap. Luyan is still bot.
He's just waiting. Just hunting. Just waiting. And he's going to wait a little bit longer while 6 Grubs go to Weibo.
And I like this. This is the time to recall. You just pushed out the lane. You know your jungle and mid or top side, so they expect Luyan to be bot. Even just showed, so pinging him out right now. And Weibo playing this very conservatively. Will open up IG, though, to get the second dragon of the game. Are we going to get another Chemtech Soul? We've had, what, 2 or 3 of those already?
Willing it into existence right now, my friend.
I'm not willing it.
Yeah,
It's been
you
happening.
are.
It's been happening. We've had 2 or 3 of them.
What's it going to be? Haha, it's a Mountain Dragon Soul.
I love
Actually,
that.
even more pivotal, I feel like.
And it'd be great against both teams, right? When you have Lethality Varus on one side and something like a Draven on the opposite. And, you know, sure, we'll get Lord Dominic's coming out from Draven later, so we will be able to hit those tanks, but Sejuani, Aatrox really going to be able to take advantage. Especially for Weibo, who haven't taken the Drake yet. If they can just start stacking up from Mountain Drakes only, would be huge.
I will also say that
300 stacks.
It's something IG did well the last couple times with Draven is kind of facilitate stacks, facilitate ganks down there. It's been a very quiet early game, and those stacks are starting to stack up here. As On needs to get a trade in and a cash in. He does have the Essence Reaver now as he comes out of base.
Oh, Luyan's going to find ZDZ.
Just immediately kicked into the Wombo combo there. ZDZ is still pretty healthy and looking to trade back with those Q sweet spots.
Not having enough damage to be able to take him down. In the end, they have to back off because they do not know where Xiaohao is. With ZDZ queuing forward like that, you know, Xiao could have been waiting in the wings. So, like, the respect paid is Chains of Corruption. Actually came out bot, but nothing really coming from it.
It's really good timing from Mr. On there with the stand aside. Honestly, being able to kind of deny Crisp's engage with the Grand Entrance, always going to be clutch. But I want to harken back to that first game, to that situation that Weibo utilized the double marksman composition so well. It was with the Zeri for Light, so a little bit different. But it was primarily Xiaohu that led the charge with a lot of that. And moving him to get plates in side lanes, to break down outer turrets, I think is something to keep an eye out on for Weibo.
And he's going to be the big pivotal member with the fact that, again, Light being on the Lethality Varus, we saw in last game, wasn't really able to keep up. And sure, he's going to get some poke down, but you have movement speed on to be able to run around, dodge his abilities, Cryin very mobile. There isn't going to be a whole ton of targets in these standoffs. Or at least easy targets, as Xiaohao has his ult.
Boar's hungry. Oh, he's found On. That's a cleanse immediately. About half On's health down. Oh, trying to get Luyan to play. Is it going to flash for it? Here comes the quickness and that Grand Entrance, too. They don't get him with the Whirling Death in the end because Crisp dodges out. A lot of Summoner spells used across the board.
Yeah, I love the idea and the angle from Crisp hiding in that brush. Dodges out on the Renata ult, but maybe a bit too soon. Light and Xiaohao really not able to follow him forward, and the quickness actually not even connecting onto On, just because of the amount of damage he was already putting out onto Crisp leading up to that. But you could probably look at this as a bit of a win for Weibo that Draven still hasn't found a kill. But my god, when he does, those stacks are going to slap.
Oh, yeah. And they're going to fill his pockets with a lot of gold. You see, Luyan really wanted to play, but Light actually making the heads-up flash play.
I think the second half of this fight just looks so overforced from both teams. Like, there should have been no world where you were going to find a kill onto Light there, especially with Xiaohao being in the way, being able to body block. And then again, I could see how Crisp's angle looks good, but again, the other two not really being close enough to follow up with any tangible damage. But looks like we might be leading to a scrap now. We'll see if Weibo actually want to contest anything here. Xiaohao doesn't have his ult. which feels like a pretty big thing for the Sejuani.
Everyone's got first items. Ooh, a little stoppage down here. YSKM is trying to take down Xiaohu, though the Kraken Slayer going to be doing some work right back into him. And be a little bit careful for Xiaohu in the side lane, but the Rift Herald could be the next play for Weibo.
Yeah, Xiao has to be careful. He needs to remember, if he gets a bit lower, that ult's going to come through. And sure, he has his own ult, but cannot underestimate this Rek'Sai damage. And look at YSKM on the minimap. He's actually following him around and canceling his recalls.
The Prey Seeker, pretty nice for that fact. A lot of poke coming out from Light onto On, but IG will turn onto the Rift Herald.
Okay, we see if the TP comes out from Tristan, and it does. Xiaohu's trying to come in.
Glacial Prison's already been used. Xiaohao gonna get scooped right back into Death's Embrace, and there you go, 1 kill already. That's first blood at past 15 minutes. Now more afterwards. Leyen trying to fight his way in, and ZDZ trying to fight his way out, but it'll be YSKM that claims his life. 4 for 1.
And honestly, huge for IG. Weibo, I mean, Xiaohao really getting caught out there. No one around to help him out, especially super distinct with where ZDZ is on the map, and now it's going to open up IG, not to take the Herald, but actually to pivot themselves down for a 16-minute soul point.
That's insane. IG, man, what a story in this series alone. They were a team that came in without winning a single game in 4 series into the playoffs, and here they are going toe-to-toe with Weibo in the early game.
And Weibo really collapsing. I mean, again, Xiaohao going in, Light zoned off, ZDZ still making his way down. Xiaohu's TP gets in there after he dies. Like, they pretty much just ran in 1 by 1, giving IG the perfect setup. And again, I'm not really loving this lethality Varus. We aren't really seeing Light find an impact in these early fights. We'll see if he'll be able to find something later and be able to play around the fact of that range from Cryan, but not off to a great start.
I'm a fan of Light when he's on sustained damage dealers. I obviously not going to rebuff his attempts on a lethality Varus, but the difference we saw when he's on Zeri and he's on this lethality Varus is night and day, and that's not just because his name is Light. As Xiaohu is going to need to get out of that one with the rocket jump. IG have collapsed. They will also be able to take a lot of pressure from this and move it around the map.
Yeah, we're going to see what they end up going for. Obviously still having mid and top outer turrets to play around, but you have good wave clear, right? Having the Shoshana who's going to be able to play around here. Varus going to do fine in that mid lane. I guess we can see if Weibo wants to set up any sort of trap plays. You know, like maybe Chris waiting inside Raptors, and then like you let On and IG push up and you try to find that angle to engage. So I think plays like that are probably what Weibo should be leaning into for now with IG having so much control.
And I just want to open up the conversation a little bit. Like, is it literally just a Lien difference, or was it just a play style difference that they wanted to adapt to after game number 2?
Honestly, I feel like we're seeing more, like, I feel like the shift feels more on the Weibo side than it really does on IG's. Again, the way they're just taking some of these fights is not good, honestly. Coming out from Weibo. Yeah. There's the PG way of, or not the PG, the broadcast way of putting it. Not seeing them be able to take advantage of their strengths.
Oh, ZDZ! Oh my god! The shmoves on this man. He still gets the kill, and he goes back to deja vu when we saw him on Rumble.
Yeah, great play coming out from ZDZ in the 1v1. So it's going to lead into a turret for them. We'll see. No capitalization able to come out from IG on the opposite side of the map. So it's just going to be kind of pure profit for Weibo, but it doesn't seem like that's going to put a dent in anything for IG as YSKM finishes off his Thornmail.
I think we're still obviously waiting for a big cash-in for on the Draven, but the fact that other parts of IG have still been able to stay consistent is huge. This consistently is going to be an insane play from ZDZ.
What a dodge out on the ultimate. Yeah. Connects with the chains, too, to be able to guarantee the damage that's finishing it off. with an auto. Really nice from ZDZ again. I guess regardless of Weibo's performance as a whole, this series might be ZDZ's best performance all split.
Well, at least for the first 2 games, Xiaohao was really showing up too. The Maokai presence he had was insane. And these are the 2 pickups from Anyone's Legend, right? Like these are 2 new faces for Weibo who have come in and took a little bit to really find their stride within this team of big names in the LPL.
Yeah, both coming in, both having good performances now. Dragon a minute away. IG gonna start trying to, not even trying, I mean, hell, they already have cemented the vision control over bot side, which is making sure it goes even further with that Scuttle Crab.
They do have a little bit of vision clearing to have cleared up here, I feel like, as it's been consistent that IG just throw a ton of vision around the Dragon pit so far. And with about 40 seconds till that soul, you'd expect to go back down there. Now, Collector has been completed for On. That's a big item completion into the damage department.
Will be matched with Light picking up his opportunity. Now Navori for Xiaohu. So the damage at least is there for Weibo's side. I mean, the only fight we've seen them lose so far, again, wasn't even really much of a fight with how disorganized it was, as we get to see how On ended up losing some of those summoners.
Feels like we're on the cusp of IG getting a big snowball advantage. They've got to get one more Dragon. TP in the mid lane from YSKM. IG are going to have to move there, but Weibo are already in point.
Try and find their way in. A lot going to be on Loyen.
It's already burning down here. Loyen maybe going for the 50-50. Xiaohao has been pushed out of the right side of the pit. They're in there. Glacial Prison onto Cryin. Big Emperor's Divide, but it's going to go wide. Chris trying to get on the other side, but you got to look at the Dragon. The Dragon is the important part, but Loyen can't keep up the fight. Loyen's no longer there. On's going to go down too. CDC's finding backline access all day. And here comes Weibo. They want more. Q sweet spot. Xiaohao finds him. Buster shot not going to be enough. And here comes the fight. He finds the rocket jump anyways. And 4 members of IG fall.
It's how tragic for IG. They were, I mean, Loyen trying to focus on the Dragon, trying to focus on getting them soul. Ends up to giving Weibo the winning fight and now turning this into a Baron. So much pushing power with this Tristana. It's going to be massive. I wonder if Wink tries to go for anything cheeky. I don't know if Renata Q or anything ends up stealing Baron, but he's going to go for it.
He is. Doesn't end up getting it. Weibo secured that one. I will also say On was able to get a kill there for himself. We'll take a look back at the replay.
So we're going to see Xiao start this one off by ulting Cryin, and it looks like he was thinking about going in. But Weibo quickly realized, wait, we need to turn onto this Lee Sin, focus him down, while Crisp and ZDZ play spoiler. Huge, and again, I can't talk up ZDZ enough because I think for most people, he would be called the weakest link on this roster. Player's been very criticized over many splits in the LPL. And to step up here in playoffs is huge, as we're going to see Xiaohu be able to finish that one off. But great fight from Weibo all around.
And a mini redemption of itself. The last time YSKM had Rek'Sai, it just felt like ZDZ wasn't able to answer on the Aatrox. This time around, much different position there. He's almost on his 3rd item as well. Some really big spikes going to be coming up for Weibo, and they do wrestle control of the game away from IG.
And now, like we said, with the pushing power, with the Tristana, they're going to be able to do a lot, especially now that ZDZ is a handful they have to deal with. Weibo trying to get themselves into a match against LNG. Again, the team that thwarted them in summer playoffs, took them to 5 games, which was impressive. They want to make a go at them once again, and they're on their way to doing so.
But you also have to remember on IG's side, over 1,000 days since they've even been here, but also almost 5 years since they've won a series. They're on the cusp of a reverse sweep over Weibo, a team that we just saw in the finals of Worlds. Even though they have a retooled roster, major pieces are still on this team. We see them reset, we see the dust clear, we still have a lead for Weibo.
And I think regardless of what team wins, right, LNG's going to have a lot of data of what works for these sides. For IG, again, they keep going back to this Draven. For Weibo, recircling around to the Tristana and seeing how important this is for Xiaohu and how important this is for Weibo overall. Now we're going to see them start making their way in this topside jungle, setting up vision and looking for these picks. Even already having the wave starting to make its way up here with ZDZ.
I wonder how long he's going to wait up here to see. Okay, he's just hanging out on his control ward there.
You know the crazy thing is, right? Had Xiaohao just decided to check that brush and just assume, like, I don't care if anyone else is in there, that could have been summoners from Lian.
And honestly, every domino matters at this point. Now the 6 grubs going to be coming in clutch here. They go in onto YSKM. He's going to heal a lot, and he's very tanky as he has so much armor. You look at his build, my goodness.
Again, we're not going to see Light doing anything to him, but I feel like what we can see from how Weibo are utilizing Light right now is he's just, his job is push minions. Go mid, you push mid, you rotate up, and, you know, if you get here in time for a skirmish, yeah, your ult's going to help us out, but it seems like they're really not factoring
Is that where you want Light, though?
No, I'm not. I'm going to be honest. I hate it. I hate it. After this, give him crit marksman, give him on-hit marksman, give him things that can take over games. Because, yeah, we are not seeing that here or last game.
And that's where Light has found his strengths, those big game team fights. And here he is against On, who has really stepped up in this series. Now on 3 items his own right. Lord Dom's completed there. Going to be doing a lot of work. It's going to be a tight-knit fight. 40 seconds for a dragon would be soul. A mountain at that for IG.
We're going to see if they can find a way into River. Luckily, there's this timing where a lot of resets are coming out for Weibo, so IG going to start making their way up mid. The problem is they still don't know where Weibo's members are, right? So they're going to see this TP down bot now. They're going to have an idea of where Xiaohu is, but still needing to be cautious, especially now that the Lord Dominic's finished up for Xiaohu himself.
I should just burn this outer tower here. They're not going to step up for it because Crisp was coming around the angle. They realize there's a lot of bodies missing, but ZDZ taking a tier 2 tower in the bot side now.
And right, this brings us more back to like what we expect from Weibo, being able to pull a team apart around the map, play the map very wide, and look for their options. IG, luckily, at least the fact that they got all those Drakes so early does give them the assurance of like, hey, we can let Weibo take these. We can just try to get to our next power spikes and look to fight later, but I don't really think it gets much easier. Especially if Xiaohao can do a good job playing this frontline role, really doing a nice job with these ultis. A lot of targets on the side of IG.
Just got a Shreldia's Grudge completed for Light. IG are on the prowl right now. Weibo do have a lot of counter engage available to them. They have TPs available. There is a Baron up in about 45 seconds. Weibo are going to try to get some vision around this, though, because it's the only objective that's up right now. And a double marksman comp takes that real fast.
And we've seen, I mean, hell, we've seen even in the last game, right? Weibo rushed it out of nowhere. Ended up losing 2, but they did get the Baron. So right now, feeling the need to go for it. But look at Xiaohu. Still not showing on the map. So IG maybe have to be a little bit dicey. I guess he should be shown on this ward. Taking blue buff away. Could be the opportunity.
His side lane pressure is very difficult to deal with. As you leave him alone there, he'll burst down your turrets, especially with the 6 grubs. Weibo just playing here in the mid lane, forcing IG to stick around and not be able to answer the way they want to.
And you can tell for IG, they know it's going to be so hard for them to be able to
it.
find an angle. You're going to need Lian to find a timing to come off around, and Azir or Renata really just feeling as Weibo come into you. But there it is, the speed of that Baron.
They don't have any wards in there. They do end up getting one. In the back of the pit, Lian looking for a 50-50. I don't think that's something that Weibo want. They are still burning it down. They need to decide if they want to stop it. Crisp has a flank.
Oh!
Look at this flank. The monster. He's a world champion for a reason, and he might just guarantee Weibo their spot as they're moving in. ZDZ, he finds the back line, and here comes Recess. Oh my gosh, Xiao! He fakes them out. You look left, he hits you with the right, and Weibo are gonna dominate IG.
And Weibo take it slowly, Crisp setting it up, but especially ZDZ being the only one to be able to follow through and find that backline was massive for Weibo.
What a world. Weibo They push one more time and they break apart the armor of IG. They were pushed to the cusp, but they won't fall to a reverse sweep. And revenge is in their eyes against LNG as they will eliminate Invictus Gaming.
The results just feel strange now because Weibo started off so strong, fell asleep for 2 games. And then their team fighting especially just got so much better in the final game of this series.
What a way to finish it off, and props to IG for even bringing it the distance like this and putting us to a Game 5, our first of this spring split, but I'm sure not our last. Weibo, they're going to be happy to have scooped by with this one, though.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo, a win is a win, right? You're going to have a lot of footage to take away and learn from, especially in that 3rd and 4th game, right? Hell, even some things to take away from this game. I mean, you think back to that earlier fight topside where Xiaohao gets caught and then, ZDZ goes in and then someone else goes in. And so I think a lot for Weibo to take away from the series to hopefully be able to do better against LNG. The thing is, you don't have a lot of time.
You don't.
Weibo will play against LNG the day after tomorrow, so a lot of adjustments need to be made quickly. But for IG, again, it's sad. They were almost able to break the curse, to break the Team Liquid curse from way back when. Team Liquid beat the IG winning roster at MSI, not able to win a playoff series since, and sadly, it stays true. But hey, making playoffs again, in the first time in a few years, is the first step.
It's big, and we got to see some big moments from the likes of Lien coming in, subbing in for Game 3, but also On and Wink finally able to kind of show their stuff that we've really been harping on for them for a lot of this split. And I think we got to see some of those shining moments, even YSKM actually having some good moments towards the end there. So it does feel bad for IG, but this was Weibo's series to lose, it felt like, and they were close to losing that. And I think they might even come out better for it.
Yeah. They were close to losing it again. Maybe it is a bit better being pushed to the edge and having more things now that are on their radar. Not to say that they wouldn't have been on their radar before. Again, I think even some of those drafts in earlier games you could really question. But at least just the refreshers being in your mind of, hey, these are the things we have to work on if we really want to try and have any potential threat in playoffs.
And I wonder, especially the case of the tortoise and the hare, now what happens when both racers are tortai, I guess, because LNG also play a little bit similarly, but I'm very, very curious to how Weibo kind of tool some of this, because they did lose a couple of those early games, and it showed that it's a little bit more difficult to bridge that gap into the mid game where they are so strong if they fall behind so heavily, and a lot of that centered on pressure onto Xiaohao.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. It feels like pressure on Xiaohao not being the biggest thing to solve. Man, the Weibo especially is just such a weird team to be able to break down in a win or lose scenario.
It's just the 50-50 coin head of Weibo, as is tradition for them. But being able to find some of those strengths, the side lane actually showing up big in that last game that I think kind of fell through the cracks in game number 3 and 4. But that is something I still feel like they are the strongest team of in our playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I really feel like the big talking point for Weibo from this playoffs is honestly just ZDZ, just because of how unexpected it is, right? Like, Xiaohao's always had the hype when he was on Anyone's Legend. We know the other 3 members of Weibo are good and excellent and have seen the heights. ZDZ was the one coming onto this Weibo roster with a bit of an asterisk of like, hey, was never really that hyped up, never finding success in those 1v1s or carrying games all that often. And this was like a completely different ZDZ from what we've seen in the past.
And coming in to fill some big shoes when he came
the
over
biggest
to Weibo.
shoes.
The biggest shoes, if you will, in the Shy. But these two in the top side of the map for Weibo have been a welcomed addition, it feels like. But ZDC really showing out. Not only did his Rumble wreck face and get a 2v1 kill, a double kill rather for him, it was a lot of the pressure that he staved off from YSKM. The Aurelia game completely shut down, and that's a moment that YSKM was trying to garner a little bit of momentum in that way. So I think moving forward, and especially against LNG, it's going to be a big ticket for them.
Yeah, and you know what, myself, it's been a long day because we're not used to doing this as often as we have in the past. Casting until 8 a.m. our time.
Yeah, the 3 a.m. start for Pacific time ain't no joke.
And I've also just remembered that the end of the day is always incredibly long. We wait to find things out. But hey, it sounds like maybe we got post-game stats ready, because guess what? I'm sure everyone out there is tired of looking at us. I'm tired of looking at us. Let's get those stats on board. And there is the ZDZ.
Oh my god, look at the damage from the jungler.
Massive.
Oh my god. No, that's the numbers we really need to focus on there. But Xiaohu and Light representing. Cryan does fall to his former mentor, RNG, somehow make presence in playoffs, but he had a lot better games towards the end there.
Yeah, doing better to show up towards the tail end. And it feels, it really feels strange actually coming off this series, right? Because it feels strange for a team to somewhat digress, talking about our winners, talking about Weibo's, start to fall to the wayside, and then be able to come back in such a controlled way. I mean, they only lost one fight, right? They lost one fight that they didn't play well, and it seems like they realized after that fight. So it's like, hey, Weibo, you were taking this as seriously as you could the whole time, were you? Huh?
I think, that draft in game number 3 might raise some question marks, but hey, we also have to give props to IG again in their first playoff series in multiple years, and able to kind of find what worked for them. I feel bad for Tianzhen. I don't know if those first couple games were necessarily fully his fault, but the tempo increase definitely made a massive difference for IG. But you have to go back to thinking about what comes next for Weibo, what some of these lackings in this series have to offer against LNG, who, again, have so much tape now to work off of in a very short turnaround.
That's going to be the big thing, right? LNG had so much time to prepare, especially with the fact that the favorite ended up winning. Like, I'm sure LNG, you were preparing for both teams, but maybe preparing a bit heavier for Weibo, assuming that LNG also thought that they were the favorite coming in. So now having even more to work with off of that, Weibo having to show a lot of different looks. So yeah, things like the Tristana, I think, going to be potentially either just outright banned or just taken away. Some of these priors going to be so high for LNG. Yeah,
go get some lumberjacks, LNG.
No tree, no tree equals sad face. The one thing I learned today from Nymera.
But hey, it ended up being a no tree equals happy face in the end.
It did. No tree did end up working out, but they just replaced it with another, big beefy champion that is there to be the slave to the team.
I don't know what kind of trees you're rocking around in Arizona. All right.
We don't even have trees in Arizona. We have cactus. So, that could be why I have the wrong idea of what trees are. Is, big cinematic Aatrox.
He deserves it. This play was actually insane. The little back step to get out of the Emperor's Divide. And the slam down 400 smackaroos there. And ended up actually having a little bit of fight back in the weird angle there. This was a monumental fight, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was huge, right? This is where they were really able to come online. ZDZ able to do so much on the back line, especially pairing with Crisp. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of all she wrote for Weibo.
Weibo moving on with a 3-2 victory over IG. Have to give a ode to IG as a whole, but I think that play right there was huge. This one, for me, for Xiaohu, was the biggest difference maker. He literally jumps in on the forward target, then flashes over to make sure he can get on. I just want to give a highlight to him here. Look at that. That's incredible. Yeah,
it was great from Xiaohu. I do got to say, though, ZDZ actually having the proactivity to, just send it there. If he didn't do that, honestly, I don't think they would have been able to end off that fight. Needed someone to be able to do it. As we're going to see the MVP, I wonder... Oh, well, actually, we did show.
MVPs.
Yeah, we did. I think we did that already, actually. We've been talking about ZDZ this whole time. It's been a long day for everyone.
It's been a long day for everybody. We're having a great time here. But I do want to go ahead and bring up today's result if we can, because it was an interesting road of getting here. I think after those first 2 games, maybe some people went to sleep because they were so dominant from Weibo, but the fact that IG subbed in Lien, they found a lot of strength through the aggression he was giving and pushed us all the way to 5. I just hope this is foreshadowing to many more 5-game series in our playoffs.
Who knows, right? It feels like some years we have 5 games left, right, and center, and some years it's a bit of a slow grind to the end, and that's usually when they start coming into play. I do gotta say, it does feel like Double Elim usually delivers some 5-game bangers.
Oh, okay. Well, there it is. ZDZ, the player of the game for the last game.
Oh, you know,
40% damage done.
We've already talked a lot about ZDZ. So, what we're going to talk about right now? Why did he pick those letters? Why didn't he pick different letters?
We get to see this again. I like it.
Wait, yeah, you're...
But it's a different angle. It's another angle. It's the top angle. It's not the side angle.
Well, that's great. We're, great engineering feats being shown here on the LPL. We got
all
the
because he's
angles
also a mech?
And, it feels bad for Cryan, man. How many different ways we're going to show Cryan getting blown up here?
Here's that big fight as well. ZDZ able to find the Q sweet spots and the backline access there as well from Xiaohu later on down the fight. Get a little bit of deja vu here for ourselves to finish out the day. But it does mean that we get to see a little bit more of the highlights from Weibo, who are going to be moving on to face LNG in the lower side of our playoffs. And we are going to take a look at that result of the day. It's a 3-2 again for Weibo.
Yeah, moving it from the bottom right-hand side of our screen to, the center. It's just so everyone can know that Weibo really did come back and not get reverse swept by IG. Woohoo!
But also very good that, they gave us some game. I thought there was going to be a very dominant third game to follow it up. But here we see Weibo will be moving on to the next side of that bracket in game 4 there against LNG. IG will unfortunately be eliminated. So they will join OMG as the first 2 teams to be taken out of the spring playoffs.
But what matters is tomorrow, because tomorrow, NIP versus WE playoffs does not stop. It keeps going forward. And WE, after a relatively solid performance, is going to have to go up against Rookie and the boys. You always got to fear when you go up against Rookie and the boys.
You do it. You got to remember all of these round matchups until we get to the double elimination are make or break for these teams. I know NIP have a lot of hope in their own right, but WE, I think momentum is key, and coming off that OMG win will be big for them. Just want to say thanks for joining me on the day, Lyric. It was a pleasure to get to kick off our first 5-game series in the spring playoffs of LPL. Weibo win 3-2. What a world it is. We'll see you tomorrow for more LPL action, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.